Series. My name is Doug McLean. Really excited to be down here in Ice District Plaza in the heart of downtown Edmonton as we get set for what will be a wonderful weekend of basketball. The Women's Series will go today and tomorrow, and then the Alberta Basketball Association Men's Challenger will go starting tomorrow morning and through Sunday. 8 teams in the Women's Series. We'll start off today with EXE WING taking on the number 1 ranked team in the world from Germany. We also here today will see Team Canada, silver medalists from the recent World Cup. Force 10 from the United States. That'll be their first appearance in the Women's Series here in 2022. France, the winners of the recent World Cup and currently the 3rd ranked team in the world. Romania, with a couple 12th place finishes and a nice 3rd place finish in Ulaanbaatar in the Women's Series. And then last but certainly not least, Team USA with 1 World Series appearance so far, where they finished 2nd in the Stillatois Poitiers event. It is a warm day here in the capital of the province of Alberta. Just to locate you, if you're tuning in from around the world, we're in the western half of Canada, a little bit east, about 4-hour drive east of the Rocky Mountains. And as I mentioned, it is a hot day. Forecasted temperature to be right around 30 degrees. Hoping that any threat of thunderstorms will stay away today and through the weekend. High temperatures yesterday hit 33. Right now a little bit overcast, so that's good for the players. That'll keep the temperatures a little bit more manageable. We're somewhat sheltered here within Ice District Plaza, right downtown. And for those of you who are hockey fans, we're located basically at the terminus to Rogers Place, the arena where the National Hockey League's Edmonton Oilers play. And this is the first ever sporting event in Ice District Plaza. The plaza opened within the last year. Construction around here has been going on for the last 5 years. The arena first, some office and condominium towers as well, and now the plaza up and functioning. And again, really excited to have the FIBA 3x3 Women's Series, the first ever sporting event being held right here in Ice District. So again, my name is Doug McLean. You'll hear me over the course of the weekend. I'll also be joined by Mark Majot and Patrick Erickson. So there'll be a mix of us throughout the course of the weekend. And we're going to get to the introductions of the players here momentarily. As mentioned, Germany, the number 1 ranked team in the world. 415,917 points, well ahead of the 2nd ranked team, Spain, who come in currently at 284,000 plus points. Germany did, however, finish 9th at the World Cup that was held back in June in Antwerp, Belgium. And again, 3 days. We'll go 3 sessions here today. And then the playoff round and finals will be held tomorrow afternoon in between the preliminaries and qualifying rounds in the men's challenger event. And there you see Sonia Greiniker, the number 1 ranked player in the world right now. That is Emma Eichmeyer, 2nd ranked player in the world there, Luana Rodefeld. And Alexandra Wilkie will round out their roster. And for EXE WING, Natalie Kukowski, a Seattle Storm draftee in the WNBA. Soup of D, Kunchuan goes by Bo. Takakua Yumi and Camille Zimmerman. So 2 Americans, 1 Thai, and 1 Japanese player making up EXE WING, based out of Japan. Currently 16th in the World Series standings. And we'll get the coin toss here to provide opening possession. And over the course of the weekend, if you're familiar with 3-on-3, you'll know all the rules and the various nuances. But Myself, Patrick, and Mark will try to bring those to you over the course of the weekend. If you are new to the 3x3 game, I mean, it will be familiar to you. The sport of basketball, if you follow it, it will be familiar, but 3x3 does bring some different nuances. A shorter shot clock, just at 12 seconds. Games go to 21 points, or the team that leads after 10 minutes of play. Teams will switch from offense to defense really, really quickly. You just have to clear to the three-point line after a made basket or a defensive rebound. So the pace is really fast. Each team has one sub. And we are just about set to get going here with the opening game from Ice District Plaza. Doug McLean here. And we're underway. The Edmonton stop on the FIBA 3x3 Women's Series. Screen comes over from Rudefeld. She slips. Greiniker couldn't find her, and there's the first foul. Team fouls matter. Personal fouls do not. So teams will be in the penalty after their sixth foul. Right. So that's Wilkie with the score. Gets Germany on the board. Steal quickly by the Germans. Rudefeld. Screen from Greiniker. Tried to find her on the pick and roll. Didn't work. Greiniker, though, with the board. Shot missed. Rebounded here by EXE WING. That is Zimmerman. Bucket goes. And EXE WING on the board with their first deuce of the afternoon. Rudefeld, nice pass around the defender to Greiniker. Ties things up at 2. Errant shot there by EXE WING. Wilkie with the rebound. Nice lob inside. Greiniker, that left hand won't go, but she's fouled from behind by Zimmerman. And that will send Greiniker to the free throw line. You will get one free throw on fouls that are committed on the shot. She hits it. As mentioned, if you are in the penalty after the sixth foul, it's free throws, and then after 10, it's free throw and possession. Rudefeld misses on that trip, on that deuce. Kick out. 10 for 2. That one goes for Yumi. Five 3 lead right now for EXE WING. Up top now, Germany. Here's Wilkie. Screen from Greiniker. She'll take it right to the rack. Puts it home. 5-4. Yumi, another 3, another deuce. I'll catch myself a couple times doing that. One of the nuances, of course, 1 point inside the arc, 2 points outside the arc. A little floater from about 6 feet away goes for Germany. We're tied up at 5. That bucket won't go for Kunchuan. Foul, though, on Germany. Substitutions can happen on stoppages, but can be made at any time. You don't have to get brought in by the officials as in the 5-on-5 game. Nice take, strong one there for Kukowski. She's fouled and will head to the line. Kukowski free throw won't go. That out of bounds, I think off of Germany. And it will be EXE WING ball. Yumi to inbound as Eichmeyer checks out. Rebound, Rudefeld. Looks for help, finds Greiniker. Puts it on the floor. Loses it. Yumi kicks it to the corner. Kukowski off on that 2. Now Yumi, a little step to the middle. Jumper won't go. Rebound by Rudefeld. Brings out across the arc. Rudefeld to her left. under the rim. Nice take by Luana Rudefeld, number 2 ranked player in the world. And Kukowski comes right back with a 2, 8-6 X-Wing. Shot from Wilkie beyond the arc, doesn't go. Yumi, quick look inside. That one goes for Zimmerman. Here's Greinacher. Kicks it over to Eichmeyer. Eichmeyer puts that one up just as the shot clock about to expire, and she gets the friendly bounce. Zimmerman, hard work inside against Greinacher, able to get that one home with the left hand. Rudefeld stumbles, gets back on her feet, now inside to Greinacher, and Yumi fouls immediately. And timeout called. And we'll take a look at that bucket there from Kukowski, and then the good look inside by Yumi. X-Wing has moved the ball very well here in the early going, knocked down some shots. 10-7 they lead, 6:46 remaining. X-Wing with 3 team fouls, the Germans with 2. We are back in, it is Germany ball. Eichmeyer to inbound. Bring the ball in play, defended by Kunchuan. Rudefeld gets a screen from Greinacher. Now back to Greinacher, puts the ball on the floor, defended well by Kukowski, and that goes off of the leg of Sonia Greinacher. Leads the women's series in points scored coming into this weekend with 69. It will be X-Wing ball. Zimmerman tried to look over top on the curl by Yumi, wouldn't go. Now Zimmerman on that missed shot, rebound, but she is fouled, and it will be X-Wing ball. Sorry, Germany ball. It's going to be a foul on X-Wing, their 4th. Eichmeyer tried to find inside Greinacher. Kukowski, nice job to tip it away. And X-Wing never cleared to the arc. So it will be Germany ball. Eichmeyer to Wilkie, lob to Greinacher. Nice play there by the Germans to get themselves back within 2 at 10-8. Kukowski on the floor, able to get around. Greinacher draws the foul, and she will head to the free throw line. Free throw goes, and Germany clears to Greinacher. Here's Eichmeyer. Works to her left, in the middle lane. Nice bounce pass, back door. Greinacher, lefty layup goes. Yumi, quick look back inside, stolen by Greinacher. 11-9 X-Wing ahead. 5:52 to go. Hard take there by Wilkie, won't drop. Ball deflects out of bounds, and it will be ruled off of Germany last. It will be X-Wing ball. Yumi guarded by Wilkie, now to Kunchuan. Zimmerman spins around Wilkie, another strong take. The size of X-Wing causing some issues for Germany. Nice box out there by Rudefeld. To retain possession for Germany. Looks inside, and Yumi fouls right away, sensing a mismatch with Eichmeyer on her. And Rudefeld 2 inbound. 5 team fouls for X-Wing, just 3 so far for Germany. Wilkie thought about the jumper at the free throw line, gets it to Greinacher. That jumper in and out. Rebound by Kukowski. Pass did not touch off of Rudefeld, so it will be German ball. Greinacher to put the ball in play. and gets it right back for the score. 12-10, EXE WING up. Yumi hands it off. Kunchuan guarded by Wilkie. Shot goes up and good, and that is ruled a 2. 4-point lead right now for EXE WING. Greinacher spins inside, gets tied up by Zimmerman, and that will be defensive ball on the tie-up. Nice job defensively there by Kukowski. As mentioned, Seattle Storm draftee, 3rd round, 35th overall back in 2021. Spent her 2022 season with KP Brno in the Czech League. Shot off by Kukowski. Rodefeld with the rebound. She'll clear to the wing. Lobs it inside to Greinacher. Has the mismatch on Yumi. Puts it up and over. But then a foul, I think, on Greinacher for the hold as Yumi tried to get back outside the arc. 14-11, EXE WING up, 4:33 remaining. First team to 21, or leading team after 10 minutes. Kukowski, Yumi, now Eichmeyer on her. Shot blocked by Eichmeyer. Nice job defensively. Yumi gets it back, fires it up, and banks it home. Yumi as the shot clock was about to expire. Greinacher to Wilkie, baseline. Nice feed inside to Greinacher. Blocked, though, from behind by Kukowski. Shot by Wilkie won't go. Rebound by Eichmeyer. And finally a foul called, I think, on Takakua Yumi. And that will send Greinacher to the free throw line. Eichmeyer 50% from the free throw line. No, they're going to rule not a shooting foul, and it will be everything from here on in, though, committed by EXE WING will send Germany to the free throw line. And that's going to be an offensive foul. Push off by Luana Rudefeld, the 2nd-ranked women's player in the world. .401 left. Zimmerman to her left, hand off to Yumi. Quick look at it too. That one off the backboard, won't drop. Wilkie gets it into Rudefeld. Luana Rudefeld hands it off to Eichmeyer. Working against Yumi. Nice step inside on Yumi and the left hand. Well done to get Germany to within 4. Look inside to Zimmerman against Eichmeyer. That's an offensive foul. Ruling a bit of an elbow, and we got immediate timeout. (16-12), 3:33 remaining. As mentioned, EXE WING now in the penalty, so all fouls they commit from here on in will send Germany to the line. Foul 7, 8, 9 is 2 free throws. And 10 and more is 2 free throws and possession. But right now it is EXE WING, won't say in control, but in front. And they've been comfortably in front through most of this game. Doug McLean here at Ice District Plaza, Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, right in the heart of downtown. Wilkie, hard take, rebound by Greinacher, puts it up right away. And good, 16-13, and Yumi, big deuce there. 18-13 now. They're 3 away from a win over the #1 ranked team in the world. Rudefeld has the ball tipped away, but Yumi doesn't clear. She tried to get it quickly inside to Zimmerman. Now Zimmerman does work outside, but an offensive foul on Takakua Yumi. And that will be German ball. Of course, you don't get free throws on offensive fouls. Rodefeld to Wilkie. Picks a screen from Greinacher. Greinacher pops out to the arc. Instead goes right around Zimmerman. Zimmerman lets her go quickly to the arc herself. Hands it off to Kunchuan. Inside, Kukowski finds Kunchuan. Jumper just inside the arc, doesn't go. Rebound Kukowski. Zimmerman will step back. Quick move. Easy layup for Zimmerman. And then Rodefeld answers back with a 2. And they're going to get Greinecker with a foul as they tried to clear to Zimmerman. Get a look there at that layup by Zimmerman, and then the quick zip out to Rodefeld. You get a good example there of that transition play by the Germans as Rodefeld popped out right away looking for that open shot from long range. Kukowski, screen from Zimmerman. Handoff now to Yumi. Quick look inside, but a little strong on that pass as Zimmerman could not corral it. Zimmerman will take a seat. Rodefeld to Greinecker, this dynamic duo. Greinecker barking out instructions. Rodefeld, open jumper from near the elbow, won't drop. Kukowski finds Yumi, guarded by Rodefeld. X-wing spaces the floor a bit, but now Kunchuan comes over, takes the ball, sets a screen. Kukowski quickly on the give and go, but shot clock expires. Get a sense there as well of the quickness of that shot clock. 12 seconds expires very quickly. Timeout called. As there you see X-wing talking things over. Mentioned X-wing 7th and 9th place finishes so far in the World Series stops in Styletoy, Poitiers, and Tel Aviv respectively. Currently 16th in the World Series standings. Germany won that Tel Aviv stop back in May, and as well the Styletoy Poitiers event. It will be Eichmeyer to get things back underway. Wilkie down the lane, let go there by Kukowski, but has the ball stolen. She tried to clear it. Nice play by Eichmeyer. Quickly over to Wilkie. 2 is blocked. Great close by Natalie Kukowski. 7th in the World Series stats so far. 6 rebounds a game she's had. Rodefeld now with the ball. Looks at a 2. That one off the back iron. Gets the offensive rebound, as does Eichmeyer. Shot will not drop, and X-wing will collect the board, and Zimmerman takes that bump from Eichmeyer. 7th foul on Germany, and that will be 2 free throws now for X-wing. If she can hit these, that's a victory for the team based out of Japan. 2 Americans, 1 Japanese woman, and 1 from Thailand. Free throw does not go. Zimmerman hits the second. Wilkie, baseline, drills back to the lane, now spins back baseline. Nice play there by Eichmeyer for the bucket, 20-18. X-wing 1 point away from a big opening game win. Kunchuan looking for a foul there from Eichmeyer, none coming. Rodefeld now as Eichmeyer and Kunchuan battle. Rodefeld dribbles to her left, spins back. Little fadeaway jumper won't go. Kukowski out of bounds as she lost it, trying to gather herself and reset. There you get that nice look at the play moments ago from Eichmeyer. Native of Osnabrück, Niedersachsen. Wilkie gets Yumi off her, and that little shot from middle of the lane goes. 20-19. Yumi, shot doesn't drop. Greinecker now, they could win it with a 2. Rodefeld gets fouled there by Kukowski. And now 2 free throws coming up for Rodefeld, and she has a chance to win it for the Germans. Rodefeld 75% at the line so far during women's series play. Hits the first. And hits the second, and it is a big comeback late in the game by Germany to knock off EXE WING. EXE WING had 2 free throws and a chance to win. They couldn't do it, and Germany proved why they are the #1 team in the world with a comeback win over EXE WING. 21-20. As close as you can get it. And next up will be the World Cup champs, France, taking on Force 10 from the United States. Next up for Germany, they will take on the US team in the next session, and EXE WING will take on the Netherlands. So great opening game to start things off here at the Women's Series. Doug McLean here in beautiful Ice District Plaza in downtown Edmonton. Appreciate you watching, no matter where you're watching from around the world. As I mentioned off the top, definitely a hot one, and it's been a little bit overcast, which I think is probably appreciated by the players, but the sun is out shining right now. It has not been an overly hot summer here in the Canadian prairies, but the last 10 days has seen the heat finally start to show up, and now the players get to play in it. Not sure if they like this kind of temperature or not, but and as mentioned, 3 of us will be handling the broadcast. You'll hear our voices at various times over the course of the weekend, and happy to be joined by my broadcast partner on Edmonton Stingers basketball here in the city, and of course University of Alberta Golden Bears and Pandas basketball, Mark Majot. Mark, hello.
Hello, Doug. How are you, man? This is fantastic. I'm still trying to soak in some of the visuals we have here in downtown Edmonton. This looks gorgeous.
It really does. I mean, you and I are sitting right now in a tent just to the corner of the baskets. We have a bit of a view out, but yeah, it's the vision for Ice District Plaza was this. This was what they were thinking about when they were starting to conceive of this a decade or so ago, and to now see it with most of the buildings up and around, and now to see an event. We've seen, of course, early in the spring when the Oilers were in the National Hockey League playoffs, the parties they were having right down here, and if you may have seen those online, if you're watching from elsewhere in the world, lots of orange here. You and I are not wearing orange today, but this kind of event is certainly what they were thinking about when Ice District Plaza was thought about.
Yeah, and I think so far, obviously, we're just 2 hours into this event.
Not even, barely.
Not even. But I certainly think there's a great crowd already here to see some of these early games, and they were treated to a heck of a start for this entire tournament. But you're right, it's been a long time coming for the city of Edmonton. If you've lived in and around it, I'm sure you followed a lot of the stuff that happened when Rogers Place was going up, and this was absolutely a big part of it. And if this is year 1, I'm excited what it'll look like in year 2, year 3, year 4, and once kind of the international folks get their eyes on this, because Doug, Edmonton is a big festival city. We like to come out, we like to do things, and this is just one more venue to come out and do things.
Absolutely, and I think that's the beauty of it is you've got. If you think about downtown Edmonton, just to place it for people that don't know the city, just a little bit east of us is another square, Churchill Square. So you've got 2 squares, and Taste of Edmonton, a huge food festival going on over there right now. So you've got that happening. You've got this Heritage Festival starts up tomorrow, about a 10-minute drive south and west of us in Horillac Park. So you're right. To have more venues like this, I think absolutely changes the mindset, I think, of what Edmontonians can expect out of events. And I mean, the whole aim was to bring more people into the downtown core, and I think events like this will do that.
Absolutely. Just looking at some of the grandstands now, you see fans. It's still early on in the afternoon, but you can start to see more and more new faces trickle in, and I'm sure the word of mouth will spread throughout Edmonton this weekend as this is going on. I know Paul Sir of Alberta Basketball has been doing yeoman's work making sure the word gets spread about this, and word of mouth is certainly huge when it comes to events like this. And now we have another game. That's the thing about all this. This looks great, but the action on the court, the first game was outstanding, and we have some world-class talented athletes playing this weekend.
Well, we just saw with Germany the top 2 players in the world in Sonja Greinecker and Luana Rudefeld, and the number 1 team in the world in Germany, and they were in trouble late in that game, and then found, again, just no panic to their game at all, and found a way to come up with an opening game win. So you're right, Mark. I mean, huge for them to get that kind of start. Good start for X-Wing, although they'll be disappointed, I think, with the way that one ended.
Absolutely. The game was right there in their hands for kind of the last 5 minutes, but if you're new to the 3-on-3 game, that's what can happen in these types of events, right? If you get on a run, you get a couple stops, you can absolutely turn the game around quickly.
Well, in X-Wing, an interesting thing, if you look back at that game, and we'll get to the starters here for this game momentarily, but with X-Wing, if you think about that one, they were content at times to take some fouls. Yumi got some matchups she didn't like, took some fouls, and ultimately that hurt them as they were in the penalty, sending Germany to the line for the 2 free throws that won. But let's get to this game. Force 10 from the U.S. taking on France. Force 10, it's their first appearance in the Women's Series in 2022. This is a team that's affiliated with the Seattle Storm of the WNBA, so a bit of a different concept in terms of how they're trying to build 3x3. And I heard Alana McDonald, the director of this program with the Seattle Storm, talking about it, and they really see this as a potential future for where they can build 3x3 into the broader concept of how basketball teams are built. So this Force 10 team, Blake Dietrich, she'll be wearing number 2, Merritt Hempy, number 4, Alexis Peterson, number 1, and Catherine Westbeld, number 3 for France. World's 3rd ranked team, won the gold medal at the recent World Cup, defeating Canada, who we'll see just a little bit later on. And number 47 is Romane Bernice. Leticia Guapo, number 12, former number 1 player in the world. Victoria Majekudumi and Marie Manet was wearing number 1. So Manet, Bernice, and Majekudumi starting for France. And it is Hempy, Dietrich, and Peterson for Force 10. Force 10 in the black. France, of course, in their traditional bleu, blanc, et rouge. Good take. That shot will not go, though, for Bernice. And here's Peterson, who will clear it out to beyond the arc. Dietrich nearly loses it. Thought she might have stepped on the baseline. No call, though. Peterson, quick crossover. Nice take by Alexis Peterson, the native of Columbus, Ohio. Manet to Bernice for 2. That shot short, out of bounds, and it will now be possession France. France finished 2nd at the recent World Series event in their home country at Bordeaux, losing to Spain 21-15. Hempy collects the ball, works against Guapo. That shot off. Westbeld tried to tip it back, but the shot clock had expired. Guapo, Majekudumi. Shot won't go. Rebound tipped out of bounds. It will be France ball. Majekudumi, 67th ranked player in the world, has played professionally since 2012 in France. And a foul before the ball even ends up in play. 1 team foul each. Here's Guapo, guarded by Westbeld. Bernice, little fadeaway as she lost the ball going up. Great look inside from Dietrich to Westbeld. 2-0 Force 10. Manet, shot won't go. Foul on Hempy, and that will send Manet to the line for 1.
The conditioning of these athletes, Doug, is just next level. It's hot outside right now, but these athletes are going full force sprinting in what is a relatively small area out there. Like, I'm just blown away every time I see 3x3 close up the conditioning that these athletes are in.
No, it's a great point. And I mean, you and I are sitting in a tent right now and not running around, and I'm melting. So
Yes.
I cannot imagine what it's like out there in the heat. But it's true, and it's such a quick pace, and you're playing. In today's case, these teams will play 3 games each. So it's a grind, and it's a real physical sport. As if you're new to it, you may not have noticed, but if you're familiar with it, you probably have the bruises to prove it. Dietrich, guarded closely by Guapo, finds Peterson, steps inside, but that shot will not go. That 12-second shot clock, another slight difference, of course, between the 3x3 and 5-on-5 game. It expires pretty quickly, and did there on Force 10.
Yeah, there's not a lot of downtime in the 3x3 game. They're fast and furious from the time it gets going till the very end.
Here's Majekudemi guarded by Dietrich. Nice look back door, trying to find Manet, but that one sailed out of bounds. Manet was with the team at the Ulaanbaatar World Series stop that France won earlier in the year, and also finished second at the Open de France event not long ago. Dietrich. Hempe guarded by Guapo. Fadeaway shot blocked by Guapo. Guapo now goes right back at Hempe. Layup, good. Ties it up at 2. Peterson. Nice spin and great play there by Peterson. The spin and then the extra little step around Majekudemi, but she couldn't finish at the rack. But Manet can to make it 3-2 France.
His first lead of the game for France. Has this been a nice kind of back and forth affair early on?
Peterson will inbound. World's 185th ranked player. Played her college basketball with the Syracuse Orange. Was the Atlantic Coast Conference Player of the Year when she played for Syracuse. She was drafted by Seattle. 17 games for them back in 2017. And Guapo knocks down the 2. Here's Westbeld to Peterson. Spins, gets tied up by Bernice, and defensive tie-ups go to the defensive team, so it will be France ball. 7:22 to go. Majekudemi to Manet. Nice look in to Bernice on the backdoor cut. Hempe screens for Dietrich. Dietrich bit off balance, but able to sift that one home. 6-3 France. Manet, that 2 won't go, and Dietrich will collect it. One of the things, I mean, you look, Mark, at some of the talent, of course, on these players, but one of the issues that comes up with teams and players that may not be familiar with 3x3, it is so different that you get up against a team that has played 3x3 a lot together, and you can see the difference.
Yeah, obviously, talent is one thing, but to have the strategy and the conditioning and all those other things that go into playing the 3x3 game, it's not as simple as putting your 3 best players against my 3 best players. So much more goes into it, and I think teams are starting to acknowledge that. You see a lot of these teams work together and travel together, and this is kind of their full-time gig, but if you just think, you can put 3 people up against 3, that's not the case. There's a whole other just complete universe that goes into planning a 3x3 game.
And most of these teams will have varying roster sizes. So you will see Team France as an example, and you might see these 4 play in Edmonton, but it would have been a slightly different 4 play. Some will consistently play throughout, but that adds another layer of complexity in terms of your ability to create that continuity with teammates, because 3x3 is such a game of feel and understanding where a player is going to be at a certain moment. Westbelt ends up on the floor, tied up, and Guapo helps her up. It will be France ball.
It's been a nice little run here for France the last few minutes. It was the largest lead of the game for either team.
Yeah, good start for Forest 10, but 6-1 run by my count for the French. Rebound, Dietrich out to Peterson. Now Westbeld, turnaround jumper goes. Nice play by Catherine Westbeld. Won a national championship with the Notre Dame Fighting Irish in 2018. Has played professionally in France as well. And that ball out of bounds as Guapo lost control.
While it happened so fast, there are some just incredible set plays here by these players. You got to look at that jump shot there right on the baseline. And again, that kind of goes into what we were just chatting about. You have to have some plays and some drawn up schematics that you can jump to.
Nice give and go on the screen and roll there by Force 10. Hempe with the score. Manet up top to Majekudemi. Strong take there by Victoria Majekudemi. Says her goal, which I'm sure is of many here wanting to play at the Olympics, of course in her home country in 2 years' time in Paris. And I'm an Olympic junkie, Mark. I love them, and I'm looking forward to that one. I think it's going to be fun. With the opening ceremony is going to be on the Seine, so completely different opening ceremony than has ever been seen before. And I think it's going to be a fun one. 3rd time Paris will host, of course, having hosted back in 1900 and 1924.
You say that, of course, like you were watching. I know you're not that old.
No, I'm not that old. No, I'm not that old. Just love all those little facts, I guess.
That would be a special moment for these players. Anytime you get to play in tournament at home, nice 2-point shot there. Tournament at home's a big deal, but the Olympics at home,
absolutely.
It's a huge deal.
Yep. Now, I did watch Chariots of Fire is my favorite movie of all time, so there's 1924 Paris Olympics. So anyway, enough about me and my movie interests. Quick look by Guapo. Great block by Westbeld. And Hempy gets helped by the official as both of them nearly ended up through the signboards a couple meters from us.
Terrific block, though. We've seen a few of these so far this afternoon. If you can time it, sometimes height doesn't matter when you're blocking a shot. I know she had the height advantage there, but great timing there to get her hands on that one.
Westbeld hands it off to Peterson. Quick look backdoor to Westbeld. And that shot off the window and home. 9-7. For Guapo, 5 appearances so far this year. She comes back into the game. 5 appearances in the women's series. 8.6 points a game for Leticia Guapo. As mentioned, the former #1 player in the world. Second in the women's series in scoring at those 8.6 a game. And she gets another bucket there. 10-8. Lob inside to Hempy. Nice pass there by Blake Dietrich. Guapo, quick look at a deuce. That one will not go. Air ball, and it will be force 10 ball as Guapo has a quick chat with one of the officials. 4:51 left, 10-9 France. Of course, first to 20. Nice hands there by Maja Kudunmi. As Westbell looked to have a nice lane to the rim. But of course, first team to 21 are the team leading after 10 minutes of play. Peterson, strong take, guarded there closely by Majid Kudunmi. Guapo up top. Mene, step back. That would have been worth 1, but well off the mark. Westbeld tried to go backdoor to Hempy. That was guarded well by Majid Kudunmi. Hempy steps back to the middle. Her shot deflected, I think, by Mene. Guapo for 2. Off the mark again, no rim. And a foul inside, a hold on Victoria Majid Kudunmi. And that foul goes against force 10. France ball.
And Doug, you're mentioning the roster sizes earlier, and that could be a big deal, especially with an event like this. Like, we don't mean to belabor a point, but it is hot outside right now. So you wonder if some of the stamina of these players is starting to waver just a bit.
Yeah, and they of course they only bring 4 to a tournament, but you're right, Mark. And again, this is just the first game for them of 3 today, and right in the heat of the day. And the women will compete in the finals tomorrow afternoon. So again, in the heat of the days, we have a media timeout. There you get a great look from our backboard camera. And one thing to mention, one stat that's kept is wins before limits. So wins by a team before time expires. France comes in with 3. They're equal with Lithuania and Spain. Germany leads the women's series with 4 so far, but of course they were able to get the win. Germany was over X-Wing before time expired. Foul on France. So that puts That is the 16th foul. Sorry, I thought that was their 16th foul on France. So everything from here on in, Force 10 will shoot free throws. Peterson, Guapo all over her. Gets it off to Dietrich. Had to shoot that one quickly as the shot clock expired. Air ball there, and it will be France ball. Tight game, Mark. I mean, this is a little bit different than what we saw in that opener between Germany and EXE, which is a really fast-paced game. This one a little more grinding, really physical here so far.
Yeah, Force 10 got out to a lead early, and then France on a bit of a run, and now we're back to just 1 point separating these two teams. And this game doesn't really allow you a lot of feeling out time. You really have to kind of be fast and get out there and start scoring some points. However, these two teams are not doing that. I think this might go the full 10 minutes here.
Yeah, just 3:32 to go and 10-9. Someone's going to have to go on a big run to hit 21. But it's not out of the realm of possibility for sure. Manet, Majekudemi now knocks down the shot. Big 2 for France. Puts them up 12-9.
She's been trying to hit that shot a few times this afternoon, and big roar after that two-pointer went in.
And Majekudemi steps in front of that pass intended for Westbeld. And now Manet. Majekudemi again for 2. That one off back iron. Into the hands of France. They'll settle things down. Manet, Majekudemi spots a lane. She'll fade away on that jumper, will not drop. Westbeld with the board, she'll clear. Peterson, pull up 2. Off the window, iron and out.
Neither team shooting particularly well from 2 in this matchup.
Manet at the top of the arc, quickly on the floor, lost the handle. She'll shoot that jumper just as the shot clock expired. Tough shot for Manet, would not go. Now Dietrich spins back inside against Bernice. And she is fouled, and Dietrich will now head to the line for a pair. Fouls 7, 8, 9, as mentioned earlier, 2 free throws. Fouls 10 and beyond, 2 free throws and possession. Dietrich misses the first. There's no stats on Team Force 10 from the women's series, this being their first appearance. Dietrich collects the miss and puts it back. 12-10. 2:24 to go. So the upstart teams, both EXE WING and Force 10, proving their mettle here so far in the early going, Mark.
Absolutely. They're not intimidated at all. Trying to go toe-to-toe with some veteran teams.
Guapo. Majekudemi down the lane with the lefty around Peterson. 3-point lead reestablished for France. Peterson gets around Majekudemi, who then quickly sprints to the arc. They could not get the ball out to her. Manet around Hempe with the lip, and now Mark, things getting a little bit fast and furious. Hempe has that pass deflected by Manet.
Both teams probably taking a look at that clock, realizing no one's going to get to 21, so it's going to be a race here at the final 95 seconds or more.
Guapo, reverse layup, does not drop. Foul, I think, on Hempe over the top on Manet. And yeah, Mark, I think you're starting to see that heat play a bit of a factor here for these two teams. So we don't mean to beat that point, but I think it is going to be a factor. Certainly today, forecast last I saw a little cooler tomorrow, but not much, and some possible storms. So we'll see how things go tomorrow. But certainly right now in the middle of Edmonton heat, it's wearing on these teams, I think, a bit.
And also, these 4 teams are the first ones to absolutely go through it.
Yep.
So they know what they're in for, and I believe you can see Team Canada just to our left there taking this game. You'll see teams, I believe, get more comfortable as this goes on, but there's nowhere to hide out there. And just that black court as well, also probably just shooting upwards heat, so that there is nowhere to hide.
At the line is Marie Manet. Misses the first. 75% free throw shooter during the women's series. Averaging 4.4 points a game in her 5 appearances. 15-11 France off that hit by Manet. They will remain Force 10 ball. 1:39 to go. So Force 10 needs a bit of a push here late. Peterson.
Do you start trying to force the 2-point shots here?
You might need to just to get yourself back in. France has been able to control the tempo, it seems like, when they've needed to like this, slowing things down. They know the clock is in their favor. Bernice, strong take with the left hand around Hempy, saw that mismatch and took to it. Dietrich loses it, but Peterson picks it up. Pull-up jumper from the free throw line, I think deflected. She thought she got fouled. Now Manet. Just over a minute to go. Guapo from Bernice. That little turnaround jump hook goes for Leticia Guapo, who has been a huge factor, but there's a big bucket. A big 2 by number 2, Blake Dietrich. 17-13, force 10 still in it, under 50 seconds left. Guapo, 2, knocks it down. We might get to 21 yet, Mark.
Might.
Shows what I know.
The way these teams have been shooting in the final 2 minutes. That was a massive 3-point or 2-point shot there for France there to not ice it, but kind of, force 10 thought they could maybe get back into it with a 2 of their own. However, France just essentially iced that game with that 2-point shot.
And you saw that great take by Romane Bernice moments ago. She played with France during that Ulaanbaatar stop that they won. And played 5-on-5 game at the 2018 FIBA Women's World Cup for France. Second free throw for Hempy won't go. Guapo could win it with a 2. Bernice, a little bit of confusion defensive there by force 10. She gets around Westbeld. France now 1 point away or 25 seconds away from a win. Guapo looks up at the clock, which is on the huge scoreboard, video board above the entrance to Rogers Place. Magic Kudemi for 2, won't go. Shot clock goes off. Here is Westbeld, looks at a 2, won't go. France will clear. And that is going to do it. France, the recent World Cup champions. After a good start by Force 10, France comes away with a 20-13 win.
Yeah, it looked like Force 10 was running out of gas near in the final 2 minutes, and just this veteran France team knows what it takes to kind of put some of these other teams away. And now the rest of these teams that are in this tournament are absolutely on notice that got to go the full 10. And if you notice, too, France thought there should have been a foul called at the end. They wanted to get the win before the clock ran out. So still a conversation there. It looks like cooler heads will prevail.
And Leticia Guapo, she was, you can see why she was the former #1 player in the world. A Tokyo Olympian last year for France, where France finished 4th in 3x3 basketball, which made its debut, of course, last year at the Tokyo Olympics. And Guapo was outstanding here today.
Yeah, she was. She was truly the MVP for this France team. Now, hopefully for, France and also Force 10, they get some hydration and back at it in just a couple hours. Like, this tournament doesn't stop. It doesn't really give you a breather. It's kind of a throwback to some of these youth tournaments, right? You play 2 and 3 in the same day.
France will get a little bit of a break. Their next game will be against host Canada in the last of the 4 games of the second session. And for Force 10, they will take on Romania next in the second game of the second session. But I think what I liked watching that game from France was just how they managed the pace so well. When they were able to, you can see they would play that quick transition game when they needed to, or slow things down when they felt they could.
Yeah, that's kind of the veteran mindset they had. They were always looking at the clock. They were always aware of how much time was left on the shot clock, and they were always aware of what they needed to do to win the game. You can see some of the highlights there from their performance this afternoon. They knew they didn't want to exert any unnecessary energy, as we mentioned a few times. This is going to be a long afternoon for every single team involved. So they realize it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. And this, as Doug had mentioned, this was Force 10's first appearance so far. And Doug, is fair to say this is a marathon. It's not a sprint, and that's kind of what this French team was showing us earlier on.
Yeah, well, it's sort of like the mini sprints in the game, but then it's that marathon that you have to be able to play through over. Because 10 minutes can seem quick, but it can last a while.
Yeah.
And again, you're playing so many games in such a short period of time. But But I think that's what makes 3x3 so much fun, is just that strategic piece and just seeing how teams understand how to play transition, understand, hey, I'm going to give you this bucket, but I'm going to cruise out to the arc and be found by my teammate for an open look at a 2. And that's where those veteran teams understand how to make that work. And I thought France did that really well. Although, hey, Force 10 did a good job. I thought their pure talent really started to show during that game, but I think that understanding and how they, as a foursome, will play 3x3, guaranteed they'll be even better in the second game in a couple hours' time.
Absolutely. It's incredible the leaps and bounds that 3x3 has taken in the last 5 years, and I'm just so excited to see what it looks like in 5 more years, right? When more people start playing this at a younger age and is being coached more at a younger age. Like the sky's the limit for 3x3, and the teams that have been doing it longest obviously will have a slight advantage, but I don't think people will be surprised in the next 2 to 3 years about what it takes to win a 3x3 tournament.
No, I think that's a great point. I think considering the fact that the game is growing, more people are seeing it, and we'll get a better understanding. So our next game, as we mentioned, it is Team USA taking on the Netherlands. We just saw the U.S. introduce Joanne Allen-Taylor, Lauren Cox, Lene Harper, and Brianna Richardson. And now for the Netherlands, Lois Bettenville, Janine Goit, who has a Canadian connection, Canada-West basketball connection, actually, we'll get to for those of you watching from in the western part of Canada. Roy Jongling and Merte Den Hayten will round out the roster for Team Netherlands, currently the 13th ranked team in the world. The U.S. finished 7th at the World Cup, 13th right now in the World Series standings, and just one World Series appearance so far for Team USA at the Stille Trois Poitiers event, where they finished second. For the Netherlands, 2 fifth-place finishes so far this year at the Tel Aviv event and the Ulaanbaatar event.
Those USA jerseys look shockingly similar to the France jerseys. I had to do a double take. I'm like, thankfully France isn't going back to back, but yeah, they look pretty similar up there.
Yeah, I think they would probably say, well, wait a minute, Mark, the French one, the blue is a little bit lighter, and that's probably true, but you're right, there's a lot of similarity to them. Of course, the traditional orange of the Netherlands, who will open possession. That too won't go for Bettenville. Look inside. Cox knocks down the turnaround jumper for the U.S. There is Goit, number 7 for the Netherlands. And a foul called against Team USA.
I'm always curious to see what these teams have planned right out the gate. You saw the Netherlands tried a long 2-point shot on their first possession, didn't quite work, and USA was able to get the rebound and take that early lead. But it looks like the Netherlands are their plan is to shoot and shoot often.
Goit knocks down that free throw line jumper. Cox again, the turnaround will not go. And a foul up high, that on the Netherlands. You can see the U.S. and both teams substituting fairly quickly, especially with the heat. And they can do that. They don't have to go to the officials. You can just check in on any stoppage. Here's Lene Harper. Strong take there. Around 25, Den Hayten. Here's Den Hayten. Shot a little bit off. Rebound by Cox. An NCAA champion with the Baylor Bears back in 2019, and Cox with another bucket there. And here is Goit. That'll be a football off of Cox. I mentioned Janine Goit, 38th ranked player in the world. Spent one season with the Regina Cougars back in 2014, where she was a member of the Canada West All-Rookie team and averaged just over 12 points a game. So for those of you tuning from outside of Canada, U Sports Basketball is the university level basketball in this country. Canada West, one of the 4 conferences that plays basketball across Canada. And we are in Canada West here. Mark and I call Canada West games for the University of Alberta and have seen the Regina Cougars many times. So a nice Canadian tie there for Goit, who's not quite back home in Regina, but only about an 8-hour drive away.
I was about to say, she might be one of the few players that has actually been to Edmonton
that's right.
prior to this.
Missed there by Jongling. And Harper, nice play by her, able to bank that one off of Youngling. Thought she wanted a foul call.
And communication is obviously a big part of basketball to begin with, but it is just so much more important in 3x3. You always have to be communicating with teammates, and we're seeing USA have really good communication so far.
Alan Taylor with the miss, rebound by Youngling. Goit 2 in and out. Here's Alan Taylor, lob inside to Cox, and Goit, I think, was content to take that foul early.
Really liked what I've seen from Alan Taylor so far in this matchup, Doug. She's not the biggest player out there, but she certainly plays like she's the biggest player out there. She's grabbed a couple rebounds already and just jumps up for a 2-point shot that works.
And another one there for Joanne Allen Taylor, making her World Series debut. Played to the Texas Longhorns, and Goit gets fouled on the way up. Shot won't go, but she will head to the free throw line. So Allen Taylor played, as mentioned, with the Texas Longhorns, all Big 12 back this past season, 2022, where the Longhorns got to the Elite Eight in the NCAA tournament. Goit at the line, perfect so far in women's series play. And I did not jinx it. That Mark knows I do that all the time, so happy I avoided that here today. Alan Taylor, pull-up jumper short. Works hard for that rebound around Youngling.
Not a single thing is easy in the 3x3 game. Every single inch is fought for out there.
It is a physical sport. You think, hey, there's only 3 players aside, there's a lot more space. There really isn't. I mean, conceivably there is, but not in terms of how the game ultimately gets played. Harper with the 2, a little bit strong. And Den Hayton. She's spent time in North America, played 1 season in the NCAA with Wright State. Bettonville kicks it out, and that 2 will count for Aroe Youngling. And she steals that one, but no clear by the Netherlands. Nice play initially by Youngling, but no clear. So it will be U.S. ball, up 7-4 with 7:30 to go.
Yeah, I feel USA's been in control in the first 2.5 minutes of this one. And obviously that can change, especially, some of the first 2 games we've seen so far, but I think the USA has got Netherlands to play the USA game, and I think that would have been their game plan heading into this.
Yeah, that's a good point. And the Americans bring a very physical style here to Ice District Plaza. And Richardson, good change of pace dribble there with her left hand, gets to the rack. No foul called on Richardson, and then Hayton misses that layup. Harper inside to Cox, layup good. Good little 2-player game there by the Americans. Lois Bettonville faked that pass, and Cox, not confused whatsoever, blocks that attempt out of bounds. It will be Netherlands ball. Janine Goit to inbound. She's played for the Netherlands at both the World Series stops so far, as that bucket gets them back within 4. Richardson nearly lost it. Bettonville all over her. Then Hayton will clear, and now foul against Brianna Richardson. I think that's another thing, Mark, too, for players that may not have played, especially the international level 3x3, and just how physical it is and how it's officiated.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to say that things are being missed here. It's just it takes a bit of time to adjust, I think, to how games are called.
Yeah, it's not as simple just to say this is normal basketball just with 3 players, right? You're right, the officiating, there's 1 less official on the court as well. There's so many other things that you have to get used to. And I will say, too, from the games that we broadcast here in our region, Edmonton, you see a lot of the same officials. These are officials that I'm sure these players have never seen and might never see again. So it's all about getting used to everything surrounding your environment.
As mentioned, Goit, the 38th ranked player in the world right now. Pull-up jumper, short rebound, Cox. Cox wants it right back. Gets it. Nice job defensive by Youngling, but just could not get a hand in the face of Cox, who's been a huge factor here in this game. Shot fake, Youngling, jumper will not go. Rebound by the U.S. Harper That will be a 2 if it counts. Doesn't go, but she is fouled, so she will get a chance at 2 free throws. If you're fouled inside the arc, 1 free throw. Fouled outside the arc, 2. And, of course, if you're in the penalty, it's a different story. It's automatically 2 no matter what. And that will send Lene Harper, played in that Stilatoa Poitiers event that they finished second in back earlier in the year. She's third in the World Series numbers in shooting efficiency at .83 and leads in 2-point percentage at 59%. Very experienced at the international level. Bronze medalist at the 2016 FIBA World Championships and a silver the 2015 Pan American Games, where Canada won gold in Toronto. 5 team fouls for the Netherlands, 4 for the Americans, who have a comfortable 7-point lead right now with 6:10 to go. Doug McLean, Marc Majot. You'll hear Patrick Erickson later on today. Step back 2. That one off for Betonville. And that will be Team USA ball. No, they will rule my mistake. It'll be Dutch ball. Youngling has a pass deflected, but quick look at a 2. That one off and drifts out of bounds. It will be U.S. ball. Cox to put it in play. Guarded by Youngling, now to Richardson. Screen from Alan Taylor. Cox comes down, misses that layup. Has the ball swatted away by Youngling, and they're going to rule it went off of Cox. I don't think she likes that call, but you and I had a pretty good look at that. I think it might have actually hit Cox. You're not sure?
No, I'm surprised that it was Dutch ball, but that's why the official is about 8 feet in front of us.
Closer.
Yeah, a little closer to the action than we are.
Richardson for 2, 14-5 for the U.S.
It's a big few possessions here for the Netherlands. This game is on its way to being out of control, and they got to get some stops, and they got to start putting some points up here.
And there's that step back 2 by Richardson that has given them this 9-point edge. And one shot on the foul for Betonville. She too perfect so far from the free throw line in her 6 appearances in women's series action this year. And perfect no more.
There's the jinx.
Had to come at some point.
Doesn't matter what level or league
or
doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. I make it happen. That shot does not happen for the U.S. Shot clock goes off, but it is Dutch ball on the defensive board. Den Hayton nearly sailed that pass over the head of Geit. 2, a little strong. Like you said, Mark, they got to start knocking down some of these shots. Dutch have just been off most of the afternoon. Cox missed layup, gets her own board, goes right back. 15-5 now for the U.S.
U.S. had a bit of a size advantage there that allowed Cox to get her own rebound. That's happened a couple times this afternoon.
Missed shot, rebound U.S. Harper, baseline layup doesn't go well, defended by Geit. And a foul away from the ball. And that will go on the U.S. Again, personal fouls per player don't matter. One player could have 10 fouls and they're still in the game, but it's more the team fouls that are of concern. Long 2 for Janine Geit, and that's a big bucket for the Dutch.
So we'll see how USA can respond, and that's what they've been able to do all afternoon long.
Great take around the Dutch defender by Alan Taylor, and there's a reverse layup by Youngling. Doesn't go. Quickly back down low for Cox, the turnaround jumper. We've seen that a few times from her already, Mark.
Absolutely. It's her bread and butter.
Youngling takes the screen. Bounce pass. Youngling didn't go to the basket. She actually stepped away. Geit thought she was going to go right to the rim. Shot from 2 doesn't go for Geit. Now with the ball back, kicks it out. Youngling for 2 goes. Another big one there Rowena Youngling. That's her first 2 of the women's series. Americans get one right back to make it 18-9. And that foul on the U.S. And immediate timeout. So they'll get a break. Mark and I won't quite yet. We'll go through to the entertainment break after the next game, which will feature Canada taking on Romania.
And Doug, so USA got off to a red-hot start, and we've seen this now in a few matchups this afternoon. Red-hot start, and it feels like they're not maybe easing themselves into the final few minutes, but when you're up by as many points as they are, you're kind of hoping the other team tires themselves out, aren't you? And that's kind of what... Is it fair to say USA has maybe taken their foot off the gas pedal just a tad here in the last few minutes?
Yeah, and maybe not dissimilar to what we saw with EXE WING taking on Germany early. I mean, EXE WING was in control, had a lead, had some chances to win before time expired and couldn't get it done. And, I mean, it's a pretty big lead right now for the Americans, but you're right, Mar. I mean, the way the 3x3 can go, scores can happen quickly, and for the Dutch, they're going to need some answers, and they needed that free throw from Bettenville. She'll get one more here momentarily. Lois Bettenville, 3rd World Series appearance this year. 6 games played, 33 points coming into this one. Hits the second, 18-10. It's free throws on every U.S. foul, every U.S. defensive foul from here on in. That jumper doesn't go. Youngling gets it out. Den Hayton for 2 off the back of the rim and out. Youngling steps back against Cox, kicks it out. Tried to feed her back inside, but Richardson will deflect that one out of bounds. And Mark, you're going to be doing a bunch of stuff, some of this. You're going to be out on the court doing some of the in-crowd commentary too, so you'll get a bit more of a sense of the heat, I think, when you're out doing that.
I'm going to let Patrick stay out there as long as he wants. I'm just the fill-in guy for that role this afternoon. I've said it, there's nowhere to hide right now. It's gorgeous. We've had a very nice couple weeks here in Edmonton. But when you're not accustomed to that all the time, it certainly takes a lot out of you. And that's just 2 guys wearing headsets in a covered tent
that's
talking.
Right. Strong take for the bucket by Brianna Richardson. And that will end it. The Americans... No, not quite yet. That's 20. Just getting the score updated here. There we go, 19-10. So the bucket went. They must not have ruled that it counted. Didn't get the official ruling. Nonetheless, it is U.S. ball. Chance to win it with a deuce here. Richardson with Bethenville on her. Harper, shot clock winding down, has to put that up, and that one sails well out of bounds. So the Dutch hanging in. Merta Den Hayton to put the ball in play. Right, takes a screen, kicks it back out. Bethenville, 2 doesn't go. Den Hayton couldn't grab the board. Alan Taylor for the U.S. looks inside to Cox. Lauren Cox, turnaround jumper. It has been like clockwork with her on those here this afternoon.
Anytime she gets the size mismatch, which has happened more than a few times, she just takes that all day long.
But Bethenville answers right back with a 2 of her own, 20-12, so the Dutch hanging in. Cox gets fouled from behind. And that will send, they're going to rule that on the shot as the Dutch not yet in the penalty. There you see a good example of that turnaround by Cox. Played at the 2022 World Cup. Now they're going to say no free throw. Initially the official did signal a free throw, and now they're saying no. Another hard take there by Alan Taylor, doesn't go. Rebound Den Hayton for 2. Little strong, rebound Richardson. Americans patient right now, get it back into Cox. Turn around off the window, and a fitting way to end it for the U.S. Lauren Cox. Outstanding performance this afternoon. That turnaround off the glass and home. 21-12, the U.S. knock off the Netherlands in their first appearance here in Edmonton.
First appearance and their first success. This is still a lot of basketball to be played, but you got to think if you're Team USA, you're really happy with how you went out and you handled that first. Unfamiliar with the territory, unfamiliar really with your opponent that much, but they really appeared to be in control that entire matchup.
What did you like about, I mean, the Dutch, that's a tough one for them to lose as we take a look at some of the highlights from that game, but what can the Dutch take from that matchup against a big and physical American team?
That I think one thing you can take is, you know, you're going to get every team's best shot in the first few minutes here. You don't have time to get really settled in. And I mentioned earlier on, this kind of started off with, you could tell the Dutch wanted to shoot fast and furious to start this, and those shots really weren't hitting. So maybe some adjustments will have to be made at some point, knowing that the two can't save you as much as you'd like it to. It's once you're behind big, it's really hard to claw back in this style of game.
And the Dutch came in today 19% in two-point shooting, so about lower part of the pack in the women's series so far. So for those two teams, the U.S. will take on world number 1 Germany in their next game, while the Netherlands don't have a lot of time. They will be the first game of the next session, so they'll be back out on the court pretty quickly as they will take on EXE WING, both those teams looking for their first wins. Now we'll focus on the final game of this opening session. Team Canada taking on Romania. For Romania, currently 10th in the World Series standings. Canada currently number 6 in the world. We're number 5 earlier in the week, and with some other adjustments above them, they've dropped just below to number 6. But this is Canada's first appearance in the World Series so far in 2022, and of course an Edmonton connection to this Team Canada, as Michelle and Catherine Plouffe make up a key duo with this Canadian roster.
Absolutely. Those names should be very familiar to the basketball community listening. They've been, have success with the national team. They're always popping up at Golden Bears, Pandas, Stingers game, always working within the community, and it's nice to, it's nice to see them off the court, but every once in a while it's a nice reminder that they can hoop very, very well, and they look a lot similar out there, obviously, but they're going to give any type of team issues because you see them hit the floor now. They're the same person. They have quite the size advantage. They're bigger, they're broader, they're so much fun to watch. They're a talented family.
And the tie-in, of course, teammate Paige Crozon played with Michelle Plouffe at Utah, so there's a connection there as well. And then Casey Bosch, who made her 3x3 international debut last November, played her university basketball here in Alberta with the Lethbridge Pronghorns, and Paige Crozon now an assistant coach with the Pronghorns. We'll get to the lineups momentarily as the two teams warm up. Mentioned Romania, 2 12th place finishes in the World Series so far at Bordeaux and Tel Aviv, and a 3rd place strong finish for them at Ulaanbaatar, as mentioned 10th in the World Series standings. And one player to watch is veteran Anka Stoescu, 42 years old, 103rd ranked player in the world. And in some of the reading I was doing preparing for this weekend, people mentioned that she is one of, if not the all-time women's basketball MVP in the country of Romania, both in 3x3 and the 5-on-5 game. So getting to see some Romanian basketball royalty here, and at 42 years old, still going pretty strong.
She has probably seen everything, every type of venue, every type of evolution of basketball. I believe she was there was an event in Edmonton a few years ago, and I believe she was also part of that as well, if my memory is correct. But seeing her up close again, it's always a special treat when you have one of the best that a country can offer.
Yeah, and again at 42, still going strong. 12 national titles, 5 Romanian Cups. Has played pro in Greece, Israel, Cyprus, and of course in Romania. And we'll get to the lineups here in just a moment. Romania will be wearing the blue and yellow, while Canada will be in the predominantly white, trimmed with red. And Casey Bosch. Paige Crozon, number 10 player in the world. And Catherine Plouffe wearing number 2. And her twin sister Michelle wearing number 1. Michelle, the number 12 player in the world. Catherine, number 34. And Bianca Fota, number 5. Nicoletta Andrea Mitatulu, we're number 9. And there is Anka Stoenscu. And Anna Maria Veriog, that is Team Romania.
I'm excited to watch this one, Doug. I'm excited to see some Romanian royalty. I'm excited to see the Plouffe twins. It's a nice way to wrap up the first set of games.
Absolutely. Canada coming in strong. Silver medalists at the World Cup, losing to France. Won the Canada Quest National Final in Toronto a couple weeks ago. And Mark, they only surrendered 15 points in 4 games.
Holy smokes.
So to say that they cruised through that tournament would be a mild understatement.
Yeah.
But this is Team Canada's first appearance in the women's series so far in 2022. Romania 3-5 in their 8 appearances in the women's series so far. They've scored 102 points, averaging 12.8 points per game. And they've had 1 win before the limit, so before the time limit. And it will be Romania to bring the ball and the game underway. And early turnover there by Romania. Bosch with the Plouffe twins. Here's Catherine. Catherine for 2. That one well short. Rebounded by Mitatulu. Will remain Romanian ball. Stoenscu. That pass a little bit errant right into the hands of our colleague Patrick Erickson. Nice left hand by him with the mic in the right hand. And I mean, we all know Patrick's played a lot of basketball growing up, so.
Can multitask out there.
That's right. Crozon, lob inside. Nice 2-player game there, and finish for Michelle Plouffe.
That's going to be something if Canada can exploit in this matchup. They're going to take it all afternoon long, as you see the size mismatch there with the Plouffe. And she made no mistake.
And Crozon, no slouch herself height-wise. Nice look. 2 players went to Crozon and got that one inside to Catherine. Stoenscu at the free throw line, step inside. Verioe.
Nice touch on that.
2-1 now, Canada leading Romania. Bosch, step back, 2, little strong. Rebound by the Romanians, and another errant pass. 3 turnovers early for Romania.
Those turnovers could be meaningless if Canada can't capitalize on them.
7.6 turnovers a game for Romania in their World Series appearances. Bosch on the outside. Screen from Catherine, now back to Catherine. Defended by Stoenscu. Michelle up top. Up and under, long 2. That one off the rim just as the shot clock expired. Catherine cleaned up the miss, put it home. 3-1 Canada. Mitatulu to Stoenscu, directing traffic. Fota, long 2, won't go. Catherine now to Bosch. Tried to look quickly back to Catherine Plouffe, deflected out of bounds. And Paige Crozon will, no, it'll be Michelle Plouffe who will inbound. Gets it to her sister, and here is Crozon. 4-2, a little strong. Rebound by Catherine. Michelle, 4-2. That one also won't go, but deflects off the hands of Mitatulu. It will be Canada ball.
So Canada not able to capitalize on some of these Romanian turnovers early. They're still up, but you think in a perfect world you want to put a couple more baskets off those turnovers.
Getting some second looks on offensive rebounds, so that's helped them here early. Crozon deflected off Plouffe. Now Bosch, jumper, little strong, rebound. Oh, good passing there by Canada. Tic-tac-toe, literally in the paint. 4-1 for the Canadians.
Great communication there by the Canadians, and made no mistake on that finish.
And a foul on Fota as Plouffe was losing the ball. That was Michel.
As you get a replay there of that tic-tac-toe. I think the ball was in hands for maybe a quarter of a second. It was in and out so fast.
Crozon with the screen from Catherine. Quickly inside, out of bounds. They're going to rule it Canada ball.
So Canada, I get the sense that they're in control so far through the first 2.5 minutes of this one.
Plouffe out to Bosch. Shot doesn't go. Another offensive rebound for Canada. Michel finally gets a 2 to go down. 6-1 Canada, 7:20 to go. And the ball, Mark, has really been in Canada's hands almost throughout. Romania, with the turnovers and the offensive rebounds that Canada's been able to produce, has barely touched the basketball.
Yeah, the offensive rebounding has been key for this Canadian squad early. We've mentioned size advantage they have, especially with the units that are out there right now. That's something Canada is going to have to take advantage of throughout this entire tournament, and they've been doing it so far in the first just under 3 minutes here.
Romania with 38.5 possessions they average per game in the women's series so far. Nice look inside. Catherine to Crozon, couldn't finish. Crozon to her former Utah Utes teammate. That one doesn't go. So you're right, Mark. Some misses here by Canada. And there's a big bucket. Mitatulu knocks down the 2.
Yeah, Romania's they were a little cold before that shot went in, and that's a huge response there by Crozon to get those 2 points back.
And there the look inside and a foul, I think, on Catherine from behind. That'll send Mitatulu to the free throw line. And immediate timeout. 8-3 Canada, 6:41 to go here in Game 4 of the opening session of the 2022 Edmonton stop on the FIBA 3x3 Women's Series. Doug McLean along with Mark Majot right in the heart of the Ice District, downtown Edmonton.
So we have a bit of a chance here for both teams to get a breather, and Canada has really been in control. Doug has mentioned they've really controlled the boards both offensively and defensively, and we'll see what kind of adjustments Romania makes. I mentioned they also went a little ice cold there shooting, and big 2-pointer there that unfortunately for Romania was answered instantaneously by Team Canada. But if Romania wants to start chipping away, this is still a close ball game, but if Romania is going to have to start chipping away, shots like that certainly help, and they got to put together a nice run here.
Missed by Mitatulu from the free throw line and banked home for 2 by Crozon. A little sheepish smile after banking that one off the glass. Fota, that shot won't go, and it will end up out of bounds. Good box out by Plouffe to make sure that it remains or becomes Canada ball.
Can tell both Plouffe twins have a high basketball IQ as to not touch that. We had a great view of it. I feel like 9 times out of 10 a player would have grabbed it. A great distribution there by Michel Plouffe, but good job by Catherine to let that ball go out of bounds and led to points.
Michel to Crozon for that layup. Fota able to get that one, an offensive board for Romania. Their hoe with the hit, and there's another hit. Crozon starting to heat up from long range. 13-5 Canada.
And those ones are just killers if you're Romania. You finally get a bit of momentum, and then Canada hits a 2 and basically deflates you instantly.
And just such a flow to Canada's game right now, just in terms of their spacing, where they're popping to. Teammates knowing exactly where the ball needs to be. Fota bounce pass, Stoinscu. Shot won't go. Defended from behind by Bosch. Here's Casey Bosch, the Fota on her. Now Michel Plouffe. Take the handoff, little runner, goes. Stoinscu for 2, long off the back iron. Bosch. Now Crozon. Thought about the 2, now on the floor. Hard to the rim and goes around Stoinscu. 17-5 for Canada. Verho with the hit. played at Gonzaga in her last 2 years. Nice take by Casey Bosch, the two-time Canada West All-Star, 4 years with the Lethbridge Pronghorns. Stoenscu answers back with a 2 of her own, the veteran. Crozon, the miss. Bosch, rebound, passes it out. Crozon, open for 2, rattles it home. 20-8, Canada 1 point away from an opening game win. Stoenscu short. Michelle Plouffe will settle things down, steps back, hands it to Bosch. Crozon for 2, goes. Canada started slow from long range, but were as hot as it is outside to finish. Paige Crozon leading the way, 22-8 win for Canada.
A relatively clean win for Canada as well. Not a lot of fouls were called in this, but Doug, I got to think that was the most dominant performance we've seen early on in this tournament so far. Canada really never felt threatened. Romania took a couple minutes just to get their feet under them, but anytime it felt like Romania hit a 1, Canada would fire back with a 2, and that was a dominant performance here on home court for the Plouffe sisters. And I know it's a team effort, but they were a big part of what Canada did this afternoon.
So great start, 4 great games. Just to recap what we've seen so far: 21-20 Germany over EXE WING, 20-13 France over Force 10, 21-12 the U.S. over the Netherlands, and Canada just moments ago with a 22-8 victory over Romania. We're going to pause. As the teams pause, we'll be back. Next game coming up, it will be EXE WING taking on the Netherlands. I'm Doug McLean. He's Mark Majot. Patrick Erickson's with us as well. Thanks for tuning in no matter where you're watching. This is the FIBA 3x3 Women's Series from Ice District Plaza in downtown Edmonton, Canada.
They talking about me cause they never been relevant. Haters will copy, but I'm never done stunting tricks. Watch when I walk into a room, it gets lit. And since we talking about my girl, I drop a couple of hits. My daddy Laramie, granny my grandma Reek. Gon' mix that west side with that south to get that cocky heat. I'm country fat that like my money blue and loud strong. Do not care what you do, where you been or who you know. I go for mine, don't waste no time, and I ain't never stopping. I got moves to make and I'm bad. I work hard and show it. I sell hard, got hard bars, got bad up, sipping my way. Imperial about the acre, don't give a damn about the haters. I stay fly and stay live, so serious about my paper. I look good in that grind, and I grind. Come for mine, why you trying, I look good, and I grind, come for mine, why you trying, Where my ladies who be stacking that paper, where my ladies who be stacking that paper, spit your game, show you got drive in that flavor, get it girl, don't lose all of your favor. Where my ladies who be stacking that paper, where my ladies who be stacking that paper, spit your game, show you got drive in that flavor, get it girl, don't lose all of your favor. I'ma give you life when I throw this money up on you. I'ma give you life when I throw this money up on you. Bad little bunny getting money, it's a competition. Hit it, girl, don't lose all of your favor. No.
I know you're a superstar, a supernova shining, you can see from super far. And they ain't ready, know you're about to hit the throttle on them. Won't see it coming, you gon' come through like a supercar. Tell me what it feel like to have no fear at all and do it here in real life. Real time right now, all day long. I know it's special and I know you know it feels right. You're the reason it will last forever. You're the star that's staring back up in the mirror. Cause it's special when you stand out from the rest. When you know that you're the best. I know you're unstoppable. I know you woke up feeling nothing is impossible. You got the key, I know you know the door's unlockable. Ain't nothing standing in your way, there ain't no obstacle. I know you're the chosen one. Numbers don't matter when you know that you're the only one. Time don't matter, you can do it all day long. I know you about to show the world just where you coming from. Staring back up in the mirror. Cause it's special when you stand out from the rest. When you know that you're the reason it will last forever. You're the star that's staring back up in the mirror. Cause it's special when you stand out from the rest. When you know that you're the best.
On the stage, got the whole place rocking. It's popping, no stopping. Standing on the stage, got the whole place watching. Vacation, hotel hopping. I'm a big deal, I'm a big deal. I'm a big deal, I'm a big deal. Standing on the stage, got the whole place rocking. I'm a big deal, I'm a big deal. Worldwide on the scene, I'm a big deal. Everybody know me, I'm a big deal. Main event everywhere, I'm a big deal. And I'm big still, cause I'm a big deal. Worldwide on the scene, I'm a big deal. Everybody know me, I'm a big deal. Main event everywhere, I'm a big deal. Do that there, how you do it, do it, do it, do it, do that there. How you do it, do it, do it, do it, do that there. How you do it, do it, do it, come on, come on. Woo. Yeah. I'm a big deal, I'm a big deal. I'm a big deal, I'm a big deal. Standing on the stage, got the whole place rocking. I'm a big deal, I'm a big deal. 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 Worldwide on the scene, I'm a big deal. Everybody know me, I'm a big deal. Main event everywhere, I'm a big deal. And I'm big still, cause I'm a big deal. Worldwide on the scene, I'm a big deal. Everybody know me, I'm a big deal. Main event everywhere, I'm a big deal. Do that there, how you do it, do it, do it, do it, do that there. How you do it, do it, do it, do it, do that there. How you do it, do it, do it, come on, come on. Woo. Yeah. Do that there, how you do it, do it, do it, do it, do that there. How you do it, do it, do it, come on, come on. Woo. Yeah. I'm a big deal, I'm a big deal. I'm a big deal, I'm a big deal. Standing on the stage, got the whole place rocking. I'm a big deal, I'm a big deal. 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 I'm a big deal, I'm a big deal.
Yo, man, pull up, ain't talking a reload. Bust doors, no need for a key though. Man, I take aim, but this ain't a free throw though. Man, I bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at me though. Man, I take aim, no free throw. No, man, I bustin' if you're coming at me though. Man, pull up, ain't talking a reload. Bust doors, no need for a key though. Man, I take aim, but this bustin' if you're coming at my head though. Fuck sexual innuendos. At the door like I'm coming for the rent. No man's not running like I've got no legs. No me, I'll bring it to you first. Not a coroner, but I bring it to your hearse. Man are on full, man I put you in the dirt. Man plotting on the best and I bring it to your worst. Always had a comeback, no banter. I'm known as a serial ranter. Means I don't hold back nothing, put hands up. My emotions might leave me to snap up. Wrap up something, no gift, not Santa. Do you know where you're from, don't matter. Anyone can be food, no platter. Have you wet man, let the thing splatter.
Try no man, don't play that, don't play that. Been like that since way back, since way back. Man roll around and spray that, and spray that. Man miss you, they spray that, they spray that.
Yo, man pull up, ain't talking a reload. But still no need for a key though. Man I take aim, but this ain't a free throw though. Man I bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at me though. Man I take aim, no free throw. No man I bustin' if you're coming at me though. Man pull up, ain't talking a reload. But still no need for a key though. Man I take aim, but this ain't a free throw. No man I bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at me though. Man I take aim, no free throw. No man I bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming, no put it out. Get a pun, but I mean no shaking out. Meaning if it's on, then it's on, stay looking out. On-site gas, so it's fire, no cooking out. Run, you ain't say no bolting. Book for the wall, you're coping. You're a pump, only right, you're soaking. Not off the loud, brother, ain't smoking. Don't know what you're chat for. Why you front, have you running for the back door? Man took offense, why you thinking that's a tap for? Man, I leave more holes in you than a crack hole, too raw. That's how the beef come. Know it well, and that's how the beef done. There's no rules, no, that's how the street run. Man, I get light, see sun, let the week done.
Try no man, don't play that, don't play that. Been like that since way back, since way back. Man roll around and spray that, and spray that. Man miss you, they spray that, they spray that. Try no man, don't play that, don't play that. Been like that since way back, since way back. Man roll around and spray that, and spray that. Man miss you, they spray that, they spray that.
Yo, man pull up, ain't talking a reload. But still no need for a key though. Man I take aim, but this ain't a free throw though. Man I bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at me though. Man I take aim, no free throw. No man I bustin' if you're coming at me though. Man pull up, ain't talking a reload. But still no need for a key though. Man I take aim, but this ain't a free throw. No man I bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at me though. Man I take aim, no free throw. No man I bustin' if you're coming at me though.
Incredible.
Welcome back to Ice District Plaza in the heart of downtown Edmonton and the FIBA 3x3 Women's Series. This is the second session. Doug McLean along with Patrick Erickson. It's hot.
It is very hot.
So let's just get that out of the way. Everyone's already heard Mark and I talk about that for a while. It's hot, but this is pretty awesome. You were out there close to the action. What was it like being out there a little bit?
Well, I like being in this tent with the shade better. Just to copy that, let's get that out of the way. But no, it was great. You're right there. 2 of the games, that was the favorite corner for corner 3. So on those kickouts, it's in front of you every time. But it's 2 feet from the action, and I guess we're a solid 5 feet back now. That's pretty good.
Yeah, you're right in the middle of it. But, what did you see from that opening session? We were talking a little bit off air. Canada, pretty dominant performance over Romania. The American team, a pretty dominant performance themselves. Germany struggled against EXE WING, found a way to win. That was a game that they're probably lucky to have won.
Yeah, if EXE WING makes their free throws, they win.
That's right. So they come out with a victory despite not playing very well. But I'd say Canada, U.S., probably the 2 teams that looked the best in the opening session.
Yeah, absolutely. And Germany, Sonia Greinacher is just getting back into this squad after a little time away, and she's the number 1 ranked by player value metric, however this new 3-on-3 stat that we're getting used to. She is the number 1 player on the circuit right now, so she adapts. Perhaps they find their chemistry again, but definitely Lauren Cox was an absolute delight to watch. And then the Plouffe sisters, and followed by a little late Quazon magic. And Romania, who's had some upsets in the past, really didn't seem to provide much of a challenge to Canada. And, of course, I think we have the last game of this session circle between France and Canada. But I think the Netherlands is a team right now that's going to want to rebound against this EXE WING team.
Yeah, this could be an interesting one here as the teams get introduced. These 2 teams coming off of losses. EXE WING, of course, we mentioned, had a chance to beat Germany. Couldn't quite do it, but you can't pile up too many losses too early in these things. You gotta, 1 is fine, but you gotta find an answer pretty quick if you lose that opener.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And you don't want to dig yourself into a hole. I know everyone advances to the quarterfinals, but there's still seeding. You don't want to finish. You've got 2-3 really good teams in each pool. You don't want to somehow slip down to that last spot and find yourself playing Canada or USA in a quarterfinal game. Canada in front of their home crowd. It's a pretty good atmosphere for the Plouffe sisters, especially for game number 1.
Well, yeah, I'm impressed, actually. It's a Friday afternoon here in Edmonton on a long weekend. So in Canada, well, not all parts of Canada, but most parts of Canada, a long weekend coming up with a holiday Monday. So the crowd's been pretty good here for a Friday, and I expect them to continue to get better over the course of the weekend into Saturday and Sunday. Forecast a little bit cooler, not much cooler on the weekend. So we'll see how that plays out. We'll look at the players on these 2 rosters. First for EXE WING, Natalie Kukowski. Supavdi Kunchuan goes by Bo. Tekakua, Yumi, and Camille Zimmerman. And then for the Netherlands, Lois Bettenville, Janine Goit, Roy Youngling, and Merta Den Hayten.
Go ahead.
No, go for it, Patrick.
I'm very interested to see how EXE WING kind of rebounds. They honestly looked really good, especially Kukowski early in that first game. They've had the longest break. Netherlands played not long ago, and they got a quick turnaround, but EXE WING's had a break. I'm curious to see how they try to rebound from that performance.
And what we've seen a little bit already in the early goings, we've seen from the American teams, we've seen from the American teams, and we've seen from Canada, and also with EXE WING, the size that they bring, and that's something the Netherlands doesn't necessarily have. So can they match up to the size that EXE WING was able to deliver to Germany? That bucket will not count.
Yeah, we did see that the size has been a huge factor. Being able to handle, they could not handle Lauren Cox. I don't know. We'll see in future games if anyone can. That's a national champion in the NCAA, but
yeah, she was outstanding.
Kukowski is a big player. Zimmerman's got size, so this is not a downsizing, if you will. But the Netherlands came in highly touted in the preview. Yep. They came in as the team kind of like right there at number 3, number 4 in that border. So, yeah, they definitely want to step it up as well.
Netherlands 13th ranked team in the world. 2 fifth-place finishes so far in the women's series at Tel Aviv and Ulaanbaatar. For EXE WING, 16th in the World Series standings, currently unranked, but they had 7th and 9th place finishes respectively at the Style Trois Poitiers and Tel Aviv World Series stops. Here is Goit, Janine Goit. Of course, we mentioned before, played at the University of Regina for one season, so has spent time here in Western Canada.
And if you want to look at the, as there's a foul there, no shot. If you want it 3 and 3 encompassed in one thing right there, it's a 2. And then the X-Wing gets a little bit, they kind of hesitate for a little bit. Netherlands just get right off the check ball, ties it up 2-2.
Yeah, that's the amazing thing. That transition is so fun to watch in terms of how quickly they can make it work. Kukowski comes right back for X-Wing, 3-2. As you mentioned, Patrick, she was really good. She and Zimmerman, a good duo in that game against the Germans, who had a tough time dealing with X-Wing sides.
Yeah, absolutely, and she's got all 3 points. And for a post, she shoots from the outside. So I know in 3v3, it becomes even harder to try to hide someone who can't shoot. So the fact that a big player can get out there and hit the 3 or the 2, it definitely helps in a big way.
There's a miss from Kukowski, rebound to Den Hayden. Kukowski, 3.4 points a game through her 5 appearances. Coming into this tournament does not include the game earlier against Germany. Youngling cleans up the miss for the Netherlands to tie things at 3. Yumi, smallest player in the tournament.
And probably their second best player behind Kukowski in that first game.
Yeah.
She hit some big shots.
Has played in both of X-Wing's World Series appearances so far. 384th ranked player in the world. And we should mention, I mean, the rankings, as much as they're important, you got to take into account it's a matter of how you're earning points for tournaments you're participating in too.
Right.
So if you're not playing as much, clearly your ranking is going to go down. So it's an important ranking. You take it. I mean, we've talked about Sonia Greinacher, the #1 player in the world. But a lot of it is, of course, the number of tournaments you're playing, but your success within them too. So we don't obviously discount that either.
No, absolutely not. And I think also as we kind of get back to hopefully a sense of lasting normalcy post-COVID, a lot of these players are starting to just start playing, and it's a worldwide event. You got to travel, and countries have restrictions, so I'm sure there's certain times that players just couldn't get to a game.
Yeah. No, it's a great point. You're right. I mean, everything has been so different, and now that we're seeing a little more continuity to how events are happening, then you'll probably see players able to schedule a little bit more easily. And we mentioned, Mark and I mentioned the opening broadcast too, that a lot of these teams have rosters of 5, 6, 8 players that they may mix in from tournament to tournament. So they only have 4 here or 4 at each tournament, but they'll mix players in and out a little bit too, so that will affect rankings for team and for player. Yeah,
if you're not familiar with it, there are individual players and team rankings for FIBA, which does help determine seeding.
Yep.
Especially when we get down the road into the championship end of season tournaments.
Here's Geit. Bethenville calls for the screen, steps back for 2. That one good. Bethenville knocks it down, and there's huge collision. That's going to go against X-Wing.
Kind of a choppy start to this game as we're here at 5-3 with just over 7 minutes to play. We've seen either or. We haven't seen kind of in between yet. We've seen some slow grinders, and we've seen, Canada and USA just blow the roof off.
And there's Goit on that miss moments ago. Here is Yumi with the handoff from Kunchuan. Kunchuan didn't start playing basketball until she was about 16, or at least playing it very seriously until 16, and very shortly after, she was playing on national youth teams in Thailand. We have a media timeout. So Kunchuan, someone who came to the game a little bit later, went and played in the NAIA in Florida in the United States. So pretty quick ascent for her, and I don't think her story is unique, but I think there are a lot of players that have come to 3x3 in a lot of different ways.
Oh yeah, this is a great blend. Honestly, looking through these players' rosters, you have someone there in NAIA. You have Lauren Cox, who won 2 national titles at Baylor. You have foreign players that played at the highest level in D1. You have players who've never played college basketball in Canada or the U.S., and they're all competing on the same court. And we're going to see some men's teams that have never played in the U.S., and that Belgian team, we'll talk about that later, is really, really good. But, just everyone coming together and kind of just, it's still not a new sport, but it's a new event. And it's as it evolves, I think we're going to see more and more establishment of stars on these tours.
Agreed. I think you're right. And for those of you listening from abroad, you're probably quite familiar with basketball, but you heard Patrick talk about D1, Division I in the NCAA in college basketball in the U.S. But it's true. It's a really good mix of players and bring different skills to the game too. As there's a good look inside to Zimmerman from Kukowski, the two Americans playing on this X-Wing team, and a layup right back for Youngling. 7-4 for the Netherlands up on X-Wing.
Pretty good rally, especially this last little part for the Netherlands. This is definitely more fluid than they looked in their first game. I think after that Bentonville, too, just a moment ago, they definitely seem to have a bit more rhythm.
Yeah.
And X-Wing struggling to find much on offense, especially outside of Kukowski, who I think the Netherlands is pretty much trying to take out of the game and said somebody else beat us.
Yeah. And for X-Wing, you're right, because they, in that opener against Germany, they found their offense early, just couldn't find it late when they needed to finish off the Germans. Dutch ball. Geit quickly explodes around Zimmerman, but the block on the help from Kukowski. Off the back iron, miss.
How quickly did she close that space? I didn't think anyone was going to get to that.
And a foul coming up here on X-Wing. That'll go on Zimmerman. Okay, if you're just tuning in or just new to 3x3, personal fouls don't matter. One player could have 10, they can keep playing. So it's not like typical basketball. Team fouls do matter. Every foul after the 6th is you're in the penalty. Automatic 2 free throws, and 10 and beyond, it's 2 free throws and possession. That ball will go off. They're going to rule it off the Netherlands, so it will be X-Wing ball.
We saw those team fouls play out in that first X-Wing Germany game. As X-Wing, I think early, anytime that Greinacher got the ball, it was pretty much Fowler in the post, but that added up at the end of the game, and they ended up winning on free throws.
Yep, that was a calculated gamble that didn't pay off for X-Wing, as Germany got that matchup against Yumi in the post a few times. Attempted pass inside to Kunchuan from Yumi won't connect. Missed by the Netherlands. 7-4, just over 5.5 minutes to go. Good strong take there by Kukowski. Natalie Kukowski, Seattle Storm draftee, 3rd round, 35th overall in 2021. Played last season in the Czech Republic with Brno. 7th in the World Series in rebounds at 6 a game.
You could see why. She is, especially for 3-on-3, a big player in the post. And there she is again down low.
And they start to space the floor, give her that space in the paint, and she's taking advantage of it, putting the ball on the floor around Youngling. Get a look at that right here, as you can see the two X-Wing players up high, and that enables the penetration from Kukowski. She will take a quick breather. Team substituting. In this game, they substitute fairly quickly. Anyway, I have to think today, because of the heat, it's going to be even quicker. And no bucket. Foul on the Netherlands. That will be their 5th, so not in the penalty yet. Every Dutch defensive foul from here on in will be X-Wing shots at the line. Good take there by Kunchuan.
Nice rally by X-Wing. They're right back into the game. And then the Netherlands, back and forth we go.
Yeah, here we go. This is how we saw it in the opening, where games, like you mentioned a couple seconds ago, were sort of grinding and then all of a sudden just take off, and the offense starts to click. And there is Zimmerman.
I'm pretty impressed, actually, with I was very curious how X-Wing was going to react with Kukowski taking that breather, and they go ahead and get 2 baskets with her on the bench. That only bodes well.
Yep. Bentonville steps back now. Goit screen from Bentonville. Pull-up jumper, no good. Rebound by Camille Zimmerman. Played a little bit this year as well with another 3x3 team, Seattle Force 10, which includes Blake Dietrich, who's here this weekend playing with Force 10, just to keep all of this straight. If I'm doing that or making it worse. Another good take. Kukowski doing a great job putting the ball on the floor.
She's coming for Greinacher's world ranking at this rate. My goodness. Can't wait if we get a matchup with her and Lauren Cox. That'd be a heck of a thing to watch.
Yeah, there are a few bigs in this tournament. I think if you're right, if we get some matchups together, I think it'll be a lot of fun to see how those teams grind things out. Zimmerman gets it to Kunchuan. Here's Zimmerman. Led the Ivy League in scoring back in 2017 when she played for Columbia. Immediate timeout. Under 4 minutes to go. 9-8. And like you said, Patrick, I mean, we saw it, and I'm forgetting which game it was in the first session where it was similar. Pretty slow grinding game about this point, and then it just took off. Maybe in the third one in the session.
Yes, yeah, the France Force game, yes.
Yeah, and all of a sudden it just took off, and right now it's a grind out here in more ways than one. I mean, both teams battling, but I think the heat playing a factor here too.
Yeah, and I mean, you got the sun in your eyes at times as it shifts and the glare shifts, and you got to be constantly adjusting. It's part of the deal with playing outside. It's definitely a different environment. If you've never shot outside and you just come straight out of a gym, you're going to miss pretty much all of your shots. And yes, as you say, the heat and that bench, I mean, yes, you get to take a seat, but you're still in the sun.
That's
so,
right.
Yeah.
Luckily, not a lot of wind, so that's not going to affect shooters here so far today. And for those of you, again, as we sort of orient people coming in from around the world, we're here in Western Canada, about 4 hours east of the Rocky Mountains, and the sun is up pretty late in this part of the world, near 10 o'clock every day. So the sun, as it comes around Ice District, will be blazing on these athletes basically throughout all of today's games. And it'll be the same thing for them as they get into playoffs tomorrow afternoon. Kunchuan bounce pass. Zimmerman shot won't go. Collects her own rebound. Falls down. Can't get the tie-up, do the Dutch, but X-Wing now. Shot clock winding down. Kunchuan has to put it up, Michael Jordan style.
Oh, she tried.
She tried. Not quite as successful. And one more hand in her face that I think Jordan had on that similar. I'm trying to think who he did that one against. It'll come to me.
Which time?
Well, which time is the one thing, but there's one that looked very similar to that. I'm dating myself here just a little bit.
Kunchuan a little slow to get up after that, and she'll take a seat. And you only have one sub, so the injury, knock on wood, you never want to see it, but that could be by far a game changer in a tournament like this. If you lose one player, you have no subs.
Well, and you got to think that that's a big thing that coaches and trainers with teams are preaching as a shot clock violation against X-Wing is that hydration aspect, making sure that you're constantly doing that, because, I mean, that's one thing to have injury, but cramping and all kinds of other issues could arise with the fact that it is so warm out. Near steal there from Bentonville behind us. She snuck up on Kokowski trying to clear it to Takakua Yumi.
Right off of her two-point basket as well. And she's definitely shown the best shooting range of any of the Dutch so far.
For Bentonville, 18% one-point shooter, 29% two-point shooter. So among the elite two-point shooters on the women's series.
Definitely the shooting percentages effect in 3v3, because with that short shot clock in such a small court, you're going to get a lot of just heaves like we saw from Kunchuan a minute ago, just trying to get anything up, and that will hurt your shooting percentage.
Absolutely.
So when you hear 25%, it's not like an NBA player shooting 25%.
Right. Yeah. These aren't all spot-up looks that you're getting. Yumi, little pull-up. That one won't go. Youngling will clear for the Dutch. Foul inside. This will go on Kunchuan.
X-Wing's sixth foul, so all defensive fouls for both teams from here on out will result in free throws. And we're back to that grind, 10-10 with 2 to play.
Exactly. Lowest scoring game so far that we've seen. Good. Another take there by Janine Goit. Yumi waited for the screen there from Kokowski. Tried to get it over the outstretched arms of Goit. Could not do it. An offensive foul on the screen from Bentonville, trying to open up some space for the 38th ranked player in the world in Janine Goit.
And Yumi, the smallest player on the court, takes a tumble off of that screen and takes a seat for a second after that.
Don't blame her. Kokowski loses her footing, and the ball ends up in the hands of the Dutch, who hold a 1-point lead, 1:25 to go. Big game for these two coming in, both 0-1. Goit step back jumper, a little short. Zimmerman, nice seal by Kunchuan inside.
Really nice seal on the bigger player too, and a nice recognition from Zimmerman.
Another good example of that quick transition from defense to offense shown there by X-Wing.
And I think Goit on that is going to have a little bit of issue with the call there, as it looked like she was fouled. They don't call it, and then they call a foul on her on the rebound.
And that will send X-Wing to the free throw line. Timeout called by X-Wing. So coming back, it will be them shooting free throws in a tie ball game. And, you know, free throws, we know this in basketball, they make a big difference in any game, but in certain instances here in the 3x3, it's a big factor. I mean,
yes.
Especially once you get to the penalty and you're shooting 2, you got to be really careful. And it's such a physical game that it's hard to dial that back when you get late in games like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you're still getting used to shooting on a basket here, and we saw essentially free throws change the game in that first Germany X-Wing game. X-Wing had a chance to essentially win it from the free throw line. They did not, and Germany did. And we're tied 11-11 with a minute to go, and X-Wing at the line.
They get a great look at our crew. Awesome job by our crew from IC Live here in Edmonton, led by Dave Foley, who's been a great partner for this event. And you got a good look at the setup here in Ice District and the scoreboard on the big video screen that's above the doors entering Rogers Place, the hockey arena here in downtown Edmonton, where the Edmonton Oilers of the National Hockey League play.
Ooh, what a play. Good job there to knock it off. But yes, this is that's a nice feature right there that they were able to put the scoreboard on. I know they were working late on it, but I don't know how many events I've ever seen of any level that you've been able to put on an outdoor scoreboard like that. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's a good setup for it for sure. 12 apiece, 40 seconds left. Good look inside from Kukowski, the assist to Zimmerman.
Really nice job by X-Wing stepping up. We haven't mentioned Kukowski's name in a while, but they're leading here late in the game.
And answered right back by Goit. That's a 1. Oh, crossover there by Zimmerman. Layup gets around Youngling.
Little finger roll there. She puts it up and in. Little style.
Goit for 2. In and out. That would have been huge for the Netherlands. Down by 1. Time ticking.
About a 3-second differential between game and shot clock.
And can't really foul because that would put X-Wing on the free throw line. Shot gets off, doesn't go. Dutch will need to get one away quickly. They're not going to. Game over.
Ooh, and then X-Wing might have gotten a little bit lucky with the non-call there at the end, which would have sent them to the line for a chance to win. But X-Wing, what a rally. They basically outplay the number 1 team in the world and then end up losing at the last second, but they come right back and get a W.
Big win for them over the 13th ranked team in the world from the Netherlands, as conversations continue between the official and Janine Goit following that X-Wing win. But you're right. I mean, they, for X-Wing, pretty patient game from them. They just kind of let it. I mean, it was a grinding, slow type game, but they started to find some offense late, knock down some big shots and some key plays. We talk about that Kunschwan seal late in the paint that opened up an opportunity for them. So strong performance for X. That's 2 strong performances for them. Maybe a little bit of a blip against Germany late, but they've come out strong here early.
Yeah, they came in as technically, and again, we could talk about ranking all day. We could have a podcast about it later, but they come in as the lowest ranked team in the tournament, and they end up taking the number 1 team in the world all the way to the wire, and then coming back and beating a very good Dutch team by a point. And I don't know if anyone's going to want to play X-Wing in a close game at this point, as both their games have come down to 1-point victories. Again, 14-13, the final score on that one as X-Wing edges the Netherlands. Just to recap the other games from our first session this morning, as we had Germany, as we just talked about, edging out X-Wing 21-20. France pulling away late against Force 10 from the USA 20-13. USA beating this Netherlands team 21-12. And then Canada just absolutely running Romania off the court. And then X-Wing again just knocking off the Netherlands 14-13 as we start session number 2. And Romania, much like the Netherlands, is hopping right back onto the court. Just a 2-game break, albeit a bit of a down break as well for everyone between. But they're having a pretty short turnaround, and they're facing a Force 10 team who you could talk about the accolades of these players In terms of individual talent, they might be the number 2 talented team behind the USA team if you just want to go off of history. But they 3-on-3 is a lot about cohesion, and they definitely look like a team that is still learning to play together.
Yeah, that was noticeable, I think, in the first, and you put that very well in the sense that very talented team, as all these teams are, but the ones that have some of that experience either playing together or playing in that 3x3 game with other players, that cohesion, as you said, the flow to the game is so crucial. And Force 10 started to find a little bit of it as the game went on, but France, with their experience, of course, World Cup champions, just had too much for them in their first game.
Yeah, and we'll see that defending World Cup champions coming up here in our final game of this session, which is going to be a dandy because it's going to be a rematch of the World Cup final from just a couple months ago, where France will take on Team Canada right here. So a World Cup final rematch in front of what was already a pretty pro-Canadian crowd in game number 1. As a pretty good turnout for that game, and we hope to see it continue through this weekend. Again, just a little hot, but you couldn't ask for a clear, nicer day right now beyond a little bit of the heat, and just a great atmosphere. It's downtown, it's free, it's a fun event, and it's unique. It's not like a gym sport, and nothing against gym sports. We both cover that a lot, but this is it's a different experience and a good one.
Yeah, no, it's different in a lot of ways, but good different. And again, on a Friday afternoon, crowd has been okay. It'll pick up, we know, over the course of the weekend as we introduce Force 10. Number 2, Blake Dietrich. Number 4, Merritt Hempy. Number 1, Alexis Peterson. And number 3, Catherine Westbeld. So they will wear their white uniforms for this second game, whereas Romania will come out in their blue and yellow. And Bianca Fota wearing number 5. She's followed by Nicoletta Andrea Mititulu wearing number 9. Anka Stoensku, number 24. And Anna Maria Virjoge.
We talked about a little bit before the blend of players, and Stanescu, 42 years old, and there's some early 20s here. So she is the quote-unquote, and I mean this in the nicest way, senior citizen of the group, but she is a legend in Romanian basketball, and not just 3-on-3. She has a history that any player would be proud of, in a career that whenever she decides to call it quits, because she looks like she could do this for another 10 years, is going to go down in history as one of the great international careers, 3v3, 5v5, club, pro, international. She is fun to watch, and it's just, again, a 42-year-old and a 23-year-old playing on the same court on even ground, essentially. It's just fun.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. I mean, all these players, but yeah, I got a few years on Anka, not many, but a few. So she's at least in my category. So I'm even more impressed because I don't think I could be out here doing what they're doing. Well, I know I couldn't be out here doing what they're doing right now. Fota with the little runner, won't go off the window. Rebound into the hands of Peterson on the second miss from Mititulu. Quickly they get the ball inside to Westbell. That shot won't go. Now Virjoge. Fota, Virjoge cuts across. Hempy steals it, tips it away, I should say, from the Romanian player. And then the little floater, finger roll in the lane from Columbus, Ohio native Alexis Peterson. Then an offensive foul against the Romanians.
Drawn by Peterson. And Peterson, a University of Texas product, a couple Sweet 16 appearances to her name. And she was one of the players that I think struggled a little bit in that first game to adapt, but that was a nice move right there. And she can get that driving game going. That's definitely her strength. She's not as much of a spot-up shooter as some of the other guards.
Here is Fota. Virjoge short on that little turnaround. Quickly out, Dietrich from the corner for 2, goes.
What a shot by Dietrich. And again, the quickness exemplified right there. Just a quick pass out and a 2.
On the floor, Fota has the ball stripped away. Romania 10th in World Series standings. 2 12th place finishes in Bordeaux and Tel Aviv, and a nice third-place finish in Ulaanbaatar. Force 10, we said earlier, their first appearance in the Women's Series in 2022. This group affiliated with the Seattle Storm of the WNBA. Westbeld on the floor. That one a little strong off the glass. Foda calling for some help, and no one coming to help her out. Just puts up that shot, won't go.
Short shot clock.
Dietrich kicks it to Peterson. And inside, they're going to get Foda with the hook on Westbeld as they tried to lob that one inside to the former member of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
Good recognition there. Verho is there. The one player with size on Romania was taking a breather, and right inside, Force 10 went and got the basket.
That bucket goes for Force 10. That two will not go for Stoenscu. And that little bunny inside goes for Force 10 for Hempe. Hempe, the former Georgia Lady Bulldog. Ball tipped out of bounds. It will remain Romania basketball.
Much like the Netherlands, Romania, a little bit of an undersized team. They do have one big player, but they are going to struggle at times with some of these bigger American, German, and Canadian teams, and we're seeing it play out right here in this 5-0 start.
Anna Maria Verjoge, the one big for Romania, has spent time playing in North America, played at Gonzaga. As the crow flies, not that far, for a fair ways from where we are here in Edmonton, but not that far, relatively speaking, to the size of Canada and the U.S. So in the vicinity, let's put it that way. She spent 2 years there, started all but one game as a senior, a team where they were the West Coast Conference champions this past year.
Really nice move by Peterson there for the layup. She's definitely looking a lot better in this game.
Dietrich for two, a little bit short. Rebound, nice job there by Verjoge. Mikatulu well short on that too, as Romania just cannot find anything and any kind of rhythm offensively. Force 10 having their way with them, and again, as you said, Patrick, that size definitely playing a factor in this game too.
And you could see Force 10 is right in their face. They're face guarding. They're getting right in the grills of the Romanians because they know they want to shoot it, and when they don't have that option, they have nowhere to go, and they force up a shot, and they don't have the size for the rebound.
There's a nice little play as Stoenscu, the veteran, draws two defenders, and then a good look-around bounce pass to Verjoge for their first bucket of the day, or this game, I should say. Scored 8 in that loss to Canada. Stoenscu steps back, tried to find Verjoge. That one tipped away by Westbeld. Now here's Dietrich. Up top to Peterson. Jumper from the free throw line, rattles home.
That's pretty. Peterson's got 5. She's looking very, very good in this game as we get a timeout on the court. 9-1, Force 10. Both these teams also coming off losses.
Yep.
Purely coincidental that all of the
absolutely.
first games are with the teams that lost in the first game. Maybe not as coincidental that the Netherlands, who lost a close one in Romania, both on shorter rest, are the teams that are struggling. Again, we've mentioned it 1,000 times. We'll continue to mention it. It's hot. That's not a non-factor.
It's no, and yeah, we don't mean to beat that point too much, but it is a factor. It's just hard to ignore that. And when you heard about it as an example last year at the Olympics in Tokyo, the heat in all sports. I mean, it is a factor. And these are extremely well-conditioned athletes. There's no question about that. But still, trying to deal with this kind of heat is not the easiest thing in the world. But hey, these are extremely well-conditioned athletes, and they're putting on quite a show. 28 degrees right now in Edmonton with the Humidex 33 degrees Celsius. Wind blowing at 18 kilometers an hour, but you're not going to get a lot of wind in the plaza just because of the buildings that surround. A little bit of a breeze every now and again, but probably not a lot to really help the athletes. Although, again, as we said before, they may not mind that because wind and outside shooters don't tend to go hand in hand very well.
No, they do not.
I remember that playing on the courts myself when younger as a shooter myself. And my teammates would get all mad at me when shots were blowing on. I'm like, hey, give me some credit. I'm not that bad.
You have to be a quarterback, adjust for that wind trajectory.
Right, exactly, yeah, you start doing it. Dietrich off the mark on that double. And it will be Romania ball trying to chip their way back into it. 6:14 to go. First team to 21 or leader after 10 minutes.
Should be noted that most games actually do end in time and not score, but in this, our first 2 games and 3 of the first 4 games ended at 21, which is not normal for 3v3, as that one is, they're discussing shot clock violation or out of bounds. It will be Romanian basketball.
As the explanation given to Peterson.
I don't think Force 10 can complain too much with this 9-1 lead.
Yeah, I think you just keep quiet on that. You feel pretty good. Keep the officials feeling good about where you're at too. Miss from Verjoge. Westbeld layup with the left foul, and Verjoge knows that one's on her.
Guaranteed point off the basket, though. She was well beaten by Westbeld, so she'll try to force a point from the line. What does Romania need to do to get back into this game at some point? Like, we just haven't seen them get into a rhythm yet, and hopefully that's just something that will come with time.
And is that Stoenscu on cue hits that one? But is that partly what Romania is doing, or is that a lot of what Force 10's doing to them?
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of both. But yeah, Force 10's defense has been exceptional in this game. As that basket was attributed, it's actually 11-3 right now is our scores. That basket given to Force 10 on the scoreboard. We'll get that fixed here in a second. But yeah, the defense here is very, very good. And we did see pretty good defense by Force 10 against France. The only game that didn't go to 21 of our first session went to 20, but they did do a pretty good job of shutting down the World Cup champions and almost completely shutting out Romania right now. So yeah, I don't want to take away from Force 10 at all. Their defense is spectacular. It's just a matter of what can Romania do to salvage something at this point, probably heading to game number 3, 0-2 at that point.
Anna Maria Verjoge at the line during the World Series so far, 36% free throw shooter.
It's a little more alarming than a 25% field goal shooter with the free throws.
Yes.
A little harder to shoot free throws outside, but not that hard.
Not much harder. Romania will take on France. They will get a good break. They will be the last game of the day, right around 7 p.m. here in Edmonton tonight, which is Mountain Time, if you're looking to gauge that based on where you're watching us from. As Verjoge misses the free throw. So Romania will take on France. Force 10 will take on Canada, which should be an interesting matchup in the second game of the last session. Verjoge quickly back to Stoenscu. Pull-up jumper just inside the arc. Thought about dropping, but popped back out. Now a look at a 2, and it goes for Stoenscu. So far from beyond the arc, 24% during women's series action.
Couple of 2s for her, and Romania gets on the board. And Stoenscu, if you haven't seen it, let's go look up FIBA 3v3 highlights, and you'll see her hitting a buzzer beater right off of a check ball. What would have otherwise gone to overtime. She is a player, and she's starting to show after a couple of shots.
Dietrich just steps on the baseline. So it will be Romania ball, who are doing what they need to do. They're chipping away, Patrick. I mean, it's still a 6-point edge for Force 10, but they've started to limit the offense of Force 10 here over the last couple minutes.
Yeah, they've definitely hit a lull that they found about at this point, honestly, against France, because they were toe-to-toe early, and then they hit an offensive struggle midway through that game. This time they have a sizable lead, but definitely something they're going to want to figure out is what's going on in the middle of the games right now.
Dietrich just inside the elbow, shot won't go, gets her own rebound. Nice look. Knew exactly where Westbeld was. Stoenscu had vacated, and that opened up Westbeld for that easy layup. 12-6, Force 10 in front.
Very unselfish play. Probably could have scored herself, but took the definite basket off the assist.
Verjoge with the jumper. That one's good. Now Dietrich, shot fake on the floor. Lefty layup. Good. Nice steal there by Peterson. Kicks out Dietrich for 2. Off. Rebound. Verjoge over Westbeld. Stoenscu dribbles to her left. That two will not go. Westbeld kicks it out. Peterson for two. That one a little strong. And back and forth we go from long range. This time Romania puts the ball inside, and a nice kiss off the glass by Verjoge, who's starting to heat up a little bit here.
Yeah, they need that because, as we said, she's pretty much their only inside presence. Hopefully that gives some more space to their shooters as she can continue that.
Mita Tulu picks up the foul. That is the fourth team foul on the Romanians. Media timeout as you take a look at some of the highlights there from this one. Next up, Germany taking on the U.S. That'll be a good one. Germany struggled in their opening win over EXE WING, and then the match you mentioned that we were all interested in, a rematch of the World Cup final in June between Canada and France.
Both those games, I mean, flip a coin. Those are going to be two great games. Cox versus Greinacher is going to be a great matchup. And then, as you said, Canada will be looking to see if they can get tested. And I'm sure they're going to get tested by the World Cup champions. But I'm sure there's a measure of revenge they won't mind if they can exact it here. And what better way with half their team hails from right here in Edmonton in the Plouffe sisters.
That's right. Peterson at the line, hits the first. Drafted by Seattle, 17 games for the Storm back in 2017. Also played pro in Israel. Step back two, that one well off the mark. Foda thought she got fouled. Haven't mentioned Foda's name a whole lot here in this second game for Romania. Hempe working really hard, ball tipped out. Peterson gets it right back to her. Defended by Mita Tulu. And that sequence right there will give you a sense of how physical 3x3 is. Yeah, there's more room on the floor, but not a lot.
No, there is not, and that space closes very, very quickly. Especially the corners are pretty much the same. But as we've seen, players we thought had guaranteed layups get them blocked or just challenged even enough. Is that one? Case in point, gets challenged and just rolls off the rim from Foda.
Westbeld now through Dietrich to Hempe, back to Dietrich. Here's Westbeld on the floor. Up and under the outstretched arms of Mita Tulu, 15-8. Romania needs some offense, and they need it quickly. Foda layup.
Asking you shall receive.
And quickly in transition, Westbeld with Mita Tulu all over her, and finally a foul on Mita Tulu with the reach in.
Much better from the Romanians as a whole. They were down 9-1. They're on an 8-6. I won't call it a run, but they've outscored Force 10, 8-6 since that tough start. So definitely the best we've seen from Romania in this tournament so far. But still down by 6 because of that start.
Nice block by Foda on Peterson, who tried to hang in the air for a second to get that shot off. Will be Force 10 ball.
Can't see the shot clock, but there can't be too much left. Six seconds.
Here is Westbeld with the layup. 7-point advantage for Force 10. Verjoge, little strong on that layup as she had to go across the rim. Peterson so quick. And that little hesitation gets Stolenska in the air. Layup good.
Really nice move by Alexis, and she's had herself a very good game. 7 points now. I don't quite know her total from the first game, but it was only a couple. Good rebound for Peterson in game number 2.
And a lot more flow, it feels like, to their game here, Force 10, and just even just some adjustments from the opening game, I think, in terms of their transition and how they're going from defense to offense.
Yeah, absolutely. A completely different transition game in 3v3 than it is on a full court game. Put the check ball's in play. It could come right back at you. And I think they're figuring some stuff out, which is not great news for the rest of the field, because the individual talent on this team as they go up 20-10 is very, very high. So if they can figure out some chemistry, look out.
20-10, I should say, right now. Force 10 about to get their first victory here in Edmonton. As mentioned, they will take on Canada in their third and final round robin game. Miss there from Peterson, but that will end it. Merritt Hempe, the Fredericksburg, Virginia native, ends it. And Force 10 was a force in this game against Romania. Romania now with 2 losses, only scoring 8 points against Canada and 10 against Force 10. So for them, they got to find some offense in that matchup against France later on this evening.
Yeah, anything besides, honestly, Stoenscu. She's been pretty good with her outside shooting, but they need to help her out. And again, as we said, don't discredit Force 10. They're a terrific defensive team. But yes, Romania needs to figure it out heading into their final pool play game. But 1-1 now for Force 10, and that makes this next game for Canada pretty big. As we talked about, you don't want to lose 2 games, so beat France, you guarantee yourself a top 2 spot.
Yep.
Lose to France, and you're talking about playing for at best second place.
Yep. Yeah, so it becomes, so those things start to play into things here a little bit as this afternoon and into the early evening goes on. 3 sessions here this afternoon. We have the men's challenger event taking place in Edmonton starting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock Mountain Time. That will be the qualifying round for teams to get into the main draw. Then the women's playoff and finals will take place in the afternoon, then followed by the men's pool play tomorrow night, and then Sunday afternoon will be the men's final. So if you and I and Mark have voices left by Sunday afternoon, it might be a miracle, but we'll do our best.
I'm already counting on if some cough drop company wants to sponsor us, that would be great, because that's a lot of basketball. We love it. That's a lot of basketball. It's all day basketball tomorrow from 9 a.m. all the way into the late night. It's going to be a heck of a day tomorrow. What more could you want? The qualifiers, all local teams. So we saw one of the players coming over from Saskatoon, a Moafo, play in the national championship U Sports game here in Edmonton 2 months ago. We were doing those games. And now he gets to play here against the world's best. Or I guess he gets to try to qualify to play against the world's best. But great to display the local talent and then move on in as well. So it's just a nice combination of high level but also local talent.
Yeah, that Canadian the men's qualifying round will feature Team Saskatoon, one Patrick was just talking about, with current and past members of the University of Saskatchewan Huskies. Team Okotoks, which is a suburb just south of Calgary, 3 hours south of where we are here right now. In Edmonton, Team Edmonton, which features some former members of the MacEwan Griffins, a university right here in downtown Edmonton, about 8 minutes, maybe walk from where we sit right now. So it will be a busy morning for those 3 teams as they try to get themselves into the main draw.
Yeah, but what a reward for whoever wins to get a play on that stage, because that opportunity does not come around very often. For those guys. Yeah, that'll be, honestly, it could be as competitive as we see until we get into maybe the semifinals and the finals, because I'm sure all those guys want to play in prime time against the world's best a few hours later.
And now we do have the world's best right now.
We sure
do.
do.
If we look at Germany first, and we'll talk about the Americans with an outstanding first performance, but for the Germans, the #1 ranked team in the world, and the top 2 ranked women's players in the world in Sonja Greinacher and Luana Rodefeld. They came out with a win against EXE WING. I wouldn't say it was a pretty victory, but they found a way, and good teams tend to do that. What do you expect out of them? We'll get to the Americans in a second, but what do you expect out of Germany in this matchup?
More or less the same. They never looked like they panicked. They were down, I believe, by up to 5 against EXE WING. Never looked like they panicked. Got a little bit of help from some free throws, but EXE WING ended up coming out and beating the Netherlands, so maybe the EXE WING was just playing to their level. Germany, just player game. Sonja Greinacher is a star. Run through her, but all 4 of these players just looking to refine their chemistry, as we talked about. Greinacher being reintroduced into the fold relatively recently, so I just look for them to continue to build chemistry. And probably the best low post battle we're going to see the entire tournament, as Greinacher versus Lauren Cox is going to be a dandy.
Well, let's touch on the Americans. So they come out in that opening game, beat the Netherlands 21-12, and Lauren Cox was their best player in that. I mean, she must have hit 6 turnaround jumpers from the short corner, and it's like she was doing them in my backyard. I mean, it was smooth and easy, and when you start to build it, and they have the talent around someone like her, that makes the type of 3x3 team that you probably don't want to face a whole lot.
No, you sure don't. They have everything you would want. They got two players with significant size. Brianna Richardson, don't discount her. She's a wing, but she has a lot of length to her. And they've got two excellent guards in Alan Taylor and Lene Harper. All of them can shoot. All of them play defense. All of them can drive. We saw Cox shoot from the outside. We talked about those fadeaways. I think the play that stood out most to me is she was waiting an entry pass for a post-up. It was tipped, and it was tipped right to her turnaround spot. So she just went ahead with it and turned around. And by the way, she scored it. So apparently don't tip the ball. Let her try you on the post-up instead of the fadeaway. But I'm so excited for this game. This is going to be a fun one to watch, and hopefully it'll have a similar scoreline as that first German game, which went all the way to the buzzer at 21-20 against EXE WING, who's come back with a win. So both these teams have had a little bit more rest. Germany played one game earlier, so that the U.S. will have a little bit actually, correction, no. USA's on the same rest as all the other teams, as they're on 2 games of rest. So Germany, the rested team here. Both teams 1-0, though, and one team will go to 2-0 and guarantee themselves a top 2 spot and a advantage in seeding for the quarterfinals, and the others will have to wait till the evening to see if they get seeded in the top or the bottom half of the bracket.
And the Americans will be in their blue uniforms. I really like those. Are really sharp uniforms. Those are really good. I like the German ones too. These are 2 really sharp. I'm a big uniform guy, but these are sharp ones. Like these a lot. And the U.S. in their blue uniforms with white numbering and red trim. The Germans in the white with yellow, red, and black. There is Emma Eichmeyer, number 9. 61st ranked player in the world. There's the number 1 ranked player in the world, Sonia Greinacher, former Gonzaga Bulldog herself. We mentioned Anna Maria Verjoge before, having played with Gonzaga. Luana Rodefeld, number 2 ranked player in the world. And Alexandra Wilkie, native of Berlin, and the 36th ranked player in the world. And for the United States of America, Joanne Allen Taylor making her World Women's Series debut. Number 13, Lauren Cox, her first World Series appearance, but did play in the World Cup for the U.S. Lene Harper, the 46th ranked woman in the world, and then Brianna Richardson, the 13th ranked woman in 3x3 basketball.
This is just a lot of talent on this court right now. Greinacher, you mentioned the Gonzaga connection. She played with Courtney Vandersloot, who's the all-time leader in assists in NCAA history, current point guard for the defending WNBA champion Chicago Sky. A lot of those assists went to Greinacher, who was no slouch in her own, as Gonzaga in those runs were making very deep NCAA tournament runs. So she is a force on the World Tour, in the NCAA international stage, and she's going to go against 2-time national champion, and I'm going to continue to talk about it because I'm so excited, against Lauren Cox. This matchup is going to be exciting.
Yep. Greinacher, as Patrick mentioned, played those 4 years with Gonzaga. 2015, she was an all-West Coast Conference first-team All-Star. And just to give you a sense of how good Greinacher has been, if you look, like you mentioned earlier, the player value stat that basically provides a sense of efficiency for the player. Greinacher is number 1 in the world at 75.5. The second-ranked player is at 49.1. Like, it's not even close in terms of how effective Greinacher has been when she has played. But like you said, hasn't played a lot lately, so getting back into the swing of things, and we'll see how she plays here today against the U.S. Cox with the rebound on the Greinacher miss. Richardson with a big 2 to get us underway. Under 30 seconds into this one.
Mississippi State product with the big shot. We said she's got the length, but she's got the shot as well. And I'm sure both Germany and the U.S. are going to try their best to take away the inside game, so those shots falling are going to be crucial as we move down the stretch in this game.
Brianna Richardson at the Style Trois Poitiers event that she played in, World Series event, 63% 1-point field goals and 5.5 points a game. And we haven't seen a lot of those turnaround misses. Cox with Greinacher right in her face.
Definitely more size from Germany. So maybe Cox, that size might bother her a little bit.
Well, there's size the other way as that shot deflected by Cox. So miss for Greinacher.
I believe that caused a shot clock violation as well.
Now, number 6, Lene Harper. Third in shooting efficiency in women's series action at .83, which is all points divided by all your shot attempts, including free throws. So it gives a sense of how effective you are when you do take shots. Greinacher, nice look, backdoor from Eichmeyer.
Calm finishes. I thought Cox was going to get a hand of that, but straight up, she knew that she had it, and she did.
Ball lost. Harper saying she didn't touch it. And I think they're going to give it to Germany. So they will rule that Harper did touch it.
Ball back over to the Germans.
Eichmeyer again, that little curl from Greinacher, but that time Cox did get a hand on it from behind.
Wasn't playing catch up that time, right in her face. She had no problem blocking that shot.
Cox for 2, that one won't go. Rudefeld goes the opposite way, the screen from Sonia Greinacher, but a foul on the ground that'll go against Lene Harper. Harper split her college basketball time between the Kentucky Wildcats and the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Trademarked.
I'm sure any Ohio State people would be mad at me if I didn't throw the in.
My wife among them.
Okay, there you go. My uncle among them too.
Go Buckeyes, I guess.
Cox working against Wilkie. Strong move to the rim there by Lauren Cox. Pretty tough to defend for Wilkie.
Yeah, she saw that she had anybody but Greinacher and went right at her, and that's too easy.
Eichmeyer tries to step around Harper. Shot won't go. 3-2 U.S. Just over 2 minutes into this one. Nice take there by Brianne Harper, or Lene Harper, sorry.
Yeah, terrific take there and a big rebound. I was almost about to say before she scored, for the smallest player in the USA team, she is an outstanding rebounder.
Richardson got that ball on her hip, had to put it up. Greinacher will kick it out. Now gets it right back. Oh, nice play there. Good read by Lene Harper to step into that passing lane. Cox gets around Greinacher, who tried to steal baseline side, didn't work. And there's a foul on Cox, who got caught a little bit as Wilkie came right at her. And there's that look moments ago, that play from Harper.
Mm-hmm. And right here's the one from Cox on Greinacher, and I think Greinacher goes for the steal, knowing she did stop her once, but I think on the low block, Lauren Cox is going to have the advantage on every player in this tournament, so going for the steal might have been her only option. She missed, and Cox has an easy layup.
Wilkie is 77% free throw shooter, calmly knocks that one down to bring the deficit to 2 for Germany. Richardson for 2, good. And the U.S. starting to do it inside and out.
Nice feed there, drive and feed by Alan Taylor. Took it in, drew the help defense just far enough for Richardson's second 2. Timeout Germany. And this USA, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No.
USA team, we talked about the world rankings in the first game. This is only their second tournament they played all year. They finished they finished second in their other one. So their world ranking is not going to be up there simply because of tournaments not played. But, I mean, it's early going in this, but they are looking awfully good right now. This is very, very impressive. Chemistry, talent, everything for this USA team looks very good.
Richardson and Harper played in that tournament, the Stile Poitiers event. And that, again, as we've said before, these team rosters will be much bigger than the 4 that are here. They'll have other players that will come in and play at various stops on the tour. Wilkie leaves it for Greinacher. And a foul on Cox, who apparently doesn't like the call.
She wasn't too happy with the officiating from my courtside seat as the MC in the first set. She was probably half a dozen calls that she was pretty vocal about her displeasure, and there as well.
Greinacher knocks down that free throw. 3 team fouls for the U.S., none for the Americans. Another take by Harper. who's been impressive here. Greinacher gets Cox up in the air, can't finish as Cox closes from behind.
Gotta finish that. That was such a nice shot fake. You gotta put that in.
Greinacher tried to go to the opposite side of the rim. And again, easy for me to say sitting here, but sometimes with those, you just want to take it right at the rim. Worst case scenario, you're drawing the foul and you're going to the line. You give that extra bit of time for someone to close, and that's exactly what Cox did. Rudefeld. Jumper from the free throw line doesn't go. Rebound Eichmeyer to Greinacher. She's off with that one. And now Rudefeld with the screen from Greinacher. Bounce pass, left hand, good. Cox got caught dealing with the 2-on-1, and Greinacher able to exploit it.
Yeah, not bad rotation, but
Nope.
that half second against the world's best is going to make it make you pay.
Yeah, that little screen roll game that we've seen so much from Greinacher and Rudefeld. The Americans calling for a travel. I think they might have had a case on that one from Rudefeld. Cox, Greinacher on her, hands it off. Lob inside to Richardson. Shot clock violation. You could hear them counting it down, and Alan Taylor made that extra pass. It would have been a pretty tough shot for her coming to her left like that, but the extra pass put Richardson in a no-win situation trying to get that shot off.
Yeah, I think she was just trying to hope to draw a rim and get a rebound. That's about all she could have done, but Alan Taylor didn't have a better look either. It's good defense by the Germans, and they come right back and tie the game.
Strong take there from Alexandra Wilkie, native of Berlin. Leads the women's series in key assists with 19 coming into this tournament. She's played in 4 World Series events so far this year. Tel Aviv and Stile Poitiers, where the German team won, and then at Bordeaux, where they finished 7th.
We've gotten our bargain so far. Again, kind of a grinder, but it's close, 7-7. USA started well, but I think a good adjustment again by the Germans. Might just be one of those teams that they let you start how you want, and then they adjust to you. That could be it.
Eichmeyer.
Definitely a travel on that one.
Yeah, that one definitely a travel. She got caught, and we've all been there at some point. You come in and you think you got it, you know exactly what your game plan is, and you get there and either your feet don't go the way you want or suddenly there's a big body in your way, and that's what happened to Eichmeyer in that situation.
Yeah, tough play down low too is another blow by Lene Harper that she cannot finish.
Might have been the easiest one she's had all afternoon. Ball kept alive. Germans do clear. Able to get that shot off. Eichmeyer kicks it out. Wilkie thought about the 2. No. Gets it to Rudefeld as Germany goes a little small with Greinacher taking a seat. Rudefeld rebound. Harper for 2. Short. Rebound. Eichmeyer as she inadvertently gets hammered into the stanchion. No, nothing intentional, of course, from Richardson, but just that awkward situation where she got up in the air when Richardson hit her and ended up right into the stanchion.
2 players hustling for a rebound.
Rudefeld step back 2. Offensive foul on Greinacher.
Too good of a screen on Lauren Cox there. We haven't really seen, after those first couple baskets, whether by design or not, Lauren Cox has been pretty quiet offensively. She's made her impact on the defensive end.
Yeah, you're right, but not a lot of touches at the offensive side of things. Rudefeld, 4:05 remaining. Kicks it out. Greinacher has that one blocked by Cox.
Defensive impact indeed.
And again, one of those ones where the shot clock's winding down. She has to get it off. She knew Cox was coming, but you could not. In normal time, more time in the clock, that's a shot fake and a step by.
The Cox also knew what the shot clock was, and she went up instead
you can sell out when you're doing that. You're not thinking of your old coaches telling you how to close out in those situations on your back heels. Timeout, immediate timeout, under 4 minutes. 8-7. It's interesting, the last couple games, the scores, I mean, the first half of the games have been slow, grinding type games, and that could be a factor of the teams involved, and it could be a factor of the heat.
Yep, we've played over half of the second game for all of these teams now, and especially USA coming off of a quicker turnaround than the Germans who had the first game of our first set. That heat definitely could be playing a factor. But these are 2 of the more talented teams in this tournament, and defensively, honestly, they've been pretty flawless, both of these sides. Both teams know who what the other team wants to do offensively, and neither Greinacher nor Cox has really made a huge impact offensively yet.
Yeah, you're right. It's been a very good defensive performance both ways.
And without fouls, 7 total fouls here through 6 minutes of play.
2 rattles around and out into the hands of Alan Taylor. Cox now, here's Harper. Ball stolen, Greinacher, Eichmeyer, and they find the matchup inside.
I think they need to get that ball back.
Tough break for the Germans as I think the shot clock just hadn't reset, and that was the matchup they wanted as they had Greinacher on Alan Taylor down low.
Yep. Smallest player on the
That's
court
right.
versus their post. Good defensive recognition, though. Getting the ball directly into Lauren Cox's hands wasn't working, so they tried the pick and roll. German said, nope, try something else. As again, they continue to take Cox away. But Lene Harper has stepped up pretty well in this game. She has been a terrific player, barring a missed bunny. She's made pretty much everything else and played very, very good defense on these German guards.
It will be Rodefeld to put the ball back in play for Germany. Germans 9th place at the World Cup in Antwerp in June. And Eichmeyer will get the Germans back to within 2. And then a violation, as you cannot defend inside the arc. You can defend outside as a team tries to clear, but you have to allow them to get the ball before you can actually defend them. So quasi full court press, if you like.
Pretty much, yeah. And you get 1 warning the second time for the team is a technical foul. USA could do the same, or sorry, Germany could do the same thing now, but another one for the U.S. would lead to a technical foul.
Harper for 2 won't go. Greinacher there for the board. Wilkie kicks it right back to her teammate. Number 1 player in the world. Thought she had Eichmeyer on the curl. Couldn't connect. Good defense there played by Richardson. And Wilkie, that shot a little short as she was fading away from the rim. Now they go to Cox. Nice strip by Greinacher from behind. Cox just about to set up for that turnaround jumper. And Greinacher can't capitalize on the deuce just after.
Gambled earlier and missed, and goes right back to it and succeeds this time. Great play.
Cox for 2, won't go. Wilkie with the rebound. 2.5 to go. 10-8. U.S. leading Germany. Harper up top. Screen from Cox. Pull up. Jumper doesn't go. Greinacher, nice box out on rebound against Cox. And Greinacher didn't like what she saw. Say, hey, I'll just do this.
Why not?
I'll just shoot it too. How about I do that here right now?
Why not have the world's best player tie the game up here with 2 minutes to go?
30% on the season from 2-point range, which would put her amongst the leaders in that category in the women's series.
I think that's, she takes a seat for the first time, I believe. Let's see if the Americans go right to Cox. They don't.
No, they go to Richardson, who got the ball, looked like caught in her hip, and as she tried to spin back, lost control of it out of bounds.
Definitely noticed significantly less substitution rotation in this game as Greinacher sits for the first time. And I don't think Cox has sat down as she finally scores there.
Yeah, good back steal there by Cox, and you're right. I mean, they have not sat her down much, if at all, and they're going to get a foul call on Richardson on that shot. Neither team really close to the penalty here right now, as you alluded to earlier. And Wilkie will now sit down for Greinacher, who checks back in. And Eichmeyer at the free throw line, 50% so far coming into this tournament. But no good there. That's a big miss.
Got a rebound.
Would have given the Germans the lead. And yes, an offensive board for the Germans gives them another possession. Oh, nice block there by Cox on Rodefeld. Thought she had a little bit of space, but it closed really quickly. Oh, nice bucket Sifts that one over the outstretched arms of Greinacher on Alan Taylor.
Alan Taylor showing a lot of passing, not much scoring, but what a fadeaway that was to put U.S. up late.
Eichmeyer tries to go up and under. They had the matchup. They wanted the Germans as they had Greinacher away from Cox, but it was Greinacher who was the playmaker at the free throw line instead of receiving the ball down low. But the Germans now the chance to tie or take the lead. Wilkie screen from Greinacher. Spins back out to Greinacher. Wilkie for two. Good. Huge bucket for the Germans, who have a 1-point lead. 45 seconds left.
As the shot clock expires. Nice answer by Richardson. We're tied again.
Richardson with a great look from Cox from the top of the arc. And now they go inside. And Rodefeld on that pass from Greinacher. Harper, fade away, won't go. Rebound, Rodefeld. There's a bit of that full court pressure we talked about. Greinacher, in and out. Kick back. 12 seconds, tie game. Richardson fouled, but not on the shot and not in the penalty. So it will be Team USA ball with 10 seconds to go. So they will be able to take the final shot.
And there is overtime. We haven't had it yet.
No.
Almost did it in the first Germany X-Wing game, but should the teams remain or be tied with no 21, first to two in an overtime period. Of course, I think USA will like to avoid that.
if they could.
Going back to that last German play down low, though, they had Greinacher posted up on Harper, and she opts to pass. That's the biggest player on the smallest player. And I know they were trying to get the cutter who was guarded by Cox on the switch, trying for that spacing, but Greinacher just post up and take it at that point.
That would have been, the coach and me would have thought exactly what you just said. I mean, that's the matchup you want. Give Greinacher the opportunity. Oh, nice backdoor cut from Richardson, and gets fouled by Eichmeyer. And that will be one free throw for Richardson. 86% free throw shooter in her 5 women's series appearances before this tournament.
Excellent. I mean, Eichmeyer didn't really have a chance. She was beat. She recovered pretty decently, but Richardson's she literally is a pro. She draws the foul.
Free throw goes. Germans now the chance to tie, and there is that another violation, and that's a technical foul. So there's a huge break for the,
I guess the first one was on Germany.
Must have, yeah. So my mistake, I thought they were calling the technical, but obviously they did not.
Because they make the signal with it too.
Shot goes up, will not go, and the Americans led early. The Germans got back into it, but unlike the game against X-Wing, Germans could not find an answer, and the number 1 team in the world falls to the Americans 14-13 in what was a really entertaining game.
Entertaining. You might not think so, but if you just saw the score at 14-13, but again, 2 of the best 3-ish teams, 3 or 4 teams here going at each other. Both play terrific defense, both their second time of the day, and the battle between Greinacher and Cox was good. They pretty much neutralized each other, and in the end it was a Brianna Richardson free throw. The right person was fouled and goes to the line, and I'm pretty sure they drew that up exactly so. They knew who their best free throw shooter was. They drew up a play where she was either going to get a basket or get fouled. She hits the free throw, and Lene Harper plays enough closeout defense, and Germany will fall to 1-1, and the U.S. moves to 2-0, so they will guarantee themselves a top spot in their group, either 1 or 2. It would take a series of events for them not to win the group. We can go through scenarios in the evening session, but a nice win for the U.S. and Germany at 1-1. They'll be fine. They'll rebound, and they definitely looked like they had a little more cohesion. They just ran into a stronger team in game number 2 than game number 1.
Yeah, I thought a better performance from the Germans than what we saw against X-Wing. They started to knock down some shots. I thought even the passing between them I thought was much better, smoother than we saw in that opening win. So it is a loss, but still I think if you're Germany, you're probably saying, hey, we played far better in that second game against a better team than we did in the opener, with all respect to EXE WING, of course.
Yeah, no, they've honestly been the surprise, fun package, good package of the tournament. But, yeah, there is a talent disparity there, and I think we would have called it an upset if EXE WING had come away with it. I don't think we're going to call that one an upset for a USA team that has 4 very talented players, and we could easily see that as our final. Although I think these 2 teams that are coming up right now might have something to say about who's in the final as we get set for a if not bigger headliner here in a World Cup final rematch in France and Canada.
Yeah, not bad when you go from a really good game, number 1 team in the world, against what we've talked about, an unranked, but unranked partly because they haven't played the other team in the U.S., and then you end up in this matchup with the number 3 ranked team in the world in France and the now number 6 ranked team, Canada. They started the week at number 5. Teams behind them just slightly jumped ahead, so Canada now number 6 as of this morning. But yeah, World Cup rematch from late June in Antwerp, where France got the upper hand in what was a pretty tight game.
Pretty tight game, and I'm sure Canada will be looking for revenge. They will definitely, one way or the other, get a tighter game than the first one, as they just blew Romania out of the water. And then Romania's struggles have continued. But take nothing away from that Canada performance. And if you want storylines, well, how about the Plouffe sisters coming home in Edmonton, in their hometown? They're Olympians in 5-on-5. They're Olympians in 3-on-3. And they're playing here not only in front of a home Canadian crowd, but a home Edmonton crowd in a rematch of the World Cup final from just a couple months ago. So this should be one heck of an exciting matchup, and this should be one where we can get the crowd really into this. And they did a good job supporting Team Canada in game number 1 against Romania, and hopefully more of the same to follow here. In our final matchup of session number 2, before we take another little break and head into our third and final session of day 1 of 3 of this 3v3 expo here in Edmonton.
And as you look at this French team, we'll get the introductions here momentarily, but Leticia Guapo, former number 1 player in the world, currently, or coming into this weekend, 2nd in the women's series in scoring, 8.6 a game. She, a Tokyo Olympian last year, where France finished 4th. And Romain Bernice, their number 47, Leticia Guapo, Victoria Majakudani, and Marie Manet. And here is Manet, number 1.
Really impressed with both Guapo and Manet in that first game, and they do offer. They're not as big as a Greinacher or Cox, but they're long and they can jump. So in a 3-on-3, that works almost just as well.
And now for Team Canada, wearing the red and white, Paige Crozon will come out first, number 10 ranked player in the world. Casey Bosch, the 2-time Canada West All-Star in her Canadian University days with the Lethbridge Pronghorns. And Edmontonian Michelle Plouffe wearing number 1, and her twin sister Catherine wearing number 2. So luckily they have initials on the back of their jerseys, because that makes life on us far simpler. As mentioned, from Edmonton, both played high school basketball with the Harry Ainley Titans. Michelle went on to play with the Utah Utes, played in NCAA basketball, where she played with Paige Crozon. And then Catherine played at Marquette for her 4 years of college basketball. So they were split apart for a little bit.
Not anymore.
Not long.
Not anymore. And that chemistry, you can't make up of being siblings and having grown up together, playing in the backyard till now, showed as we saw a handful of baskets by both, assisted by the other in that first game. But Crozon actually getting just away from the sisters for a second. She came on very strong late in that game, and she ended that with a couple of baskets late. So you can't just focus on number 1 and 2. This is a very well-rounded team. And again, not a team that possesses a Lauren Cox prototypical post, but both the Plouffes bring quite a bit of size of their own in that length. When you got those long arms and just that long body, it makes up for an inch or 2 in height.
Plouffe with an older sister who played with the University of Washington, so they had another person to kind of guide them along the path that they've taken. Bosch with a nice rebound from Berny. Nice backdoor look to Catherine. And Canada gets on the board first. Here is Guapo. When you talk about length, Leticia Guapo might be the definition of it from a basketball perspective. Catherine again kicks out Bosch for two, well off the mark and out of bounds.
I'll take that look every time, though. Good shooter, wide open. She'll make it more times than not. But yes, Guapo, very, very long player. Gives up an inch or two to Michelle Plouffe, but those arms are long, and with her jumping ability, plays as big as some of these. Right on cue, gets a rebound that leads to a French basket.
Nice play there to keep it alive for Majekuruni, who finishes it to tie things up at 1. There was Michelle trying to spin inside. Ball deflected out of bounds. It will remain Canada ball with little time on the shot clock.
Unlike early, at least for Team Canada, more sub-rotation than we saw with both Germany and USA in that last game.
And Michelle picks up the foul on Guapo. So it will be France ball. Early into this one, 1:02, 1-1. Guapo nearly has it stripped. And Bosch again another rebound. That's going to be a foul over the back.
Ooh,
no, they're going to call. Oh, I don't know about that call.
That's a good box out.
I thought so too on Berlin. Unless I didn't see if she did wrap her arms around Bosch. That was the motion that the official made. I didn't see that myself, but yeah, I thought it looked like a pretty good box out from our vantage point.
Well, it is a hometown call in all definitions, I guess, but they'll take it.
There's a foul on the ground on the cutting Guapo as Bosch gets her. So 2 team fouls now on Canada, 1 on France. After a game we saw with the Germans and the Americans with very few team fouls in the early going.
Neither team hit the bonus. It took a shooting foul at the end to decide it. That was the first game that someone at least didn't reach the bonus, if not both teams.
And the shot clock expired, but shot got off, and Bosch with another strong board. Good effort on the glass so far here in this game from Casey Bosch. Bosch puts it on the floor, layup, good. Casey Bosch, who only made her international debut in 3x3 last November, has been a factor here early.
A terrific ball movement on that play. There's a couple half-open, decent opportunities that were passed up. We saw pretty good rotation by the French, but Canada's passing eventually found the wide-open Bosch cutting, easy layup. Great chemistry by these Canadians.
Berny, though, answers back with a 2 to tie things up at 3. Catherine finds Crozon, who was left wide open at the opposite side of the lane, and then Guapo can't handle that hot pass from Manet, and it will be Canada ball.
Not sure what happened with that defensive breakdown, but there wasn't even a screen or a switch on the backside. Hard to blow defensive assignments in this because it's so critical to get your matchups right.
Crozon with the handoff from Plouffe. Now nearly loses it, tries to hand it off, but Guapo steps in. Good job defensive there by Guapo. And that should have been reset, and they know it. They got it all set up here.
At least with, unlike the Germans, they weren't in a shooting spot when they realized that they had to reset the shot clock. So check ball for France. And it is very tough. The quick turnarounds and short shot clocks, it's not easy doing scoring for these.
No, it really isn't. Guapo, baseline blocked by Crozon. Good job by Crozon to stay with her defensively. Pass to the opposite wing. Bosch working on Manet. Turnaround jumper blocked by Manet, but shot clock was going to expire regardless. And then out of bounds off the knee of Guapo. It will be Canada ball.
And Canada's defense, we get to see another look at that last block, has been excellent so far. Really, we've seen the 1-2, but France has not gotten into a rhythm at all offensively. And it's not just that they're missing shots. They don't seem to have a rotation into their passing. It is another nice basket by Canada.
And the Plouffe haven't really gotten going offensively yet, and really until that basket. Casey Bosch has been the offensive catalyst so far, and there's a foul on Crozon.
He'll take that foul all day. As that was going to be a layup for Guapo before that.
And that's part of the strategy, too, because personal fouls don't matter. Yes, team fouls do. You got to watch those. But because personal fouls don't matter, you'll see teams do that. They'll sacrifice a foul to make sure an easy basket isn't scored. And there's a good example of it as Canada able to avoid the France score, and then they get a bucket of their own.
I almost said Guapo should have gone up when she had that before, and she just has it done in reverse. What a and one for Michelle Plouffe, and we'll get that free throw after this timeout. But great little shot fake in the basket and the foul as we get a look at some of the highlights here. But 6-3 Canada early on, pretty good looking. Maybe we took it with a grain of salt after that blowout of Romania, after we saw Romania struggle in their second game, but they look awfully good right now against France.
Yep. It's been a good performance. I mean, the ball in the hands of Guapo quite a bit, but we've mentioned the length factor, and Canada can bring a lot of that to someone like a Guapo, who obviously, as we've said, one of the longer, more athletic players on the circuit.
And we talk a little bit more about the Plouffes for good reason, but all four players have had big contributions in this game. Both Plouffes were good. Quazon was fantastic to end the first game, and then Bosch was pretty much Canada's offense to start this game as the and one is completed. So good balance for Canada. And France had good balance in their first game as well, but I guess the balance right now is no one can hit a shot.
Right. Nice look there. And there's some of that intuition, that sisterly intuition, I think, just knowing exactly where the other's going to be. Bucket didn't go, but the opportunity was there.
Good defense by Mane there. And again, just the fact that that pass was even completed speaks to their chemistry, but Mane did enough to throw the shot off. But still, Canada leading 7-3, little under 6.5 to go. And let's say France is grinding, but Canada looks pretty free-flowing in this offense right now.
They do. Bernier will get into Marie Manet. Last year played with Landerneau in France. Magic Kudunami. Bucket won't drop for her, and Bosch with another rebound. Crozon tries to step around Magic Kudunami. Nice defense.
Terrific.
There by the native of Bondy in Saint-Denis. And Bernier with the answer off the glass and in.
3 of their 4 points coming from Bernier, so she has been their offense so far. Good recovery there.
And Bosch saves it. Shot goes up, gets the shot clock reset. Catherine on the floor, and Bernier got caught leaning on that closeout. Catherine takes advantage, puts the ball on the floor.
That's a good foul, though, as we see that nice little shot by Bernier, because that was a wide open layup if she doesn't foul her. And sometimes, again, you got to close out so fast.
Yeah, you certainly see a lot more hard closeouts like that where players, hey, I'm just going to foul you right now, not even let you get this off. Whereas in the 5-on-5 game, you would probably never see that.
No,
or you'd be seeing the bench pretty quickly. Just again, a different way that strategically you play this 3x3 game.
More good defense from Canada forces a turnover. Guapo back into the game after she had a lengthy rest.
Mentioned 4th place for France last year at the Olympics. First year they were on the docket, and Paige Crozon has been on the docket since the midway point of that game against Romania. She has not missed much, and Maje Kudunami knocks that one down for France. 9-5. Crozon on the cut, foul Guapo, but bucket won't go. She does earn herself, however, a trip to the free throw line.
Yeah, we get to see the 2-point shot from a moment ago from Quazon. But man, Canada, and I think every player has done it at this point, they cut extremely well to the basket, and they've gotten either a basket off a direct pass from that or off of a kick out pretty much every time. Their movement off the ball is exquisite.
Yeah, when you've got the combination of the sisters, you've got Michelle and Paige Crozon who played together at Utah. There's just a lot of chemistry built into this team for a lot of years. So it makes a difference in 3x3. Foul on Crozon. That will be Canada's 5th.
Might start to be a factor with those fouls. France has 4. Canada has, I'm not sure if they put it up or not. Maybe they just did it really quickly.
Yeah, maybe they did do it really. I thought that was 5, and maybe they just did it 4. And our crew is just so fast that I can't even look at the monitor and it's already changed.
Now they got 5.
There we go, yeah. Well, they are. See, that they are that fast.
Yep.
I mean, we know how good this crew is, but that's even more impressive. Nonetheless, France ball, Bernida inbound. Guapo gets fouled by Plouffe, and that's maybe a foul you don't want that far away from the rim on the inbound, and that's now 6. So every foul here on in, France is shooting 2 free throws. So
it's their ticket back into the game, down 9-5.
Magic Kudunami hands it off to Guapo. Open look at a 2 off that rim, won't go. Bosch quickly looks inside. And a foul on Berny. That as Plouffe will cut to the rim with what was going to be a certain layup on the lob entry from Casey Bosch.
That's a professional foul by all stretches. Doesn't have to body her up, just grabs her jersey enough to stop it and stop the basket. Although that is the French's 5th foul.
That 2 won't drop for Canada, courtesy Michel.
Canada's gone a little bit cold offensively for the first time all day, so it'll be interesting to see how they rebound.
Magic Kudunami banks one home. Big bucket for France. Get them back within 2. And with Canada in the penalty. Crozon inside, left alone. Second time we've seen her left alone like that. Magic Kudunami trailing behind, couldn't get to her quickly enough.
Guapo will go to the line off that foul, but yep, as soon as that ball was cleared, she just started cutting. And easy basket.
Yeah, just you got a good look at it right there. Just cuts in behind and no recognition quickly enough to rotate down to take that. It's not an easy pass. That angle is not an easy pass to make through traffic, but one that Canada completed and able to cash in.
As we look at another Quazon step back 3 there from earlier, and then some highlights from France is it's 10-7. Felt like Canada was looking at I mean, you'll never think that they're going to blow out the World Cup champions, but they looked like they were in a strong position early, but credit to the French.
Yep.
They found an answer defensively. Still kind of struggling a little bit offensively, but they found enough to get themselves back into this game. 3-point game, 4 minutes to go.
When you mentioned it, the fact that Canada's already in the penalty, that is going to play a factor here quite likely as this game wears on, because every foul here on in is 2 free throws. Guapo able to hit the first 64% free throw shooter in her appearances in the World Series. Misses the second. Pass deflected by Guapo. Now Catherine, left hand, able to scoop it home. Guapo for 2, won't go. Rebound by Michel. Turned over though.
Guapo everywhere all of a sudden.
Now Manet puts the ball on the floor. Defended well by Catherine. Rebound Michel. Here is Michel. Offensive foul on Catherine Plouffe.
And it looks like, I think that's Mane.
Yeah, she.
Yep. A little slow to get up there.
She tried to work her way through that screen.
Doesn't feel good to fall down on the court on your hip, which is what she was grabbing. Looks like she's just a stinger, though. She stays in and immediately draws foul.
And Bosch with the foul there.
Not for the first time today, we see an issue with the officiating.
There's been a lot of, and hey, let's be honest, I mean, it is officiated very differently than you would see a 5-on-5 in terms of what is let go. And I think that's partly what can end up creating some of this, is because you're trying to figure out what's allowed, what isn't, and it's always that struggle. And hey, I feel for the officials too, because it's hard to call absolutely everything in a 10-minute game. So it's that balancing act that you got to find, and oftentimes the officials are hearing more than they probably deserve, and the players feel that they're not heard enough. Crozon with a huge bucket. Canada needed that one.
Badly, as the French have been within 1.
Missed there. Tipped by Crozon to Bosch.
Feels like a turning point in the games right about now.
Crozon. Look at it too. Does not touch iron, but it will be France ball as they collect the defensive board. Magic Kudinami spins. Shot off the back rim. Another board for Casey Bosch, who's been very good here today. Had a nice balance, I think, for this trio.
Should draw that foul.
Guapo. I don't think that one was. That was a pretty good two-hand in the back. Probably get a look at it. No, that was a different clip there, but Canada ball.
Not going to make friends with the Canadian crowd there with that foul.
That one. That looked a lot like some of the action we see in the arena right next door here.
Yep.
Bosch, great cut, baseline on Bernier, and a good find. And the reverse layup goes. Canada up by 4, 2:20 left.
Great little 3-0 run following France pulling within 1.
That shot well short by Guapo. Bernier to Magic Kudinami. Steps back, shot defended quite well by Crozon. Caught the rim, so that one goes out of bounds. And it should be Canada ball. Timeout about to be called by France. They will take a timeout.
Like that little play from Bosch, you could have easily grabbed it. Let 2 more seconds run off the clock.
Yeah.
You got a 4-point lead with 2 minutes to go. Why not?
No, good point. Absolutely. Just try to kill a little bit more clock. 14-10. Every France foul from here on in puts Canada at the line. And we'll get a look at some of the replays from this 4th matchup in our 2nd afternoon session.
Both these teams 1-0 coming off of wins. And the winner would be in a very strong position to finish top of the group. And the other, I mean, everyone's going to go through. It's all about seeding. But obviously you want to win every game and get top of the group. So Canada with the win here would be in an excellent position to do just that.
Good seal there by Catherine, able to keep that one alive. Casey Bosch, bounce pass, great look, and a foul. Not sure the foul doesn't really matter, as it turns out, where the foul is coming from, because Canada's going to the line no matter what for 2. But I thought there might have been one up top on Bosch, but I think they got the one down below as Plouffe will head to the line. Looked like her right hand might have gotten caught either in a jersey, and if anyone who's played the game for a long time, inevitably your hands are getting, I mean, I played at a reasonable level, not that high a level, and my fingers are a mess, so I can't imagine what players like this, who are elite level players in the world, what their hands look like.
And by the way, turn around right away and shoot free throws, which is essentially all fingers.
That's right. Here you go.
She missed the first. Hopefully he'll hit the second here.
Second one missed, so big couple missed there by Plouffe. So France still in striking range, down 14-10. Rebound by Michelle. Now gets it back, and a quick look down low. Bernier read that one all the way, stepped in front of the pass intended for Catherine. Oh, Catherine with a nice tip. She stepped in to help. Here's Manet. Had to get one off, blocked by Crozon. Michelle 4-2, well short. Crozon keeps it alive. Michelle for another 2. That one goes. And those little plays, keeping balls alive, have helped get Canada this 6-point edge.
Keeping balls alive, and unlike the first attempt, Michelle had her feet set, made it a little bit easier, and she converts, and France strikes right back, but trailing by 5 with a minute to go.
Nice finish by Manet. Catherine out to Crozon. Good seal by Michelle. Second chance on Bernier. 17-11. France needs some scores pretty quickly. Canada content to slow things down a little bit, although with 12 seconds on the shot clock, you can't slow them down too much. Michelle, bounce pass. Crozon knocks down another one.
21's in play.
19-11, and 21 is in play. Bernier hits one right back for France. Bernier 17% two-point shooter. Catherine gets it to 20. Guapo fouled by Crozon.
Really impressive as Canada is going to win this game. Take nothing away from that game against Romania, but this is even more impressive, I think. Leading the entire game.
Yep.
France made it a game, got within 1, but Canada never trailed, and in a rematch of the World Cup final. Looks like a little bit of revenge is coming Canada's way, at least early on.
Early on, yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting when you go back and look at 3x3, and again, one same team will be different players from event to event, but often you'll have some continuity there. And just seeing how different the matchups are, I mean, in terms of, it's not like one team's going to go in and win or finish in the top 3 in every tournament they enter. One team, I mean, Germany's a good example. I mean, they win a couple World Series events and then they're 9th in the World Cup. I mean, it's just, that's to me another aspect that makes 3x3 so interesting, is just that you really don't know from tournament to tournament what's going to transpire.
No, you sure don't. It's a matter of who's available, who can show up, and maybe how you play, and maybe, honestly, how the weather is that day.
Yeah, no, for sure, absolutely. And you got to think, I mean, the travel these teams have to deal with in terms of flying all over the planet, trying to get here, there, and everywhere. I mean, it's, you were saying they leave from here, go back to Europe, and then end up in Quebec later in the summer. So
they're not going to London, they're going to Bucharest. They're going to Central Europe, so they got a trip back and forth.
Oh, huge hit there. And so the reason France got the ball back was Canada had 10 fouls, so 2 shots in possession. Guapo hit that bucket there. So 2017, so it ends up being maybe a little closer than what the game might have actually been. But hey, this is a really good France team, and Canada came out and played pretty well against them this afternoon.
Yeah, terrific performance. Started off with the basket from Catherine Plouffe, and then Bosch showed up. And then after that, the Plouffes came back, and then Croissant came and hit a couple of big shots. And the ball movement was exquisite in France until that last little sequence from Guapo. Never really seemed to get going. No. Bernier hit a couple shots, but not too much going offensively for France, who will fall to 1-1 as Canada moves to 2-0 in the tournament and guarantees himself at least a number 2 seed headed to the quarterfinals.
So that will wrap up the second session of the day. And as we look at the results from these second set of games, 14-13, EXE WING knocked off the Netherlands. EXE WING 1-1, Netherlands 0-2. Force 10 looked really good in their win over what right now might be the weakest team in the tournament in Romania, 21-10. Germany falls to the U.S. 14-13, and our most recent one, Canada, 20-17 over France. So coming up, the final 4 games of the session, the U.S. will take on EXE WING, Canada up against Force 10. Those 2 teams are actually practicing against each other yesterday. The Netherlands taking on Germany, and Romania and France. So a combination of myself, Patrick Mark, will be back with the call of session number 3. I'm Doug McLean. He's Patrick Erickson. Thanks so much for tuning in, no matter where you're watching around the world. Here in Edmonton at Ice District Plaza for the FIBA 3x3 Women's Series events. We'll see you momentarily.
you have to let certain people know, you know. Can't mix up in that. Can't mix up in that madness, you get me? Yeah, hey. Don't have to call my line. Might as well save your cred. Message me multiple times. You will get left on red. Why you gotta stand so close? Understand we are not friends. Don't be doing pally. Most of them faking the end. Don't have to call my line. Might as well save your cred. Message me multiple times. You will get left on red. Why you gotta stand so close? Understand we are not friends. Don't be doing pally. Most of them faking the end. Yo. Don't get it twisted. Say my name can't run with no dimwit. You me dead, you know you can't fix it. Them bad energy's too dark to risk it. Since a teen on you, I be a misfit. Couldn't even repair that quick flip. You lot sharing split about big that's mine. Rather be at home tea and biscuit. Not to the biscuit. You play victim, but your actions are what made you afflicted. Addicted to beg and I beg that you stay far. Don't smile in my face, I greet you like I'm Ray Charles. Hit the road, I'm in it to make bars. Bare family, we don't adopt any fake cars. Rather chat business than to make cars. If that's you, when I bit later. Sayonara, au revoir. Take your whole career as a part. What's a flow T to an art? Little fish can't put fear in a sock. Faith in my pen when creating an art, and I know how to shine when I'm facing the dark. Basic MCs are a walk in the park, and I still see no bite when I race into bar. I was never fake from the start, riding a wave but we're oceans apart. Speak about peace with a hate in the heart. Don't want you to win, they're just making a mark. Practice what they preach, I'm not involved. Keep my distance, true colour show. So good at staying involved, but sus them when creating your glow. Don't have to call my line, might as well save your cred. Message me multiple times, you will get left on red. Why you gotta stand so close? Understand we are not friends. Don't be doing pally. Most of them faking the end. Don't have to call my line, might as well save your cred. Message me multiple times, you will get left on red. Why you gotta stand so close? Understand we are not friends. Don't be doing pally. Most of them faking the end. What's loyalty nowadays? Is it just a phase for your entertainment? Every week it's a rearrangement. Every chat is a different statement. Heard your tone switch, thought no one noticed when certain names got mentioned. Just last week you were calling them fam. Firms in their hands on entrance. Cut ties but you can't cut tension. Extension can't reach no more. Same time you wanna call with excuses. Same time you'll be a plus 4-4. Same time you wanna indirectly. I must expect your moves to get thrown. Can't take this for no animation. If it's sketchy then it's locked off, no respawn. I was blessed from born. Mad that I'm here with the mess I saw. Real situations expose your soul. Real situation expose your force. I was blessed from born. Mad that I'm here with the mess I saw. Real situations expose your soul. Real situations expose your force.
Now good morning, PM. You know the dealio. You know the dealio.
on timber. And you can find me on the streets of London, entering or in studios, getting it or at the apple tripping, man. They say love goes through the stomach, so I wanna give a shout out to my girl chicken dish. I'm a monster with the beats, ask them youngins in the streets, $50, I bet all of them agree with me. I'm a yes man, tell a rapper no. Why you wanna kiss my hit is better.
Welcome back to downtown Edmonton and beautiful Ice District Plaza in the heart of the core of the capital city of Alberta. My name is Doug McLean alongside Mark Majot for the FIBA 3x3 Women's Series. The Edmonton stop, and this is the third and final session of day one. And this match will feature the U.S. taking on EXE WING, and the United States with an impressive couple performances as they beat Germany in their last game 14-13 and then defeated the Netherlands 21-12 in their opener. For EXE WING, they lost to Germany 21-20 and then beat the Netherlands 14-13. So Mark, you're starting to see now maybe a little bit of the team starting to filter to the top. What have you noticed through these first two sessions that we've gone through?
I've noticed a bit of a pattern so far in these games where a team will just get out to a blazing start and the opposing team will shoot themselves back into it. Then we have a few minutes in the middle of these matchups where kind of the defensive stands start to happen. You see both teams put the clamps on defensively and teams able to run away with it in the final few minutes. I do believe, not making excuses, but the elements, I believe, are starting to catch up with some of these teams as well. And it's hot. They're running around a lot. And we hit a bit of a lull at the midpoint, but then the afterburners turn on. So I think we'll see a lot of the same here in series number 3. It's been exciting, though.
Yeah, it's been really good. Really good basketball so far put on, and kudos to all the organizers who have made this happen. And we are underway. Team USA in the white, EXE WING in black, and Lauren Cox, who was the master of the turnaround jump shot in the opening game against the Netherlands, gets the U.S. off to a good start here. And here's the dynamic duo for EXE WING of Kukowski and Zimmerman. Current temperature 28 degrees here in Edmonton, feeling more like plus 32 with the humidity.
Well, this is a great start for both these teams. Obviously, we're just 23 seconds in. But you want to get that first basket taken care of. You don't want to get down 5 or 6 zip early. So good start here for both these teams.
Takakua Yumi miss on that layup. Rebound by Kukowski. That shot a little bit off. Rebound by Cox, who rips it away from Yumi. And a nice deuce there for Joanne Allen-Taylor. And a double dribble on Kunchuan. We talked about Kunchuan earlier. Really didn't start playing basketball until she turned 16, and shortly thereafter was playing on Thailand national teams. Played on the senior national team as a 20-year-old. Has now made the transition playing some 3x3. 3-1 early going. Doug McLean, Mark Majot here in Edmonton. Perhaps the hottest time in the day here in Edmonton. Nice finish. Good seal by Quanch. By Kunchuan. And she will earn herself a trip to the line.
I'm excited to see how these teams attack and handle the third series. You know this is your last game of the day. You know you can leave it on the court, recharge your batteries tonight, and that's absolutely what we've seen so far in the first minute 17. They're not leaving anything out. They're not leaving anything in the gas tank.
And the quarters will go tomorrow afternoon. Semis and final to follow. The men's tournament with qualifying round gets going tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. That shot well short from Natalie Kukowski. American playing for EXE WING. EXE WING, a team based out of Japan, but 2 Americans, 1 Thai player, and Takakua Yumi, the 1 Japanese player. Here's Kukowski. And that lob inside, intended for Brianna Zimmerman. Zimmerman Camille Zimmerman. I've got Brianna Richardson on my mind, and I was trying to mix the names together. So I did a good job of mixing the names together, but I got them both wrong. Camille Zimmerman.
It's okay. You're doing a lot of work this afternoon. We'll allow you the occasional.
Reading, I hope, is something that you can not entirely lose, but Camille Zimmerman is what I was trying to say. Yumi, little runner, gets that one off just before Cox, and then Cox turns the ball right back over to Kukowski.
I like the way that X-Wing's been playing so far in this game. They're playing inside the uniform of the USA team. They're not letting anything come comfortably.
This word can often get misconstrued, but they're a feisty team. Yeah. I like the nature of how they've played so far. And one of their feistiest players might be number 7, smallest player in the tournament in Yumi. Another deuce for Alan Taylor, who's making her World Women's Series debut. Played for the Texas Longhorns as recently as this past spring. They got to the Elite 8, 11 points a game. It was all Big 12 in that season. Lots of people, as I look into the crowd, trying to keep themselves cool as best they can. That's one for Kukowski. Kick out, here's Richardson. That double won't drop. Kukowski, quickly tried to get it, just to pass a little short to Zimmerman.
Harper with the steal and the score.
And another bucket there inside for Zimmerman. Cox will bring it back out. Lauren Cox nearly lost it. Shot won't go. Richardson up. Gets fouled from behind by Kukowski. And immediate timeout. 6:56 to go. 7-6. X-Wing hanging in.
It's a pretty good pace to start this matchup. As I mentioned, the last match of the afternoon for both these teams. There's nowhere to hide out there on that smaller court. And I mentioned usually one team kind of gets out to a quick start here in the first couple games. That hasn't been the case so far in this one. Been pretty evenly matched so far.
Yeah, and a bit. We've seen a lot of matchups especially in the second session, slower grind-out type games early, where the offense picked up late. This one a little bit different, a little more flow to the offensive game for both teams here in the first 4 minutes.
Something we saw the first set of games. Slow down in Series 2 and then Series 3.
Yumi for 2 goes. Takakua Yumi, 13% only from 2-point range coming into this tournament. She was just 1 for 8 before getting to Edmonton.
Yumi is the Energizer Bunny out there. She is absolutely flying and does not stop. Look at the size mismatch here. And she's not backing down.
No. And ends up with the miss for Cox. We saw Yumi in the first matchup against Germany. In that situation, she fouled, Greinacher. And that time, getting underneath Cox is number 25. That's Natalie Kukowski. We've mentioned it before, but if you're just tuning in or you're seeing 3-on-3 for the first time, personal fouls don't matter. Team fouls do. 3 right now for the Americans, 1 for X-Wing. Teams are in the penalty after the 6th foul. And it nearly became a factor in the Canada-France game. Canada able to score late to build up enough lead, but they were in the penalty fairly early in that one, and there's Harper with another bucket. 10-9, the Americans with the lead. Nice lob inside. Near finish. Good effort there. Won't drop for Kukowski. And Richardson. That'll be an easy one for her. Lead now 2 for the U.S.
Yumi for 2 again. Right place, right time.
Mentioned just 1 coming in to this tournament in Edmonton, and she's hit already 2 in this game. And Cox will now head to the free throw line. Lauren Cox played at the World Cup for the Americans in Antwerp back in June.
And you mentioned about Cox too, a shot blocking machine out there, and loud blocks too.
Yes, absolutely. You know them when they happen. national champion with the Baylor Bears back in 2019 in the NCAA. Missed there by Kunchuan, rebound Richardson. Here's Alan Taylor working hard around Yumi. Yumi working just as tough defense. Wow, look at the defensive effort by Yumi, but the battle level of Alan Taylor to get back, get that board and the bucket. 13-11, the Americans starting to get a little bit of life going here. Not that they didn't have it earlier, but starting to find a little more rhythm. Yumi has that pass deflected. Now up top to Harper. Lene Harper for two goes. Lene Harper, 59%. She was 10 for 17 in her one appearance in the Stillatois Poitiers event, where the Americans finished second. Look inside, quick finish there. Nice play by Zimmerman on the feed from Kunchuan.
Real nice pace to this one. We've seen games, that are much less scoring at the 4:52 mark, but both these teams are hitting their shots. And both teams still playing stout defense as well.
Yeah, it's the defensive effort that probably impresses me as much in this heat. Kukowski, that would have been a big one for EXE WING. Kunchuan, and there's that swat. Literally, you heard it. You might have picked it up even on the microphone. And the whistle went first. Not sure if the ball was out of bounds, possibly, as Cox tried to bring it back in. And the two officials will have a quick chat.
What I've enjoyed about watching these games close up, Doug, is just the amount of respect between these players as well. There's been some instances when, a player goes hard out of bounds, and it's not malicious at all. First one there is to help out as one of the opponents, and I know that's not exclusive to 3x3, but you're really seeing it quite a bit in these games right now, because it's all about, the true spirit of sports.
Well, and you and I aren't on this tour, so I'm definitely speculating here, but it's almost probably a little bit like what you have in, say, tennis, where you're on tour, you're going around, you're seeing the same people at most events, and that's what's happening here. I mean, obviously not seeing the same people all the time as Richardson finishes that initial block shot, but I think you're right, that camaraderie is there. And we mentioned on the last broadcast that Canada and Force 10 practiced against each other yesterday here at one of the basketball centers in the city. Richardson, as Kunchuan tried to step in and steal it, she was left open momentarily for two. Zimmerman knocks that one down. An immediate timeout, so EXE WING hanging around 17-15. The Americans trying to pull away and just unable. That was a really good look inside there a few moments ago to Camille Zimmerman.
Good job there. You saw USA doing a good job on the offensive glass. Really good game between both these teams, though. One of the more exciting matchups, still very, very close, still a few minutes to go. We had a stretch of games going the full 10 minutes. And who knows, still 3:45 remaining. Just an interesting element that also goes into this game as well. You don't have to play against the clock. You can use it to your advantage at times.
For sure.
But also, as you mentioned earlier, Doug, a win to 21 points is worth more than time expiration win as a two-pointer there hit by the United States.
Yeah, big bucket there for Cox. For EXE WING coming in to this weekend, they did not have any wins before limit. That's the stat that they use in terms of wins before the time limit. Yumi working against Alan Taylor, forced to put that one up. A little hard off the window. Chance now for the Americans with a 2 to win it. Near steal, Yumi diving out of bounds. Oh, and that one almost dropped for the Americans, which would have wrapped it up. Kukowski, big deuce there for her, 19-17. And out of bounds for the Americans. It will be EXE WING ball. You'll get a great look at it coming right into your computer screen, or into your living room, or your family room, or maybe on the deck if it's nice outside, depending where you're tuning in, or it might be overnight if you're watching in the middle of the night somewhere.
I love that camera angle we get, though, right behind the glass. Gives you a great vantage point. This is a big possession here for EXE WING.
And Richardson doesn't like the call. Thought she got hooked. I think she probably had a case for that. Zimmerman will earn that foul against Richardson, and it will be X-Wing ball. Neither team in the penalty. Only 2 team fouls for X-Wing so far here. Kunchwan, Kakowski 4-2, knocks it down. Natalie Kakowski. It's pretty sunny, but that one raining down, and now another turnover by the Americans. It will be X-Wing ball, and a chance with a 2-pointer to win it. Zimmerman finds Kakowski, guarded closely by Cox. Now to Kunchwan, to Zimmerman. Kakowski looks at a 2, would have counted had it fallen. Now Harper with a chance to win herself, gets fouled, and that's going to be on the shot, so she's going to have a chance to win it with free throws. Lene Harper, perfect so far coming into this tournament. We don't have updated stats on the fly here, but she was perfect through the first 5 Women's Series games that she had played.
It's going to be a bit of strategy here too for both teams. This is going to come down to the wire. If you miss the shot, rebound, kick it out for 2, this is over.
She hits the first, so a chance now to win it for the U.S. But you're right, Mark. I mean, that transition game becomes such a huge factor here. And it is a factor. Kakowski able to dribble it out. Fakes the handoff. Now to Zimmerman. Zimmerman steps back. Oh, she had Kakowski open momentarily. Now a look. And the shot clock gets them. Oh, it sneaks up on them. Zimmerman just couldn't get the handle. And Kakowski left open momentarily. And Team USA will call timeout. Shot didn't go, but Kakowski finally got open for a look.
20-19, just over 2 minutes remaining. USA calling a timeout here. We'll see what they have drawn up. One element, I know these teams have coaches, Doug, but it is really cool watching the players kind of work it out themselves in timeouts. They know what works, they know what doesn't work. Don't need a whiteboard, don't need a full 90 seconds.
No, that's exactly right. And a near turnover. Can't get the tie-up, though, for X-Wing. Cox, that one off the side of the backboard. Shot short. Put back by Richardson. And the Americans will come away with a victory, 21-19 over X-Wing. So the Americans will go perfect in pool play. X-Wing go 1-2 as they knock off the Netherlands but fall to Germany and the U.S. But Mark, that was, I mean, maybe the most consistent offensive performance we've seen from 2 teams so far in this tournament.
Absolutely. There's still 2 minutes left on the clock. That we could have been treated to a lot more basketball, but both teams are executing, both on offense and on defense. One of the better games we've been treated to. Very competitive. If you look at the records, I think maybe X-Wings 1-2 isn't maybe the most fair of records. However, you are what your record says you are, and if you're the Americans, you got to be pretty happy starting 3-0. As I believe both teams already qualified for tomorrow.
The quarterfinals go tomorrow, so everyone's in. It's more about seeding. But for X-Wing, you make a good point. I mean, you think about it, they were opportunities away from knocking off Germany in their opener. They did win their second one, and then had a shot here late against the Americans that could have given them a chance as well at a victory. So certainly you come away 1-2, you may not feel great about it, but you've played some pretty good basketball.
Absolutely. I think and especially in the setting like this, quarterfinals, anything can happen. I think if you're X-Wing, there's certainly lots of good stuff, a lot of momentum you can build on. A couple shots go the other way, and who knows? The matchup we have ahead of us right here, though, Doug, this will be a real good one here.
Canada taking on Force 10. Canada 2-0 with impressive wins over Romania and then World Cup champion France in a rematch of the 2022 World Cup. Forced 10, 1-2 as they lost to France 20-13, but knocked off Romania 20-10 in their second game.
And I should also mention, Doug, very quick turnaround here for Team Canada. They were the last team in Series 2 to play, and now the second team in Series 3. It's going to happen throughout the course of the day, right? Someone's going to have the short end of the stick. But Canada needed, I believe, all 10 minutes to get past their last opponent.
They did 2017, so it went to time as opposed to 21. So I mean on that point, is that an advantage or disadvantage for Canada? Disadvantage in the sense that you're tired, but you're loose, you're warm, you've just played. Does that play a factor?
Yeah, that's a very good point. If I were out there on the court, and obviously these athletes are in a different universe than what you and I ever played, but I think there is something to being loose. You saw the team staying loose on the court in the back, but Canada played, it feels, less than half an hour ago? So they're still at it. They still have that mindset, and I know both teams are familiar with the way these tournaments kind of go, but I think there's something to staying loose. You don't want to get stiff. I know the weather's helping you stay loose as well, but I think that is something that maybe has a slight advantage to Team Canada.
As both teams get warmed up, Doug McLean here along with Mark Majot. Patrick Erickson's been on the broadcast too. He's out braving the heat, doing the crowd, keeping the crowd engaged, giving them the updates over the course of the game. And you were out there for the second session. It's got to be toasty out there doing that.
It is.
Not that it's not toasty in our little tent here, but
there's nowhere to hide when you're out there. So thankfully, there is lots of hydration, and I keep encouraging those around here to find some shade and get some water, as that heat will get you.
Scene set, Ice District Plaza, heart of downtown Edmonton, in the province of Alberta in Western Canada. If you're tuning in from around the world, Edmonton about a 4-hour drive, depending on how fast a driver you are, I guess, from Jasper and the Rocky Mountains. And far enough north where the sun is out pretty late, so the heat doesn't really dissipate at all as you work your way into the evening, especially when it has been this hot.
I know you've been mentioning it through the afternoon, Doug, but just want to give a tremendous shout out to everyone at Alberta Basketball, all the volunteers, the score clock operators, the officials, the fans that have come down. It takes a village to pull off an event like this, and spectacular first day basketball. If you're watching in Edmonton area and on the fence, please do come on down. It's free.
It's free, absolutely.
Plenty of space for everyone, and you're treated to some very entertaining basketball. If you like offense, it's coming fast and furious. But yeah, big shout out to everyone at Alberta Basketball. I know they've been excited about this event for a long time, and it's finally here. And so far, so good.
Absolutely.
Looks like we're getting ready here.
And the first sporting event that has taken place here in Ice District Plaza, tallest building in Western Canada, right basically in front of us. The Stantec Tower, and then just to our left, Rogers Place, the home of the National Hockey League's Edmonton Oilers. And this plaza was, I'm actually surprised it didn't get dyed orange. There was so much orange here during the National Hockey League playoffs where the Oilers made their way to the Western Conference Final, and this plaza was alive with watch parties throughout the spring.
Doug, I know you're a proud Canadian, proud Albertan, and a proud Edmontonian. Just as someone who has been around amateur sport and sport like this your entire life, how cool is it to see this all kind of happening? Imagine telling yourself this 10 years ago that a new arena downtown would be hosting a 3x3 event. It's truly remarkable.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've been pretty fortunate to see events in Edmonton from lots of different angles, either working on them or attracting them to town, whatever. But yeah, it's pretty neat. I mean, and I also had the privilege to work with the group that was putting Ice District together years ago and seeing some of the plans and the drawings back 10, 12 years ago. And it's basically come exactly to fruition to what they mapped out. And this is what they envisioned. So you're right, to be sitting here today in what 10 years ago was a drawing in front of me is pretty neat for sure.
This used to be a parking lot, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
It is quite a stunning visual, and I've lived here my entire life similar to Doug, and it is, you kind of have to pinch yourself sometimes when you realize just how much this area has kind of grown, and it will help attract more events like this. Edmonton has done a great job with all the basketball events. They have had, of course, back-to-back CEBL champions, Edmonton Stingers, in the Canadian League. Great university programs here in Edmonton, home for the Canadian national women's team. I know the former building, we've hosted NBA preseason games. Edmonton's done a really, really good job making themselves the unofficial basketball capital of Canada.
Yeah, and I mean, another element of what you just very well outlined is the Edmonton Grads, a women's basketball team, the all-time most successful basketball team in the world, period. Men, women, doesn't matter. And I don't have the exact numbers off the top of my head here, but it's roughly 530 wins and about 25 losses in their history, and competing at Olympics, in and around Olympics when when women's basketball was not part of the Olympic program. So that is a huge part of Edmonton's legacy in terms of basketball, and also the home to the senior women's national team, who will be back in Edmonton training in September. We're about set to go here. Canada in red. Casey Bosch, Michelle Plouffe, Catherine Plouffe, Paige Crozon, and Force 10 with Blake Dietrich, Merritt Hempy, Alexis Peterson, and Catherine Westbeld. Nice look to Westbeld. Gets Force 10 going early, but Plouffe, that is Michelle, who answers right back for Canada. Canada, the number 6 team in the world. And there's Westbeld again. Force 10, their first appearance in the women's series. This team affiliated with the Seattle Storm of the WNBA.
Great start here for both teams, exchanging buckets early. Just 29 seconds in.
Michelle with the block pass, then converts that quickly into a score for Canada.
The Plouffes find themselves in the right place at the right time consistently. You can tell they're well coached and continue to be well coached.
Former Harry Ainley Titans High School on the south side of Edmonton. Michelle went off and played at Utah with Paige Crozon and her sister Catherine at Marquette. So we were joking earlier, they were split apart for a little while, but have both played professionally in France. Some together, some apart. Westbeld working against Crozon. Sifts that one under the arm of Crozon. Nice take there by Catherine Westbeld, the native of Kettering, Ohio. Won a national championship with the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. And there is Catherine on the feed from Crozon.
That's what's so impressive about the Plouffes. You see one and you see all the tools they bring, and then, oh yeah, there's another one.
Exactly. Hempy short on that jumper. And in the win over France, it was really Casey Bosch in the first couple minutes who was outstanding for Team Canada. And I mean, I certainly don't want to suggest she's the forgotten player on this team, because she's not. She's a hugely important part of this team, but you talk a lot about the size of Crozon, Plouffe, and Plouffe, but Bosch played an instrumental role in that win.
Oh, and that goes into the nice lay in there by Force 10. Goes into the chemistry of trying to put together a good 3x3 team.
A great feed there by Dietrich just to lead Westbeld to the bucket. And Catherine gets fouled by Dietrich, and just like you're talking about getting helped up by a couple of members of Force 10, and Catherine, Michelle, I should say, will head to the free throw line. Both Catherine and Michelle, 2-time Olympians in the 5-on-5 game. Michelle, the world number 12 player. Catherine, the world number 34. Westbeld to Dietrich, now Hempy. Nice feed from Dietrich to Hempy, but she can't finish. Here is Michelle. Tries to get it over the top to Dietrich, who will pick up the foul. Blake Dietrich, 51 3x3 games played coming into this, so this is now her 54th. 40th ranked player in the U.S. Crozon, jumper, short, rebound, Hempy. Pass nearly evaded the arms of Alexis Peterson. Peterson working against Crozon. That one won't go for her, just as the shot clock expired. Great find there from Michelle to Catherine. Michelle may be the second all-time leading scorer for the Utah Utes, but she looked like a distributor there. She's also their all-time leading rebounder. 1,171 rebounds for Utah. And the reverse by Catherine. Canada with their biggest lead of this game, 6-4. But Dietrich answers right back. Crozon now a 2-on-1 on the pick and roll. Catherine steps back. Nice jumper by her. Peterson for two. Answers and ties it up.
They're scoring in bunches. It happened to start the game and now middle. Speak of the devil.
Not sure there was a lid on the rim before, but if there was, it's gone now. And a backdoor, great look from Dietrich to Peterson, and the foul. Basket goes. And you get a perfect look at it, basically from exactly where we're sitting. And the immediate timeout, and we'll take a look at some of the highlights from the early going of this one. Of course, Canada 2-0 coming into this one. Force 10, 1-2 as we mentioned. So really seeding now the important factor for tomorrow's quarters, which will go in the middle of the, we'll get the exact time here in a second. As Peterson is at the free throw line. Alexis Peterson has played 57, now 60 games, I should say, including this one in 3x3. Former Atlantic Coast Conference Player of the Year with the Syracuse Orange. And it will be possession Canada on that foul on Force 10, fourth team foul for them. Catherine, jumper, free throw line, good. Dietrich finds Hempy, steps through, blocked by Michelle, but she could not pull it back to keep it in possession for Canada. 4 seconds on the shot clock. Peterson quickly goes at Michelle, blocks it from behind. Michelle to Catherine. Easy layup for her. She's able to get past Peterson. And that ball deflects out of bounds. It will stay possession for Force 10. Westbeld hands it to Dietrich. Out of bounds, off of Dietrich. And she's saying she didn't. I just read her lips saying, "You're wrong," to the referee, but you and I both saw that went off her back.
It did, yep.
And she couldn't feel it. I get that when there's arms and everything, but
I tend to give the officials the benefit of the
Yes.
doubt. I try to. It happened so fast out there.
But I think that one was right. Dietrich just didn't like it. Now foul on Bosch.
That's Team Canada's second team foul.
Just looking for just clarification. Of course, Bosch still relatively new to the 3x3 game, having only started playing internationally last fall. So she was saying, "Hey, I'm just asking. I just to get clarification." I like that with the referees. Even when I was a coach years ago, of high school players. It drove me crazy when officials wouldn't talk to my players, not because we were going to sit there and complain about the call, but as much as anything, just educate them on what they did wrong. You're part of the development system of basketball, and not that this is development basketball, it's not, but I appreciate the official right in front of us having that quick conversation with Bosch. I think that's a really good thing. Great look there from Peterson to Hempy. Now 12-9. That pass from Bosch intended for Crozon off the front of the iron. And good position from Hempy inside. Shot won't go. Catherine Plouffe with the rebound. Backdoor Crozon. Oh, I thought it was going to catch the front iron and drop down, but it won't. So Crozon will head to the free throw line. World number 10 player. The lead assistant coach with the University of Lethbridge Pronghorns women's basketball team. Lethbridge, a city located about 5.5 hour drive south of Edmonton. All part of the Canada West Conference in U Sports, university sport here in Canada. Peterson just ran out of time as the shot clock wound down on her. As Hempy checks back in, Dietrich will take a seat. Catherine to Michelle, open look at a two, knocks it down.
It's a big shot there. Puts Canada back up by 6. 4.5 minutes remaining.
Still lots of time for Forest 10, and that'll help as Alexis Peterson, a huge bucket, but now Michelle spins right around Peterson. Oh, and Catherine nearly got that steal. Good recognition by her, but then Peterson knocks down the jumper. Crozon through Catherine to Michelle.
The 3x3 game allows for a lot of back and forth there. Teams could score 5-6 points in a matter of 30 seconds.
And Michelle got that shot off, I think, but didn't go, but pretty impressive play just to get something off the rim. Westbeld tried to find Hempy, but that one deflected by Michelle. It will be Force 10 ball, but we're under the 4-minute mark, so immediate timeout, 16-12. And Alexis Peterson has been huge for Force 10 in this game.
Absolutely. She's the reason that they're still sticking around. Canada does have the lead right now. But as Doug mentioned, Force 10 is hanging around, and this is still anybody's ball game.
And I'm looking over at the timeout, and Paige Crozon's daughter, Poppy, I believe is her name, has a Canada flag and was trying to wave it into the middle of the timeout. And there you might see the corner just to the right of your screen there. Michelle Plouffe having a quick chat with the young daughter of Paige Crozon.
Talk about a home court advantage, eh?
For sure. And not bad when the fans can just walk into the timeout huddle. I like that. Why can't I go talk to my mom right now? Come on.
Yeah, you can't explain that to a toddler.
Foul on Canada, their 4th team foul, and Westbeld able to knock down the free throw. Great look there from Michelle to Catherine. 17-13 and a holding foul on Catherine. So Canada 4 points away from their 3rd win, but Mark, as we've seen, crazy things can happen, and there's still lots of time left for Force 10, only down 4.
No, absolutely. Hit a couple shots, got a couple steals as Canada gets a steal of their own. Still anybody's ball game.
Bosch, jumper at the free throw line, won't go.
What a bounce.
Our table is intact after the ball nearly took out our monitor, but we're good. And the ball went right back in play.
The ball would get the assist if someone scored it after.
That's right. Here's Peterson, finds Westbeld. He's played pro in France as well as Italy. And has also played with Indiana Force 10 in 3x3. In an interesting interview I heard this morning with Alana McDonald, the director of this Force 10 program, which is affiliated with the Seattle Storm. And it appears as though other WNBA teams trying to do that to, again, build that development system and recognize 3x3 as another part of how players grow and improve no matter what level they're at.
Absolutely. We see that a lot in European football, right?
Yep.
You see teams try to do anything to control youth and try to keep them in their system as long as they can, and that's something that's slowly coming to the North American game.
Dietrich collects her own miss, puts it back. Crozon for 2. That one off. Rebound, Hempy. Dietrich for 2. In and out. Hempy got good inside position on Crozon. Now Catherine, layup good over top of Dietrich, who might have gotten a hand on it.
Taking advantage of that size mismatch.
And even Catherine Plouffe thought there was a foul there. You could just tell by the look on her face.
Call maybe came a half-second late, but nonetheless, yep, that is a foul. So Canada just needs 2 points to win, but there's still 2:26 remaining.
Action back underway, 19-16, kickball. And a reset on the shot clock. Canada with a chance now to win with a 2.
I've noticed so far this afternoon, Doug, teams don't try to go for 2 when they know they can ice it.
They do
did
there.
Right there.
Didn't drop for Michelle Plouffe. And Dietrich gets it to Hempy. Working against Casey Bosch. Mismatch here size-wise. Out to Peterson. 2. Oh, rolled right around. Shot clock should have reset there. Don't know that it did. Foul, but it won't matter. Michelle Plouffe hits the 2. And Canada knocks off Force 10, who played really well in this game against the Canadians. But Canada just too much for them, 21-16. So Canada goes unbeaten in pool play.
All 3 Canada games, I felt they were in control for most of the action. And that was a nice way to wrap it up. They win by 5, as Doug mentioned, improved to 3-0. Canada, USA, perfect so far, 3-0 apiece.
So impressive performances for the North American teams, including Force 10. So coming up next, as Canada will now be able to escape the heat a little bit, as will Force 10. Next up is Netherlands and Germany, followed by Romania and France. After that one, on a beautiful night here in downtown Edmonton. We're just going to pause momentarily. You are watching FIBA 3x3 Women's Series Basketball from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll be back momentarily. Germany and the Netherlands have traveled all the way across the Atlantic Ocean to Western Canada to meet each other here at the FIBA 3x3 Women's Series in their third and final pool play game each. Doug McLean here along with Mark Majot. Patrick Erickson, who you've heard earlier, is on the mic describing things for the crowd. And as we come into this game, Mark, the Dutch are 0-2, losing to the Americans 21-12, and then losing to EXE WING 14-13. The Germans 1-1, a tight win over EXE WING 21-20, and then falling to the Americans 14-13. So an important game for both teams. Absolutely. As we wrap up or nearly wrap up pool play here in the Women's Series.
If you're the Netherlands, you want to obviously end your day one with a victory. You'd hate to go 0-3, and if you're Germany, you'd like to finish above 500. So absolutely, seeding is going to be crucial for tomorrow, especially with the way Canada and USA are playing, both perfect 3-0 through these first games. But there's a lot on the line for both these squads. I'm amazed at how quickly they can swap out uniforms, by the way.
Oh,
too.
I know. Yeah, it's just all the little nuances around 3x3 are just fascinating.
And small thing as a jersey dork, every uniform here has been beautiful.
I know. We were saying the same thing before. The American ones look super sharp. These look great. I mean, I love the orange Netherlands ones, but these are great. I like the white ones with that nice hint of orange too, and then the German ones have looked really sharp too. Yeah, it's been you're right. If you're a jersey fan like you and I are, this is a good place to be.
Those Netherlands jerseys would have fit in here in Edmonton during the NHL playoff run.
I was gonna say they're in the right place. Let's put it that way, in Ice District Plaza. Moments away from this final pool play game between number 1 world-ranked Germany and the Netherlands, who are the number 13th ranked team in the world. The Netherlands, a couple 5th place finishes in Women's Series events so far in Tel Aviv and Ulaanbaatar, and Germany won the Tel Aviv stop in May, as well as the Style Trois Poitiers event in June. The number 1 ranked team in the world, and the ranking points that you earn over the course of events that you partake in, 415,917 points collected by Germany. Second place, Spain, 284,506. So about 130,000 behind. So it's been a pretty impressive run for Germany here over the last little bit to earn that number 1 ranking in the world.
Well, they've certainly looked impressive so far this afternoon.
Number 3, Royce Bettenville.
And there is Bettenville, Janine Geit, we keep saying, the former Regina Cougar, played some university basketball here in Western Canada. Roy Youngling and Mirta Den Hayten. And now for Germany, the number 1 player in the world, Sonja Greinacher. Number 9 is Emma Eichmeyer. Number 4, number 2 ranked player in the world, Luana Rodefeld. And wearing number 3, 36th ranked player in the world, Alexandra Wilkie.
The winner of this game will keep the number 2 seed out of pool play.
Coin toss upcoming for the opening possession. And we're just about set to be underway. The coin goes back in the sock, and now we're set to go.
Someone's got to do laundry later tonight.
That's right. Not sure if Terrell Owens had a coin in his sock at any point in his NFL career or not, but perhaps. And it will be the Dutch with opening possession.
Been looking forward to this one, Doug. It's cooled down just a touch here around as well, so we'll see if that has any effect on the game tonight.
Yeah, just as the sun, again, hard to describe, just as the way Ice District Plaza is laid out with the buildings And the way the sun comes at us from the west, there is no tower to the west, so that will allow the sun to come through a little bit. That will change eventually with the tower going up on that spot as Greinacher on the feed from Rodefeld gets us underway. But yeah, just cooling off a little bit. And there for Janine Geit knocks down the 2. Rodefeld jumper from the free throw line goes. Betonville spins that one home. Nicely done in and around Alexandra Wilkie. Greinacher shot fake, hands it back to Rodefeld. That shot won't go, trying to get around Geit. Betonville was going to hand it off and then realized she had a whole lane open, got Rodefeld to bite a little bit on that pass fake. Greinacher cannot quite catch up to that feed from Rodefeld. And there you get a great look at that pass, or that fake pass, and then the curl back to the rim.
She even looked surprised she had that much space.
Whoa, there's nobody here.
The Red Sea parted.
Literally, in this case, with the red jerseys. In and out for Den Hayton. Eichmeyer finds the cutting. Greinacher leads the women's series coming into this weekend with 69 points. And I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, one of the stats they use is player value, which is basically trying to assess all the impact you have over the course of a game. She's at a 75.5. Second place is 49.1, so she is well ahead and gives you a sense of how good she's been to earn that #1 world ranking. 4-year member of the Gonzaga Bulldogs in Spokane, Washington. Relatively speaking, not far from us in terms of close major cities in the U.S. or decent-sized cities in the United States. Wilkie loses the handle, trying to get that shot off. Ball out of bounds, and the Netherlands will retain possession. Then Hayton with the screen from Betonville. Betonville left wide open. 2 goes in and out, nearly got her own rebound. A big collision with Eichmeyer. But Germany ends up with the ball. And a travel first. Geit gets around Wilkie and puts the layup home. 5-3 Netherlands. And a foul away from the ball on Youngling. She got tied up with Eichmeyer. Greinacher to Wilkie, right back to Greinacher. Guarded closely by Youngling. Shot goes in and out. We've seen a few of those here, Mark, in the early going in this third game of the 4th session.
Yeah, these teams are easing themselves into it. Nice move there. Can't finish.
And deflected out of bounds by Roe Youngling. Played at the Ulaanbaatar stop back in early July. Greinacher steps back. Rodefeld left wide open on the screen, and Greinacher earns herself another assist. Lefty layup will not drop for Betonville. Now Wilkie. Left wide open was Greinacher, but a nice double team there by the Dutch as they recognized the shot clock was winding down. 5-4 for the Netherlands as we get to the first media timeout. So a bit of a slower scoring game than we may have seen over the last couple.
Yeah, teams kind of feeling themselves into this one. Of course, we mentioned how big, because of seeding, how big this is going to be for both teams. Neither team wants to get down by too much because I found it's hard to play comeback in this tournament. I know that first game we saw today had a major comeback, but we haven't really seen teams blow a 5 or 6 point lead. So I think it's all about maintenance, to be perfectly honest. You're just trying to keep it close, and sometimes if you score 1, the other team will fire off a 2 right away. So it's all about trying to keep it close.
Well, and you and I broadcast the Edmonton Stingers of the Canadian Elite Basketball League, and we've said on the broadcast the other day how much of a struggle it's been for the Stingers in terms of getting early leads. And I just mentioned that to comment on what you're saying here, that ability to get up early is so important, because you're right, it's difficult to work your way back if you get down by 3, 4, or 5.
That's just one of the added extra elements in 3x3. Not a lot of downtime, right? There you see occasionally, sometimes in the 5-on-5 game, teams can sometimes get lackadaisical getting back on defense. If they're up by 15 points, sure, we'll let them score 2. That can't happen in the 3x3 game. Every possession matters.
And Greinacher made that possession matter for the Germans.
Fouls all on Germany, fouls on the floor. Germany's first team foul.
Germany averaging 34 possessions a game in their World Women's Series events so far this year. The Dutch 36. Good feed, fake up top. Geit gets that ball down low, can't convert. Eichmeyer hands it to Wilkie, little stutter step. That opens her up, but then a foul. And Bettenville does not like that call. Thought she got the ball first. But that will send Wilkie to the line. 77% free throw shooter, and games leading into this tournament, she'd appeared in 13 games in the women's series for Germany. 6-5, the Germans lead. Den Hayton steps out. First women's series appearance in 2022 for Den Hayton. Bettenville can't convert. Rodefeld asking for a screen from Eichmeyer. Great turnover there by Bettenville, who just hands it down to Den Hayton. And then just almost volleyball style by Bettenville. Tried to deflect that to the corner to a teammate.
We don't have live stats, Doug, but I think this might be the lowest scoring match we've had so far, midway through. Both teams are evenly matched, though. It's not like this has been poor play.
And teams have had some decent looks. They're just not falling right now. And Rodefeld changes that streak a little bit with that layup. 7-5 Germany. Key possession for the Netherlands, and they do exactly what you said they have to do. Knock down shots when you get down by a couple. Geit does that, and then they give one right back to Greinacher. Nearly turned over by Wilkie. Den Hayton working hard off the window, iron and out. Rodefeld gets it right back into Greinacher. And they're going to get an offensive foul on Greinacher. I'm not even sure Greinacher saw Den Hayton coming there as she turned away.
Looks like there's about 6 inches in size between the two players.
Team Amsterdam, the men's team that will compete starting tomorrow, they're here cheering on the Netherlands women's team.
.420 remaining, neither team in double digits yet.
Geit works around Rodefeld, a little strong. Greinacher leaves it for Eichmeyer. Gets it back, but that pass a little bit light and deflected out of bounds off Germany. So Greinacher thought it went off the Dutch, but Youngling travel first. And now it will be Greinacher. Wilkie. Greinacher just lost her footing. Not sure if she slipped a little bit. It's a pretty dry surface, but you wonder if she might have slipped a bit as we go to the media timeout. Yeah, 8-7. It's been a grind in this one, Mark. It has been both these teams just trying to work their way through. And we said it off the top how important this one is for both of these teams. And it's close, it's tight, but not a lot clicking offensively for either of these squads.
Yeah, as you get a look at both teams during the timeout, there's a lot of deep breaths and heavy breathing. I'm not super familiar with when these teams arrive, but you could also imagine jet lag would also be part of the fatigue right now. Jet lag, and it feels like 35 degrees Celsius out there. The elements are certainly adding up right now.
Well, I'm talking to Alberta Basketball Executive Director Paul Sir. He said, often so many events are played outside of North America, obviously, and a lot in Europe, that a lot of the European teams don't have as much travel.
Yeah.
And so they may be a little less used to it, although there are, of course, events that happen outside of Europe throughout the season. So they're used to it to a degree, but you have to think the jet lag, the heat and everything may be playing a factor. But, hey, these are two good teams, and they can grind away. Neither team gives up a lot in terms of points against per game. Germany 12.9 a game and the Dutch 12. So on average, these teams are not giving up a lot. Germany averaging 16.4 points a game themselves, and the Netherlands 16. That bucket goes for Geit, and suddenly the Dutch in front 9-8. Ball kept alive by Bentonville. Great work by her, and they use the whole court down low and then quickly out to the opposite wing. Geit could not knock it down. I think she jammed her hand as she's shaking her right wrist. Oh, huge hit.
Big shot
there for Greinacher. As we go back and forth.
3 minutes remaining in this one.
Foul called against Germany. 2:59 to go.
Yeah, this is going to come down to maybe just who just has last possession. Neither team has shot the ball from long range particularly well in this one, and that's what this matchup could come down to.
Bentonville got caught up a little bit, just could not get that shot off. Rodefeld, nice take. Deals with the contact from Bentonville, gets the shot up and in. 11-9, 2.5 left. Bentonville, long look, caught the front iron, would not drop. And the Netherlands will retain possession, 2:24 left.
Fouls are 5-4. Germany has 5, Netherlands has 4.
Bucket will not go for the Dutch. Wilkie. Greinacher shot off the back iron into the hands of Geit. Geit, nice spin inside around Wilkie, but the shot a little strong as she got under the rim. But a heck of a play to get there. Greinacher, layup goes. 12-9. Geit, layup, good. And quickly to transition for Germany, foul on Geit. And foul is deemed to be on the floor. Eichmeyer will put the ball in play for Germany. Rodefeld, quick crossover. Nice play defensively by Youngling to stay right with Rodefeld. Blocked that one away. Germany retains possession. Just 2 seconds on the shot clock. Rodefeld quickly gets it off and hits it.
It's a huge shot there.
Luana Rodefeld. They gave that bucket to the Netherlands. It should be to Germany. There we go. Now we got it. 14-10.
That's a 16 foul on Germany.
16 foul on Germany, so every defensive foul from here on in on the Germans will send the Dutch to the free throw line for a pair.
And now you will have to pay close attention to the clock with just 1:10 left.
Yep. Take a look at some of the highlights from this one. Third of 4 games in this third and final session on day 1 of the FIBA 3x3 Women's Series Edmonton stop. There you see the Alberta basketball tent. Alberta basketball bringing this event here and working to make it all come together. I understand there was a lot of work that had to go into getting the floor in place yesterday and even into this morning with some challenges with it. So that's all set up, obviously. And here is Rodefeld. Kicks it back to Greinacher. Little light, but got the nice roll. Germany with the turnover. Kicks it out, Greinacher. Rodefeld, lots of time. Makes it count. Luana Rodefeld, 30% in the women's series from 2-point range, and Dan Hayton answers back herself. This being her first World Women's Series appearance. Her first international 3x3 appearance was back in 2014. And the Dutch down 5, under 20 seconds. They need to get going here. Geit for 2 goes. Clock keeps going though. Greinacher willing to eat some clock. Rodefeld does foul, or is fouled, I should say. She will head to the line. Should be, 1 foul. The officials are saying 2. Should be 1 foul shot for her.
A lot of hands on knees right now, Doug. A lot of tired athletes out there.
2 seconds left. It'll take a bit of a miracle here for the Dutch. And they turn it over. It will be German ball.
No, I think that's it.
And they're going to wind it down. 18-14. Germany knocks off the Netherlands. So Germany comes through pool play 2-1, and for the Netherlands, they go 0-3. So we'll get the final standings if we can before we sign off here today, to give you a sense of what's going to happen tomorrow. But in that one, scored it up 18-14, but it was definitely a bit of a grind.
Yeah.
And it was close. I mean, Germany pulled away late, again, showing why they are one of the the best team in the world ranking-wise right now. It was just there's no panic in their game.
Yeah. They didn't go full rope-a-dope, but they flirted with it at times. They were able to turn it on near the end, and they exerted as much energy as they needed to exert to win that game. And that, as you mentioned, shows why they're one of the top teams in the entire globe when it comes to 3x3. Very efficient with their energy.
For the Netherlands, they in their 3 games scored 12 points in their opening loss to the U.S., scored 13 against EXE WING, and then scored 14 against Germany. So not a lot of offense for the Netherlands in their 3 losses, something they're going to have to address tomorrow if they want to find a way to get into that final.
Yeah, absolutely. And they hit some shots later on in that game, but it was too little too late. And we talked about how important it is to get off to a good start. The Netherlands team has yet to get off to a good start so far in this tournament, and they're running out of time. Then go back to the drawing board tonight, get some rest, look what worked, look what didn't work. However, their backs are somewhat against the wall there. As you can get a look there, our next game, our final game of the evening, France taking on Romania.
And Romania, 2 losses so far. Coming to this game, 22-8 to Canada and 22-10 against Force 10. And for France, a 1-1 record. 2013 they won over Force 10 and then lost 20-17 to Canada. So for France, the number 3 ranked team in the world, again trying to build a little bit of momentum into tomorrow. And how do you like these Romania jerseys? We saw they wore the blue through the first 2, and now pull out the very, very yellow jerseys.
I'm partial to anything Air Jordan, so I really like those France uniforms out there. Very sharp. This is it's going to be interesting to see. We talk a lot about how energy and focus, all that kind of stuff. Last game of the day for both these teams. They knew the schedule in advance, right? Both teams knew that they were going to, I guess, maybe not draw the short straw, but they knew they're going to be playing last. Out of a gap, especially for this Romanian team. A bit of a gap in between games. You know what you have to do to accomplish this. And similar, to the Netherlands-Germany game, France wants to go on a winning note. Romania doesn't want to go 0-3. Seeding is going to be so crucial. Again, how well Team USA and Team Canada played, right? You want to try to avoid that. You'll have to play one of those teams eventually. However, seeding is just so critical when it comes to events like this.
As these 2 teams continue to warm up, Doug McLean joined alongside Mark Majot in the heart of Ice District in Edmonton.
Doesn't feel like Ice District right now, I'll tell you that much.
No.
We need some ice here.
We are literally sitting on an ice rink. There's an ice plant under where we sit that can act as an outdoor skating venue in the winter.
Very cool to see this location. We've talked about a lot today, and we will tomorrow, just how impressive this layout is in Edmonton. If you were driving past this even 2-3 days ago, you'd be amazed at what you can fit in. I know Doug has mentioned the watch parties during the National Hockey League postseason, but to actually be here up close and see it, to see a great walk-up crowd too. There's great time to be in the city of Edmonton, so great walk-up crowd. Very cool. Edmonton's done a fantastic job with this event so far, and this is only day 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the men's event gets going tomorrow morning, like we've talked about. The women will continue in the afternoon. And just trying to quickly get a look at the current standings so we can do our best to give an update on that front. Bianca Fota, number 5. Nicoletta Andrea Mititulu, Anka Stoenscu, and Anna Maria Virjoge. There's Roman Berni, Leticia Guapo.
Number 1, correction, number 30, Marie Mane.
Patrick Erickson doing the announcement got poor France team a little bit confused, but they eventually got the right players out. Victoria Magica Dunmi, Marie Manet, and the aforementioned Berni and Guapo.
However, we get started bright and early, 9 a.m. as we start with men's qualifiers tomorrow morning as we enter day 2 of 3 of this FIBA 3x3 tournament.
Well, Doug, you've been in this spot all afternoon long. You got one more game in you?
Oh, I think I can probably fake it. Hopefully for the people listening at home, they're Like, thank heavens that's only one more we have to hear them, but yeah, tomorrow's going to be a lot, I think, between the three of us trying to, and you guys doing the on-court stuff. It's going to be a pretty busy day.
The good kind of busy.
Good kind of
Good
busy,
kind of
yeah,
busy.
and a handful of breaks in between, of course, with some entertainment breaks jumping.
I know there's an event tomorrow afternoon. I know 2 pro teams in town are getting into the action tomorrow.
Yes, are the Canadian Football League team in Edmonton, the Edmonton Elks, and that is gridiron-style football, not soccer. They will send 3 players here to be part of a shooting contest against the local pro basketball team, the Edmonton Stingers, who will send 2 players and one of their assistant coaches. The Stingers actually playing tomorrow out in Fraser Valley, in just outside of Vancouver. So that'll be an interesting thing at the 2:40 break to have that shooting contest.
A lot of football players want to be basketball players.
Yes.
So we'll see how that turns out.
And some were at various points in
yeah.
their careers, that's true, but Guapo takes the contact from Stoenscu, but the shot will not drop. Foda trying to get it to Verjoge. That shot won't go from Verjoge. Here's Guapo outside. Goes under the rim for the layup and good.
We have seen our fair share of reverse layups and fadeaway jump shots, not just from this friends team, but all afternoon long. You can tell it's working for every team so far. If it's there, take it.
So we do have the final standings for Pool A, of course. Them having completed their pool competition with the last matchup between Germany and the Netherlands. The U.S. will finish atop and get a bye to the semifinal with their 3-0 record. Germany finishes in second with a 2-1 record. EXE WING third with a 1-2 record. And the Netherlands, their tournament is over as they are at 0-3. Nice finish there by Victoria Majakudemi. So Germany will await the 3rd place finisher from Pool A. And then EXE WING will play the 2nd place finisher, which we'll see where that happens with this game here today. If France wins, then they would get the 2nd seed. Romania would be out. If France loses and Romania wins, then we have 3 teams at 1 and 2, and then there are a bunch of tie-breaking procedures that would come into play in terms of who gets to go on. Canada does have a bye through to the semifinals. The quarterfinals go tomorrow at 12:40 and 1:05. Semis at 1:50 and 2:15. That is Mountain Time here in Edmonton, and then the final will be at 3:05 in the afternoon. Guapo misses on that too. Grabs the loose ball and goes back at the rim, spins inside, layup, good. Pretty play by the former world #1 player, Leticia Guapo.
It was volleyball spiked out of bounds there, and you get to look there at Guapo. Been really impressed with her play so far. This is the 3rd game I've been able to see France up close. And Guapo really impresses with a lot of her footwork, a lot of her distribution, a lot of her shooting. It's really next level.
Foda tried to bank that 2 home, would not go. Mujakudami knocks down the deuce. 6-1, 5-1 France now. And Verjoge, nice take under the rim. Makes it 5-2. Manet, guarded by Verjoge. 2 won't drop. Stoenscu gets it to Verjoge. Hard battle inside as she's doubled by Guapo. Turnover. France with possession, up by 3. Manet to Guapo. 2 goes. And Leticia Guapo coming into this tournament 19% from 2-point range, but the answer right back from Romania. Then Guapo answers herself. Maja Kudami cannot keep that one alive. It will be Romania ball.
And we have a timeout call on the court.
Timeout. Under 7 minutes of play. 8-4 France leads.
Doug, you kind of get the sense that Romania is just kind of hanging on here.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely struggled in their opening game loss to Canada 22-8. But I've liked the battle level from Romania throughout, but just have not been able to find the answers offensively to really stay in game, scoring 8 in their opening game and just 10 in their second. That lost to Force 10.
They're not rolling over by any sense of the imagination, but there's a little bit of, I feel, white knuckling hang. They're just trying to hang on here and just trying to stop France, who it's not scoring at will, but France has shown that they can shoot the ball pretty well at points during this tournament.
Number 3 team in the world is France. 4th at the Olympics last year. Guapo, a member of that Olympic team. Verjoge with the rebound, tries to work around Guapo, and a foul on Leticia Guapo, and that will send Verjoge to the line. France averaging 17.1 points a game in their 14 appearances prior to arriving in Edmonton. And Verjoge misses that free throw, but Romania gets the offensive board.
Offensive foul call, France basketball.
6:07 remaining. France still ahead by 5. Not a lot of fouls so far in this one, just one apiece.
Yep, pretty quiet that way through nearly 4 minutes of action. And off the foot, I think, of Verjoge, out of bounds, so it will remain France ball. Guapo. Maja Kudami will not drop. Here, Guapo goes baseline. Into Tulu, and another one. Like you said,
Again.
It's just reverse after reverse.
If it's there, take it.
Yep.
And they're absolutely taking it. 6-point lead. To get a nice look there.
And Romania needs to find an answer pretty quickly here. Stoenscu, the 42-year-old veteran.
Doesn't look nor play like she's 42 years old. Plays like she's 22 out there.
Absolutely. Pretty impressive. 103rd ranked player in the world. One of the most decorated players all time in Romania. 12 national titles, 5 Romanian Cups. Free throw goes for her.
That's what I found really interesting about the 3x3 is free throws are important in any game, but they're really important in this game, right? You know, in a normal 5-on-5, it's 1, 2, and 3, but that counts as much as anywhere else.
That's right.
From beyond the or from inside the arc, I should say.
And especially as Guapo hits another one, especially once you're into the penalty, you get 2 free throws, and then it's 2 in possession for 10 on. So there's Verjoge. Nice effort there with Maja Kudami right underneath her, able to put that one in.
And Romania chipping away at this deficit now.
Mane steps back for 2, will not go. Oh, good play by Guapo. Excellent play. I don't think Foda sensed that Guapo was coming from behind, and Guapo reached around and deflected it off the Romanian player. Bianca Foda from Ramnicu Valcea, and I know I butchered that, and I apologize. 99th ranked player on the planet.
You're a well-traveled individual. Doug, have you ever been to Romania?
I have not been to Romania. I've been to Eastern Europe, fortunately, a few times, but I have not been have not been to Romania. Former colleague of mine and spent some time living in Romania and loved it. So among many places, it is on my list, as I'm a big fan of Eastern Europe.
Third team foul on France.
Third team foul on France, so Stoinescu to inbound.
Just past the midway mark, this one as well.
Bounce pass, and Mita Tulu has her shot blocked by Guapo. Guapo able to clear quite easily. And then the right hand layup from the left side, trying to go underneath the Romanian player, did not work. No look pass. Berni, the beneficiary from Guapo. And there's a huge hit from Stoinescu. 24% shooter from beyond the arc. And no timeout quite yet.
4:17 remaining.
Get that media timeout after the 4-minute mark. And again, a lot on the line here, really, for Romania to stay alive in the tournament, and for France trying to secure that second seed and the statistically the best possible matchup for their quarterfinal tomorrow. And a huge hit there for Berni. And a legal screen that's going to go against Romania, their second team foul.
Correction fouls on Romania. Their second.
Manet for two. Good.
2 points for
Marie Manet. 17% from 2-point range. Stoinescu trying to answer back. Verjoge able to keep that one alive, tips it to Stoinescu. Oh, good cut by Stoinescu, but great defense by Guapo to deny that opportunity to pass. Oh, and a foul from Manet.
shooting foul before the shot.
She doesn't like it, but you and I heard the slap right here. Smart play just to get into the hands of the defender. And you see some of the work from Guapo here today. So time winding down for Romania. They're going to, again, offense has been a struggle. They're going to need to find some here, averaging 12.8 points a game in their 8 appearances in the women's series coming into this event. Stoinescu at the line. 4.8 points a game in her women's series appearances this year. And she's covered some ground as well, playing in Greece, Israel, and Cyprus, along with Romania in her pro career. When you and I do the Stingers games, another thing with them, you see just how many countries these players cover if you're playing professional basketball. It's not a... I'm sure it's a fun life, but I'm not sure it's always the easiest life moving around as much as they do.
I don't even know if they still stamp passports, but if they did, some pretty well-decorated passports on the floor right now.
Yeah, the 10-year passports wouldn't work for you. You need a shorter one just because you'd run out of pages so fast.
3:25 remaining. France leads by 5, of course, first to 21, or high score after 10 minutes. That one almost went. That was a bit of a Hail Mary there.
Guapo corrals that rebound. Gets it back. Maja Kudami, that shot will not drop. For France, they have 3 wins before the time limit. For Romania, just 1 coming into this tournament. And France's earlier win over Force 10 was a 20-13 win, so they had to go to the full 10 minutes. Pass deflected, but Verjoge gets it back. Stoenscu, long two, won't drop. Majekudanmi. France 4 away from a win. Shot just short, rims out, and Stoenscu. To Verjoge inside, no call on Guapo, who comes away with the board. Guapo steps back, fouled by Verjoge.
It's Romania's third team foul.
Fourteen fouls for France, 3 for Romania. So it will be France ball as the players continue to have the conversation with the officials. Not sure what about. Berny trying to flip that one back, and Manet saying just go. You got that, go to the rim rather than spinning back out.
1:59 to play.
Just under 2 minutes to go. Safe to say France is in control.
Well, again, considering the struggles at times Romania have had offensively, they got to find a way to generate some offense pretty quickly. And it will be Romania ball. Shot will not drop for Foda. Majekudanmi with the screen from Berlin now spins back, cuts between two defenders, Foda and Mitatulu. And she will head to the free throw line with a chance to inch France a little bit closer to a spot in the quarterfinals.
Which, of course, go tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow afternoon, okay. Men's qualifiers
Men's
first.
qualifiers in the morning, yep.
Okay.
12:40 will be the second place in the B pool, which we'll determine here momentarily, up against EXE WING. Stoenscu, a little strong on that too. Guapo.
Resetting the shot clock, it looks like.
I think they're gonna, the rule, it hadn't reset early enough, and so Guapo had possession. The shot clock should have been starting, so they'll take a couple seconds off of it.
Nice dish.
Good look for Guapo, cannot convert. Romania clears to Stoenscu, foul on Victoria Majekudanmi.
Just over a minute left in this one.
Majekudanmi, the 67th ranked player in the world, has been playing professionally since 2012 in France, most recently with Chalon Reims. Verjoge puts the ball on the floor, off the window, and a foul on Manet. And Verjoge down and appears to be hurt.
Yeah, she is in a lot of discomfort.
Not sure what might have happened.
Oh, she's holding her left shoulder.
Yeah, it might have just landed really hard, and yeah, you almost get a sense like she's trying to get feeling back, like one of those burners. I've never had one, but I've heard about it. You sort of get these burners in your, and the magic spray just to get a little bit of freezing on that.
She looks like she's in a world of discomfort right now.
And it gets held up and not really moving that left arm.
Walking out on her own power, not, she's not bracing her own arm, so.
And Manet came over just to check on her. Nothing intentional from Manet. That's just, again, a hard play at the rim, which we've seen 100 of them already here today.
Just under a minute to go. France comfortably ahead by 6. That spray works fast.
It does.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, you can see just still trying to get a little bit of almost some feeling back in that left hand, left arm. Free throw won't go for Mita Tulu.
Out of bounds, last touch by Romania. It'll be France basketball, leading 17-11, just under a minute to play. Timeout call on the court by France.
Timeout called by France.
Do you think they're just, again, we mentioned earlier, there's no coaches in the huddle. Are they just saying, calm down, there's a minute to go, we're in comfortable shape, we are 55 seconds away from improving to 2-1. We already saw an injury happen on the other side. Keep calm, cool, composed?
I would think, and especially, I mean, time's in your favor here.
Yeah.
You're up by 6, so you don't have to force anything, no turnovers. You're in the penalties, so you got to be careful, and probably no fouls. So just some of those little messages, I'm sure, going on. It's their possession right now first, but just those little conversations that will be had. Manet, back screen from Guapo, allows Majakudami to pop open, but they looked inside and that pass deflected away.
That took about 7 seconds off the clock.
Backdoor cut by Guapo, shot won't go, but she is fouled and will head to the free throw line.
15 foul on Romania.
And Guapo at the line. And she hits her free throw, Romania ball. Time not favoring Romania right now. Foda, they let her go. Hits that layup. Guapo to Majakudami, 4-2. Back iron, Stoenscu. Foda, and again, France not want to risk any fouls. 18-13. Guapo short, deflected out by Foda.
France also not running out the shot clock. They were taking their shots, and Romania
True.
scored 3 quick ones.
Yeah.
It looks like it will be too little too late.
Ball deflected from behind by Romania. It will be France ball. 2.6 to go. Manet's shot won't go, and that will end day one. 18-14 France over Romania. Your thoughts on that matchup?
Kind of grinded to a little bit of a halt near the end. Both these teams have played a lot of basketball tonight, but Doug kind of showed you why France has a better record than Romania. I thought France played a really strong afternoon, to be honest, from their first game in the middle, the second, and the third. So France showed why they're 2-1. Clearly, the class of these pools are going to be Canada and the United States, both at 3-0. But France and Germany right there, right behind them at 2-1. We're going to have some fantastic matchups tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, and for those matchups tomorrow, France, as the 2 seed in Pool B, will take on EXE WING. That game will go at 12:40 Mountain Time, and then at 1:05, it will be Germany taking on Force 10. Force 10 finishing 3rd in Pool B. The winner of the France EXE WING game, as we just get, the winner of the France EXE WING game will take on, as I just try to sort of quickly figure this out on the fly, the USA get the bye. Canada gets in Pool A. Canada gets the bye from Pool B. So it will be, just trying to figure this out. The way they've written it makes it a little bit confusing to immediately figure out.
Live broadcasting.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Yeah, based on the way it's written, it's difficult to figure. We'll leave that to tomorrow. We know that Canada and the U.S. get the bye. France taking on EXE WING. Germany taking on F10. So that will wrap up day 1 of competition in the women's series. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., the qualifying round for the men's challenger will get going. And then the women's quarters, as mentioned, will get going at 12:40 p.m. So on behalf of Patrick Erickson, Mark Majot, I'm Doug McLean, our great crew led by Dave Foley, all the great work they've done. Thanks so much for tuning in today. We look forward to getting you back tomorrow watching more 3x3 basketball, FIBA 3x3 basketball from here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Thanks, and have a good rest of your day.